The world's best high-performance sailors are competing at the 49er, 49er FX, and Nacra 17 World Championships here in Nova Scotia, Canada. 280 sailors are battling it out over 6 days to reach the 10-boat medal race final, where the top 3 will fill the podium. The men's 49er and women's 49er FX are two of the most athletically and aerobically challenging skiffs in the sailing world. And the Nacra 17, sailed with a mixed female and male team, is a high-performance catamaran capable of hydrofoiling at speeds over 55 kilometers per hour. The championship for these 3 Olympic classes is hosted by a group of super enthusiastic volunteers at Hubbard's Community Sailing Association in a beautiful seaside town of less than 1,000 people. This is the most important regatta of the season for these athletes as they work towards Olympic glory at the Paris 2024 Games less than 2 years from now. Keep watching and enjoy all the action from Nova Scotia, Canada.
Day 3 of the 49er, 49er FX and Nacra 17 World Championships here in Hubbard's, Nova Scotia. Hi, my name's Andy Rice, and joining me for the commentary today are Lisa Ross and Chris Muesler. So we are Ross, Rice and Muesler, bringing you the action for the next 4 days. We're on day 3 of competition today, and it is the last day of qualifying for the 49ers before they break into gold and silver. But firstly, Lisa, I want to ask you, it's the 1st of September. There's a change in the air. What's your feeling about today?
Yeah, well, the weather did take a little bit of a change last night. It was the first time all summer that the thermometer at my house is registered under 20 degrees Celsius. So fall is in the air today. We may have a little bit of less heating than we did yesterday. Yesterday was a classic bay day. That's what we call it here. Beautiful sea breeze pumping all the way in the bay. It gets up to 14 to 18, sometimes even over 20 knots. And the sailors really got a sense of that yesterday. Today, because of the change in the temperature and the water is still quite warm out there, we may not see quite as much heating. We have a northerly coming in this morning, so we'll have to see if we end up sailing a race in the gradient, northerly, light, and then maybe we'll have a switch into that sea breeze heating for the day. Yeah.
Lisa, thank you very much. Now, Chris, this is a make or break day for a lot of the men in the 49er. I think we've got 68 boats in the fleet, but today is about making the cut for the top 25 in the gold fleet. Only 4 races completed. How many races have we got on the schedule today?
Well, they have to get at least 2 races per fleet in the 49er. So they can finish the qualifiers today. If they don't complete those 2 races in each fleet today, they have to move the qualifiers into tomorrow, and that really compresses the schedule for the week. And so on the bubble, you had mentioned to me who was on the bubble. I'm trying to remember who that was.
Let's just talk about that, because we're not actually going to be seeing the 49ers live on the show today. We'll be seeing them tomorrow. But in terms of the critical cutoff of 25, we got Eric Heil and Tommy Plussel, the German bronze medalists from Tokyo 2020, hardly sailed the boat since the games. They are just inside the cut in about 22nd place. Just outside the cut, we've got 3rd in the world's last year, Rask and Jensen from Denmark, and also we've got Tom Burton, laser Olympic champion from Rio 2016, made a recent switch to the 49er. He's in about 30th. So bearing in mind they've done 4 races, but they've got potentially 4 races today, a lot could change. And in these lighter breezes, do you think that Tom Burton might be able to get into that top 25?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Tommy Burton's a laser champion, so throwing the boat around is what he does best. And in the light area, that's when they can really throw these boats around, because there's not as much load on the sails. I think at the top of that fleet, we're not going to be seeing them live today, but just a little heads up. The Dutch, the current world champions, Lambrix and Van de Verken, they really showed their stuff yesterday. They had a Portac start and wound up with a 2-1-1 for the day. So they're really strong. And the Fantella brothers from Croatia, they came back strong with a 2-2 in the end or something like that. So we've got a lot of teams that have really shown their stuff, but really that bubble for qualifying is the one to watch today, and you'll see that on the scores, but we won't be watching them live today.
Right, so that's the 49ers. We will be watching the Nacras a little bit later on this afternoon. So in the Nacra 17s at the moment, the Italians, the reigning Olympic champions from Tokyo 2020, Ruggero Tita and Caterina Banti, 6 straight wins from 6 races so far. Is anyone going to take a race off them this week?
Well, we've talked to the other Italian teams. We have Ugolini and Jubilee, who are the young team, multiple junior world champions in the Nacra 17. They've moved up to 2nd place. And I talked to Gigi Ugolini and Ruggero Tita. And yesterday they said, you know, it's actually closer than we think. And the difference is that we're seeing the top Italian team, Tita and Banti, they're not winning all the time in every race from wire to wire. Really what the differences are in that team, and these boats are foiling now upwind more because they have articulating rudders now. Their differences are really just a lot of times in boat handling. So they're going really fast, but it's really at these corners where we're really seeing the difference there. But right behind them, it's super close. Swedish teams, Italian teams, British teams. Let's look to see right behind first place. It's going to be a lot tighter.
So plenty of fight in the places behind the top 2 Italians. We are just about to talk about the FXs in just a few minutes' time. One of the funny things to me, Lisa, is that for someone from Vancouver, it takes about as long to fly here to the other side of Canada as it does for me to fly from London in Europe. This is not necessarily a home waters conditions venue for all of the Canadians, is it?
No, it's not at all. I mean, the direct flight, if you're lucky enough to get one from London, is only 4.5 hours, and if there is no direct flight from Vancouver, so yeah, for some of the Canadians, they're a 20-hour drive away or longer. There are a few Canadians that this is their home waters, but the Canadians have done a lot of training here as well. This is one of our national training centers. So, you know, they may not be from here, but they do spend some time here, and you know, it is nice to be able to host the world in Nova Scotia for sure.
Let's see how those Canadians do in the FX. We need to get on with the live show. Chris, you're going to be running around the boat park grabbing interviews as people come ashore. We wish you the best with those interviews. We'll catch up with you later. For me and Lisa, it's up to the studio. I hope you really enjoyed today's racing. Just tell us about St. Margaret's Bay, the part of Nova Scotia that we're in.
Well, it's a beautiful place to sail. I'd say it's one of my favorite places in the world to sail. It's quite a large bay, and it typically has, as we've heard, a great sea breeze. It's got really clean waters. The sea breeze goes all the way down. When we train here, we do long downwinders, which are 20 miles downwind, and it's got enough space to have 3 or 4 course circles. So we've got a great venue here for the Worlds. And today we're sailing in a northerly. This is another typical condition that we get here. There is, enough breeze right now. It looks like we've got between kind of 7 to 10 knots on the course today. It will be much puffier and shiftier than we saw yesterday with the sea breeze. There's definitely going to be a lot of passing lanes and a lot of sailors kind of choosing their path between sailing in the pressure and keeping their bow pointing at the mark.
Yeah, so with a laser radial like you raced at the Olympics, the boat speed, I imagine, doesn't really change an awful lot between a gust or a lull. But maybe that's not quite correct. Maybe that's more correct for keel boats than a dynamic dinghy like the laser radial. But in these really dynamic boats like the 49er FX, there is that trade-off between gust and shift, isn't there? But I'm thinking gust is probably more important.
Yeah, I mean, the faster the boat goes, the higher the priority is on the more breeze. We'll see later in the day with the Nacras, the difference between full foil and not is massive. And again, we've got planing dinghies here where if you can get the boat up and on a full plane, it makes a huge difference in your speed and your apparent wind too. So you can drag around a lot more apparent if you're in more pressure. So I think it's definitely going to be a pressure game. There will be some shifts out there. So when the boats are in the pressure, then it's a matter of who's sailing the best tactical game in the pressure.
Now, tell us about the Canadian competitors in the 49er FX and how much local knowledge might come into play on a day like today.
This course is in a spot where we don't actually train that much. We're quite a ways over by the right shore. So, you know, it's a condition where sometimes the pressure rolls down the race course, and sometimes the pressure is actually held out in patches that don't move. So I think there will be a little bit of comfort in maybe what they're seeing and trusting your gut. And I think on today, it's a lot of confidence and trusting your gut and going with what you see. And so I think that's where I think kind of a local knowledge might come into play.
Okay, and tell us about the teams. We got the sisters, the Lewin Lafrances, and we've also got Ten Hove and Millen. So and there may be others as well. So just tell us about those two crews in particular.
Yeah, so both of those teams have shown some really great progress over the last couple of years. Ali and Mariah were our team that competed in Rio. At the Japanese at the Olympics, and they've done a lot of work with their communication and their teamwork inside the boat in this past year, and they've made some big gains. They just finished 7th at the Europeans leading up to this Worlds, and the Lewin Lafrances, again, those sisters, they're a younger team. They were the training partners leading up to 2020, and they had a great fall. Antonio actually had some surgery, and so they've taken a little bit of time getting back up to form post knee surgery. But they're both definitely teams that are capable of breaking into the top 10. And so for them, really, it's about putting the consistency together and getting to be those seasoned competitors that they're working to be.
Okay, well, I know the Canadians want to be higher up than they are at the moment. Let's just take a look at the overall leaderboard. We've got 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go to the start, but let's see who is currently leading after 6 races in the competition. And it is the reigning world champion from the Netherlands, Odile van Aanholt, recently teamed up with Annette Duits, the bronze medalist from the Games last year and a double world champion in her own right. They are leading quite comfortably in these early stages of the competition. From Bobek and Netzler, another newly formed team for Sweden. Very fast straight line speed, a little bit wobbly on the boat handling by their own admission, but going really fast. And then 2 Spanish teams, the double world champions, Tamara Echegoyen and Paula Barthelot in 3rd place, followed by the less experienced but really high-performing Patricia Suarez and Maria Cantero, currently sitting in 4th place. And then Joe Ali, the Olympic gold and silver medalist from the 470 a few years back, recently got into the 49er FX with Molly Meach, the silver medalist from Rio 2016. So that's a new pairing, already showing great potential for New Zealand. And then the other half of the former partnership between Maloney and Meach right on their heels. So we got New Zealand 5th and 6th. Then we got the double Olympic champions, arguably the most successful 49er FX sailors ever, Martina Grael and Kayena Kunz back in 7th. Don't normally expect to see them there, but they often start slow and come through as things go. And then Black and Tidy from the Great Britain, Germany's Hoffman and Bartelheimer, and then Belgium, Maynard and Gertz. And look at the lineup of the boats now, holding that steady slow bicycle race with 1 minute to go. Can you imagine being that close to the line within a boat length of the line, and they've still got a minute to go? But it's about booking your space early, isn't it, Lisa?
Yeah. So the sailors really like the right-hand side right now. And I think we're in a little bit of variety. The breeze is back up again to around 10 knots. There is a little bit of line sag, so the key here is really if you're starting below the group and you want to really hold your lane, you've got to make sure you don't give up too much space towards the line. It's going to, especially if they're sailing in a righty, it's going to be really, really key to be able to hold your lane and not have to tack off into a knock.
Okay, and yet there's a really strong premium on being up at that committee boat end, and I'm wondering, with what you've just said, we've got 15 seconds to go. Maybe there's smart money to be France 9 or Croatia 29 down this end of the line. Have a little bit more space around you. Let's see them accelerate. France 84 pretty well poked out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good acceleration by France 84. Really good start for France 9 off the pin end as well, and looking really congested up the committee boat end with a few of the boats who are also going for a port tack start. But it looks like it's going to be a very messy start at the committee boat end. Really nice line of boats coming off the center of the start line, and really good starts for the French down at the committee boat end at the bottom of the screen as we see them now. Lisa, very early stages, but whose start would you say that you would like to have had?
Yeah, you know, I don't mind the starts of this group that started at the bottom. We've got the Germans and the French down there. There are a bunch. You can see there's a little bit of dark water out there on the right. So I'm just wondering if taking a tack out and maybe getting back into that, getting your nose into that pressure might not be a bad call. New Zealand, we've got New Zealand and the Dutch boat all on port going out to that right hand pressure. The Brazilians had you can see them, they're the boat kind of struggling in behind in you know, some really disturbed wind of all the rest of the group. I'm not really sure what happened to their start, but it's definitely one that I'm sure they want to take back.
It's interesting that the most pin-end boat, France 9, Laura Granier and Amélie Rieu, they had clear air on starboard, but they chose to tack and duck a number of boats to get out to the right-hand side. So even though they started on the left-hand end of the line, it seems like the French want the right-hand side of the course for the reasons that you said earlier, that at the top of our screen, on the right-hand side of the course, as the sailors are looking at it, perhaps there's a little bit more wind on that side of the course. Yeah,
I mean, it looks, the leaders are showing that they're the boats that haven't tacked, but I think we're probably going to see that shift. 80% of the fleet is on port right now, and I think they're leading into that shaft pressure that's coming down the right-hand side of the race course. So we've got a little bit of a shift versus pressure going on right here, off the start of this race.
So there's our overhead shot as we pan over the top of the fleet here in Hubbard's, Nova Scotia, looking out across St. Margaret's Bay. And you've got an interesting app running on your phone as well, Lisa, and that tells us where the great white sharks are situated. Is this a tactical consideration for the sailors?
Yeah, not here for sure. I think our great whites are pretty well fed up in Nova Scotia. We've got the Grand Banks fishing grounds, so the sharks tend to come up here and spend their summer up here. There's some debate whether they actually breed up in the northern waters off of Canada. Yeah, a lot of the sharks are tagged. So now the fishermen's stories of the huge sharks that they've seen on the water over the years has been verified by science. And you can actually go on and get an app and you can actually see where all the various sharks are. So outside the mouth of the harbor here, there's 2 sharks that are hanging out. Maybe they're taking a little bit of the racing as well. Okay, I hope the sharks are enjoying it as much as you are, watching wherever you are in the world. We were on board just now with Joe Alley and Molly Meach from New Zealand. It looks like they were a little way back. Maybe you can update us in a moment, Lisa, where Alley and Meach are lying in the racing. But there you can see in the top left of screen, looks like Hu and Yu from China are currently our nominal leaders in the race, and it's really interesting actually to see Chen and Wang from China come into the top 5. So strong performances from the Chinese squad in these early stages of the race. Yeah, they look like they just extended way away from the rest of the competitors. They were one of the first boats to tack off from the right. They had a good start, tacking off into a nice lane, and they're clearly in more pressure now than the boats around them, and they're really extending away from everybody over on that right-hand side. So I think that pressure is going to be very key for getting into a lane to then be able to tack across and make their way over through. You can see there's some traffic going on over on the right. With people trying to get their nose into the pressure and then take that pressure back to the mark, because they are getting quite close to the corner of the race course.
Okay, and we were just looking at one of the Canadian teams, Tate Howell and Adriana Baird. They are near the back of the fleet overall in the standings so far, and using some of the older sails. You'll see that most of the fleet are now on the new black sails that are very striking. But some of the teams are still on some of the older sails.
So the Chinese have just tacked off on over on the right-hand side. The two Canadian boats, Lou and La France and Ali and Mariah, are both over there with them. Lou and the Frances have just taken the Chinese stern, and they're going out for a little bit more of that pressure. It does look like it's coming with a little bit of a left shift, so that's going to be a bit tricky for the sailors to kind of make their way back and try and get across the groups who are in this pressure.
Just looking at who's on screen at the moment, we've got France 84. They had a really good start off the pin end, and I did wonder a few minutes back when they were on starboard if they were looking over their shoulder, hoping that the other boats were going to tack. What do you feel about the boats that have gone left? What way back into this race is there for them right now?
It's looking pretty painful right now for the boats that are way over on the left. It's clear that they didn't get into you can see still this nice pressure line on the right, and they're having a really tough time coming back. And the other problem is now they're going to be sailing back underneath the fleet all the way back over to try and center themselves on the race course. So it's a little bit of a painful slog for them. One of the Spanish boats is currently the furthest boat to the left, and I think they're hoping that something's going to fill in to get them over across the boats on the left-hand side. But it's clear that there's a big pressure line over here on the right with the boats just approaching the mark.
Meanwhile, it's Germany 369 sailing out on starboard at the bottom of our screen, and they look like they are struggling to find any way back over to the right-hand side, the more favoured side that Lisa's been talking about. That's Inga Marie Hoffmann and Catherine Bartelheimer, who were second in the last race of the afternoon yesterday in good sea breeze conditions. And there's patches of weed there as well, Lisa. So it looks like the Germans are just having to alter course there. How much is weed a problem out here on the racetrack?
I mean, it is definitely an issue. Oh, there's a nice pressure line there on the left. I think some people are going to hope that that'll bring them back to the mark. Yeah, weed is definitely an issue. Sometimes I think, especially when it's puffy and shifty, there's a real confidence issue about, are we slow because of weeds, or are we slow because we're not in pressure, or are we just not shifting gears properly? So it can be a little bit of a head game too, knowing whether or not you've got weeds, and if you don't fix the problem, then it can be with you for a long time.
So we got Germany 369 who have tacked on this side of the course. They're coming back in on port and hoping that there is a way back from the left-hand side of the race course. We're now sweeping across towards the right-hand side. Let's see how things are shaping up.
Yeah.
It's still the Chinese who are in the lead, according to our leaderboard top left of screen, and Lou and La France, the sisters, also doing very well.
Yeah, and the Dutch are right behind them as well. The Chinese did a great job of picking the ley line, and they got a little bit of a right shift coming into the mark, and they nailed it. There was a few other boats who actually tacked. They took their sterns and tacked above them, and they actually overstood a little bit in that right pressure. We've got the Spanish coming up, and they did quite a good job of making their way up the middle. And there's the Chinese around with a nice lead.
That's an absolutely enormous lead, isn't it? So just trying to see. So they are the only ones around, and they've got a lead of at least 150 meters, is it?
And the Lou and the Frances are just at the top, just at the left of your screen. They're just going to round right now, and they've got a nice little cushion there. Oh no, sorry, that's the Germans. The Lou and the Frances. You can see that they overstood, and the Germans were able to sneak inside them.
That looks like a massive overstand by the Canadians.
Yeah.
I mean. And there goes another Chinese boat, also a massive overstand. So the shift must have been enormous. Meanwhile, the leader, as you can see, top of screen with the orange Jenica, has already jibed, and they've jibed in that gust. You can see that if they would have carried on, they'd be sailing into glassy, mirror flat water.
Yeah, yeah. It does look like everybody's trying to do an early jibe to get over to that right-hand pressure and stay in it. The trick is, like the Lewin LaFrance, is sometimes taking a little bit of a step down and staying out of the bad air of all of the people on the right-hand ley line. Might get you a little bit of extra room to get some breeze.
But I'm worried about the Lewin LaFrances. That's them with the red Jenica in the middle of the screen, right?
Yeah.
It looks to me like the ones that have done the immediate jibe set are sailing right round the outside of the Lewin LaFrances, and even the leader, the Chinese that went around so far ahead, are looking a little bit vulnerable. That instant jibe set looks like the strong play right now.
Yeah, yeah, it'll be it's going to be really key how those boats then come together, and how well you can hold your lane. But yeah, the Dutch and the Chinese are definitely in more pressure than the Lewin LaFrances, and are really tromping over the outside.
So what are the boat speed differences now? What are the Dutch doing compared with Lewin LaFrances?
Well, the Lewin LaFrances are going 11 knots, and they're pretty similar in boat speed currently, but it's also a matter of how they're doing. Now, the Lewin LaFrances just look like they actually got in a little bit of a puff. So one of the differences is what's your speed versus you're heading to the mark. So if you're in more pressure, you might be sailing the same speed, but you're actually pointing more towards the mark as well.
Yeah, yeah. So things changing dramatically, and it just goes to show there are real opportunities on this race course right now. But it was all about the right-hand side going up the first beat, and then it's all about going down the same side of the course, the left side of the course going down. When there are leaders, the Chinese number 119, that's Zhao Yuhu and Zhuibin Yu, currently in 18th. So this is a massive lead for a team that currently normally sit in the middle of the pack.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering, I'm not expecting you to know this, Lisa, but I'm wondering if a Chinese 49er FX has ever won a race in a world championship. I suspect the answer to that is they probably haven't.
Yeah, we'd have to look up that stat, but we can see the Canadians actually got past. Well, the Germans who sailed straight. There was a little bit of a shift there as they came across. The Canadians and a bunch of sailors just jibed. We can see them coming across here.
Look at the angle difference. I mean, I'd be looking over my shoulder as the Chinese on the right-hand side thinking, why are we sailing this angle? And we're on the same jibe as the boats that are coming down, and yet there's almost 90 degrees of angle difference.
Yeah, yeah. And again, you can see the dark patches. So they're, that dark patch there is off the race course right now, but you can see how much of a difference people who are sailing in the breeze are actually, how much of a difference that pressure is. So you can see that this is the Chinese just jibing back. They're close to the lane line. It looks like they're a little bit above, but they're doing a nice job of leading that group from the course right. So if you're looking upwind at the mark, we call it course right. So they're doing a really nice job. They've got really good placement. They look comfortable up in the front of the fleet. And they're leading that group back to the mark. You want to keep your boat between your competitors at the mark, and then that way you really can't lose much if there's a big change.
Yeah, so big direction differences in terms of the way they were sailing, but as Lisa was just saying, good defensive strategy there by the Chinese, just covering off the worst possible options of people sailing around the outside of them.
Yeah, the group that went out right and they actually sailed through a little bit of not a great shift for them. The Canadians jibed in and took the shift, but sailed away from the pressure, and they've lost distance on this group on the right. So we're looking at the Chinese right now, but right behind them and actually making some gains on the leaders is the Dutch and the Spanish, and then they're in that group with two German teams as well, and they did a really good job of having some patience, getting into pressure before they made their maneuver.
Okay, just focusing on the Chinese, they are just about to come into the bottom mark, and they've got a choice of rounding marks, but I can only see the one to the right of them right now. So, oh, there's the other one. So that's not a very evenly set gate from what I can see. So that was the obvious turning mark for them to go around. So that's a jibe drop, not the best of maneuvers by the Chinese, but good enough. I mean, look at the lead. They've still got a 100-meter lead, but it's quite a distance down to the other mark. And Lisa, what do you think about the way that the Chinese are going? Do you think they're heading towards the best breeze on the second beat?
Yeah, I mean, you can see it there. There's a huge patch of pressure over there on the right. Now, we can't see the left-hand side, but you got to think that that's probably the closest bit of pressure, and that's what you want to get your nose into, the closest bit of pressure, and then do what you need to do tactically. So we've got some close rounding coming in. There's going to be a lot of boats coming in and rounding this mark. It's going to be really. Oh, we had a bad rounding by the Chinese. The Chinese
really gave away second place there to Germani and Bertuzzi from Italy. So it could have been a Chinese 1-2 around that lowered mark, but it's a Chinese 1-3 with Italy in the middle, and then Germany going round in fourth place. Schielen, Belika, and also the Polish Metzaka and Jankowiak.
So we've got the Germans and I think is that Joe Alley. So we've got Germans, Canadians, and
that was Maloney and
Maloney, rounding and going out to the left. So now that the right-hand pressure does look like it's filling in a little bit across the course. So I think they're hoping that they're gonna be on a shift because it looks like it is a right-hand shift, and then hopefully get some sort of left, which will give them a little bit of leverage to get back into the race.
Well, also, it looks like a much more balanced leeward gate than I was talking about a minute or so back when the Chinese leaders went around. I wonder if there's been a shift to the left as well, maybe. Just look at the Chinese on the right-hand side. It looks like the boats that have rounded behind them are getting better breeze up the inside of them. So I wonder if the Chinese are a little bit at risk in the lead on the far right-hand side right now, through no fault of their own, really.
Yeah. I mean, this is the trick with this kind of breeze. You've really got to sail with what you've got, and sometimes that having that patience does take you a little bit into some risky positions. If they get their bow down at all, it might be worth it to take a step and kind of bank a few of their gains to solidify their position in front of that group so that they don't wind up inside of them.
It's interesting that Germany 2-1-2 on the left-hand side of the course is in fourth or fifth place. So the left is not terrible right now. I'm wondering if there's a little bit more of a balanced second beat that we're going to be looking at up here.
And you would expect, on a condition like a day like this, where you would expect it to go back and forth. Sometimes we tend to see a big wave of pressure fill, and then we get some little shifts in between. And every 15 or 20 minutes you may get a big right, and then in another 15 or 20 minutes you may get a big left. So again, we can't see the fill of the race course on the pressure that the sailors can, and so the Germans and the Dutch boat there may have seen a little bit more pressure coming in on the left and tried to get a little bit of leverage on the rest of the group.
Well, this is Germany 2-1-2 that we've just been talking about on the far left-hand side of the course, and it looks pretty good in terms of they're fully stretched. And what are you seeing on the far side of the course, Lisa?
Yeah, so it does. They looked really nice when they tacked, and I think they did make gains on the middle of the race course. But again, as we get up to the top of the closer to the right hand side, it does look like those boats that are just below the Germans that you can see that they're starting to stretch out ahead of them. So I think there still might be a little bit more pressure consistency on the right-hand side.
Okay, well, the Germans that we're looking at here will be hoping that's not the case. They're hoping that something good is coming from the left, and this is a really good performance by the young Germans, Maru Schiel and Freya Felke. Their best score so far in this regatta is 15th. Most of their scores are coming in the 20s, so to be up in the top 4 of this race right now is exceptional performance by them. So they're putting their chips on the left-hand side of this second beat. We're in race 7 of the 49er FX World Championship here in Hubbards, Nova Scotia. It's day 3 of the competition. We've got 6 days of competition yet to bring you. I'm Andy Rice. I'm with Lisa Ross, an Olympic representative for Canada twice in 2 Olympic Games, and also one of the coaches for the current Canadian Olympic team as well. We are looking to bring you all the action over the coming days. So this is the start of our live stream. I hope that you'll be staying with us over the next number of days until the medal races this coming Monday, when we see who's going to be the world champions in the 49er FX, the men's 49er, and also the foiling catamaran, the Nacra 17. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, Lisa, what's your take on the way that the Germans are sailing here? Are they? Do you think this is going to stay in for them, and are they looking at potentially a top 5 finish in this race?
Well, it's going to be really all about how they manage their lanes coming back to the mark. The interesting thing is that the whole fleet is actually almost on the right-hand side of the run line. So they're one of the left-hand most boats, but they're all still kind of playing on that that right-hand side of the actual physical race course. And so it's really going to be a matter of how they choose their lanes. And just like we saw people overstanding, you know, you can make some gains by picking a really good lane coming into the mark, limiting the distance sailed, but making sure that you've got your nose in the pressure. And that's going to be one of the key indicators for them. We can see some boats coming back across behind the Germans. We've got Lou and LaFrance's are actually, I think they might be close to on your screen. And they actually do look like they're a little bit bowed down. So the breeze has come a little bit left of what we saw on the last beat. So those boats that are coming back across are taking some hits early to try and get into that left.
Okay, so you can see there's a lot of communication going on board this boat right now. Just looking over the shoulder just to see what opportunities they've got for tacking and what breeze is going on in other parts of the race course. Another look over the shoulder. It's all about being heads out of the boat on a day like today. It's not a pure day about boat speed. This is mostly about picking your way through the I hate to say this, snakes and ladders. It's a game that only we in Great Britain know, isn't it? Do you know what I'm talking about, Lisa, with snakes and ladders?
We do. We've got snakes and ladders as well. Yeah. So they're in quite a big left winder. You can see from this shot here how the Chinese are actually quite leveraged out to the right. So it's going to be key if they can make these crosses through the Germans. Grail's done a really good job of picking her way back. Remember that shocking start that she had. She's now positioned herself really nicely in the middle of the race course, has a little bit more leverage towards the left and into that shift. You can see the Canadians there. They took a hit a while, just a couple minutes ago to try and get into that left. So the sailors are banking on, is this left going to stay until to the mark? Or, is there going to be a little bit more right? The Chinese, unfortunately for them, if we get any more right, they've overstood. So there's really a no-win situation for them. I think they're still crossing, but they've lost a lot of ground on the rest of the field.
They went too hard to the right too early, in your view. They should have left a little bit more in the bank.
Yeah, that in that position that we were talking about, right off when they were kind of a quarter of the way up, and they had that time to come back and get in front of the group. And then lead them back out to the right. That would have, I think, given them a little bit more feeling that they could play that left, but they were hung right out on the right, and so they really just had to wait for the ley line because at that point everybody's already got leverage on them.
So it looks like Poland's Melzaka and Jankowiak are now up into the lead, and things are really jumping around quite a bit as the fleet home in on the windward mark for the second time round. And this is still a very tightly bunched fleet. I mean, I thought we were going to see really big gaps open up, but in fact we're seeing the opposite. It seems like this race is still anybody's for the taking right now. We're on board with Joe Ali calling the shots at the back of the Kiwi boat with with Molly Meach to the left of screen at the front. Very experienced FX sailor, winner of the 2013 Worlds So been in the boat for pretty much a decade. And Joe Ali, very experienced Olympic campaigner, twice Olympic medalist with a gold and silver in the 470. Looks like China has overstood a little bit, but are they still going to come round in first place? It looks to my eye like they just have the legs on the Polish, but it's very tight between China and Poland as they go around with the Italians, Germany and Bertuzzi breathing down their necks. So a real battle for the top 3 places as the Chinese get round the mark in the lead, but their leaders reduce from nearly 200 meters down to less than 10 meters as Poland goes straight into a jibe set, which we saw was such a powerful move the previous time round on the first lap. Yeah, there's what we would call quite a pack of dogs right behind them. There's a lot of boats rounding the mark. You can see the traffic right here. Lots of people. There's some overstanding going on, so there is some room for those port tack boats to get in there and tack around the mark without fouling the other boats to windward of them. And this downwind is going to be quite interesting. You can see the pressure lines falling down the race course, and it's really going to be a matter of who gets in the pressure, and then they can use that to make their tactical decisions as they approach the leeward mark. Now, I'm going to throw you a hospital pass now, Lisa. Who would you rather be? Do you want to be the Polish who jibed off and are now on port jibe, or do you want to be the Chinese who did a straight set and are still on starboard jibe? Well, interesting, you know, I feel like the Chinese might have done a better job of actually pointing their bow at the mark. You can see we just panned over to the Chinese, and you know, one of the rules of thumb is that you want to sail the long jibe first, and you want to really like point yourself at the mark. And I feel like the Chinese are in pressure, and they have been able to make their way a little bit closer towards the mark, whereas the Polish sailed a little bit of a lift across because they were rounding in a left pressure. So that's so I think the Chinese may have made the better call there, and they've got a lot of boats following them, and I think they all decided to play the shift and not the pressure on this one. It looks like good direction. It just looked to the right of this pack of boats going down on starboard, and it looks a little bit glassy over there. So I feel like they're just about riding the edge of a good gust, but there's not much going further to the right of that. You know, it looks good from that angle though, doesn't it? The Chinese are going nicely. Yeah, so I think it's really, they're playing the shift right now, and they got to just be really, really careful that they don't sail out of the pressure. I think you're right there. So, you know, if we see the crew starting to come in a little bit, or the pressure starts to get lighter, you know, they've got to really be on making calls early so that they're not actually sailing out of the pressure before they make their maneuver to the mark. They're actually starting, I think, to lighten up and lift a little bit, so they might want to think about jibing back. They're getting pretty close to the ley line too, so the Chinese are really going to have to, again, be careful about where they pick. Here they go for their jibe, where they pick their time, so that they're not sailing underneath the group, and they're actually they're far enough ahead that they're jibing first, which is what you want to be doing when you're in that position, so that you're not having to sail under the group coming back to the mark with the Italians, the Germans, and the New Zealanders. Right, so it looks like the Chinese are holding their nerve, and maybe Poland made life more complicated for themselves than they needed to with that jibe set. If you remember, they were just 10 meters behind the Chinese, and now the Poland 888 at the top of your screen, they are now some way back in about third or fourth place, but there's a gap of more than 100 meters to the leaders now for Melzaka and Jankowiak. But it's Germany and Bertuzzi who are the biggest threat on the left of your screen right now. They are the most likely threat to be able to take the race win away from the Chinese, who and you. Yeah, so the Polish, you can see them, they're actually in some nice pressure right now. And they're on starboard advantage with the boats coming back across, like the New Zealanders and the Germans. So I think the Polish might have solidified their second place, but they're going to try and throw in a jibe here, probably close to the line of the Chinese, and solidify their position as second, and try and lead these boats back. But it's tight. So you've got to make sure that your maneuvers are good, and that you're keeping your boat speed up. You called it absolutely correctly there, Lisa. That's exactly what the Polish did. They've come back in a good gust from that side of the course, and now there's a real battle for second place between Poland and Italy. But look at this. The Chinese are on their jibe, possibly their final jibe in towards the finish.
Yep.
And as we were saying earlier, we are wondering if this has ever been achieved by a Chinese team in a 49er FX World Championship before. We are all asking, who are you? Well, we don't need to ask anymore because it's Zhao Yuhu and Zhui Bin Yu who win that race. A race win for China in a 49er FX World Championship.
Fantastic race. I mean, they won it right off the bat. They saw the pressure, they tacked off first, and they executed all the way around the race course in a very tricky race. So here's a little bit of a battle for second place. We've got the Polish coming in, and they're doing a really good job of keeping their air clear with, I believe, that's the New Zealanders coming in there.
Well, it's Germany and Bertuzzi in third, and then the Kiwis behind them after that may be Schiel and Felker. Really good finish for them in fourth place. And Bobek and Netzler, we haven't spoken about them all race, but the Swedish in second overall managed to sneak a fifth place finish in that race. So we've got loads of others coming across the line now. So let's just call some of the others across the line if we can. We've got Maloney and Hobbs who are in there for New Zealand. New Zealand.
Oh,
11.
wow. And here's a big finish here. We've got jiving. You're trying to pick the favored side of the line, and it actually looks like it might have been the pin end there. And so we had a couple of boats there trying to get their nose in to finish off ahead of time.
And look at the gaps now, really huge gaps. But behind Maloney and Hobbs and the Swedish we've just spoken about, Graal and Kunze in about 7th place, Robel and Shea from the USA in 8th, Black and Tidy from Great Britain in 9th, and Van Aanholt and Doets, the current world champions, Netherlands won. We think they're lying in about 10th place.
Yeah, so we can see that, yeah, there is some gaps here. These are the boats that... you know, just didn't quite have the start and the positioning to get into those pressure. But the just to speak about, you know, the Brazilians, they did a really fantastic job of getting back into this race. Here's somebody nailing the...
I think that's the Netherlands one coming across the finish now. So that's our current series leaders leading the World Championship. That is not a disaster to get a 10th. In a race like that. They may well end up counting that, but currently they can discard that from their scores. And then that's Freya Black and Saskia Tidy coming across behind the Dutch.
With the blue kite there. Yeah. And
then Norway's Nace and Ronigan, one of the most experienced teams in the 49er FX, been doing this for the best part of 10 years, coming across in 11th place, I think it is. The
first Canadian here is on starboard tack, just finishing at the pin. That's Ali and Mariah coming in in 12th place.
And then a bit of a gap. Who have we got coming across behind that? Because we got a bit of a race on between the next three.
Yeah, so we've got the British, the Spanish, and the Belgian, and the places are switching as they jibe into this mark. Again, we saw that the pin was favored, so we've got a jibe in here to try and solidify that starboard tack advantage, and a big move here by the Spanish, and they picked up a spot there. That was a great finish.
That was Tamara Echegoyen and Paula Bartholomew in a traffic jam across the finish line.
And the Belgians, the French, and I believe that was Robel and Shea.
I think they're already further ahead.
Oh no, that was Stedman and Rietska, the USA.
And now they're just piling across the line. But look at the gaps back to the back end of the fleet. So it was pretty stretched out at the end, but we saw plenty of place changes there. But all the while, the Chinese, Hu and Yu, managed to hold their nerve and win that race. I mean, what a confidence booster for them. Yeah, and it wasn't an easy race. Like you see the Canadians, Lou and LaFrance, they rounded the mark in second place, made a mistake, not getting their nose into pressure, and now once your lanes are getting really tricky and you don't have first choice in how to get your nose into the pressure moving forward, they end up in 21st. So
that just shows you how good of a race that was for the Chinese. And it wasn't just a speed game legging it out to one side. They made some really good choices.
And we were worried about them up the second beat. We wondered if they'd gone a little bit too far to the right, because the left really did come on strong in the second beat. It was a much more balanced second beat, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, the second beat was, there was definitely, it did look like there ended up being a little bit more pressure on the right, and they did get a right, a little bit of it went up a little bit more neutral at the very, very end. So it was, the second beat was an interesting pressure versus shift. We had those boats. Grail made a great call, moving through the fleet in the middle, getting in the pressure and then taking it back with the shift, and playing that left shift. So the Chinese played the pressure the whole way, and just forewent that left shift. I think they did end up making the right call, especially for where they rounded, because when they rounded, that really did look like it was their play, and they didn't get nervous and they didn't get off of it, which was really good.
Now, we managed to get a few interviews along the way, and I'm hoping that in between races we can go to some of those interviews. So we'll just see if we can get a Lewin LaFrance interview up on that we did a couple of days ago. So if there's a chance of doing that, that would be great. So with all that in mind, and you sail up to the coach boat, Lisa, and you're a coach yourself for, I'm going to call them radials this week.
Yeah.
What do you, as a coach, how much are you going to listen? How much are you going to talk about what you've just seen?
Yeah. So I think it depends on. Really depends on how the race went too. You want to make sure that the sailors aren't missing anything key that you've seen. So you really want to reset for the next race, and you want to make sure that they're thinking forward. You don't want a sailor going into the next race trying to undo a mistake, because then they won't really be paying attention and seeing what's actually happening on the race course. So you want to make sure that they understand what the key indicators were, what was going on, what they did well, what we need to change, but also how to reset and just make sure that they've got clear heads on what's going on for that next race. You can see they're refueling. So this is Joe Alley here, center of the shot, and you can see their coach talking to the crew probably about. So the crew's really the one in charge of the information upwind, and then downwind it's more the skipper as far as heads out of the boat. So they switch jobs back and forth between the race, so they all have to be really on the same page as far as what they feel is going on.
Oh no, we're okay. So let's hear what they had to say. Georgia and Antonio Lewin LaFrance have just completed day one of the FX World Championships here on home waters. Antonio, what's it been like out there today?
It was a pretty gnarly day out there, I'm not gonna lie. It's been a long time since we've seen such great conditions and huge waves and epic sea state and lots of wind, so it was plenty of fun. I think we're looking forward to climbing the leaderboard a little bit.
Okay, so a little bit disappointed with day one then, Georgia. Tell us why and what do you need to improve?
Yeah, I think we're both a little disappointed, but kind of to be expected with a bit lack of practice and strong breeze. The waves were super close together, so we did a lot of nose diving today and had a couple really close calls, but managed to keep the mast above water, which is, I guess, a positive for us. Yeah, I think just work on our speed a little bit and our starting strategy and the execution, and then hopefully we'll be back at the front of the fleet. We had one good race after a great start, so I mean.
So you're showing potential. I think you got a 6th place in one race, was it? Something like that?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
So you're clearly showing the potential. So we always hear when a regatta arrives, it's not normally like this. Is this one of those days? It's not normally like this?
It's not normally like this, definitely not. I mean, the breeze was windy all night and through the morning, so it's not your typical bay day that we call it. Yeah, it was very system driven, lots of clouds, and definitely difficult for us. The waves were coming at a different direction than the breeze, so the wind did shift in the last race, and then we were head on to the waves, so it made it really challenging.
I feel like everyone says, it's not typically like this, so we're just gonna knock on wood and I think we know what's happening with the wind, but just a little bit better on the execution front.
And how much do you think that you might benefit from home water knowledge here?
Absolutely 0%. Zero.
Well, maybe you would say that. Other people are wondering what it is that you've got that you know. I'm not expecting you to give away the state secrets or anything, but...
No, but truly, I think that this fleet is really strong. I do think that the girls really push each other hard. I'm not sure that we have an advantage at all.
Yeah.
Truly.
Georgia, you must be really proud to have the Worlds here. It's an incredibly beautiful part of the world, let alone Nova Scotia.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome. We had a big support boat out there with all our friends and family on it, and they were waving and cheering to us even when we had a shitty race. But I mean, that's what makes it fun and really, really special.
Great. Well, even if you're disappointed today, I'm pretty sure you won't be by the end of the week. I wish you the best of luck, girls.
Thank you.
Knock on wood.
Cheers, thanks.
Yeah, so we just saw Georgia and Antonia, and it's you know, it's an interesting dynamic having family on board any kind of race boat. I'm sure that there are lots of listeners out there who race with their family. Georgia and Antonia are, you know, I would say kind of one of the most professional groups out there. You know, Georgia especially is, you know, a very driven sailor, and Antonia, I call her workhorse. Man, that girl can just grind away. So they actually do a really, really good job as with siblings on their boat. They, you know, things get emotional with anybody, but they do a really good job.
Well, Chris is down in the boat park, so let's see who Chris has for us to talk to while we wait for the next race of the FXs to kick in.
Awesome. We are down in the boat park. What an awesome race. It's awesome to see the Chinese, that they were just locked into that race from start to finish. But we're in the pit lane right now, and what we're going to do is let's go over and talk to the American Nacra team. One thing that we've realized is in these races, there's not a lot you can see. The race course is really far away. So let's find out how the sailors prepare for the race before they go up. So we're going to talk to Lara Dahlman-Rice, the crew on the Nacra 17. Hey, Lara.
You got me in the important lacing up my harness time. No, it's all good.
That's okay.
How's it going, Chris?
Great. How are you?
Good.
Okay, so we just finished a race. China won the FX race, one of the other China teams. So it's fantastic. But one thing I want to ask you is, are you paying attention to what's going on out there before you go out? Are you hearing any feedback from coaches or any other coaches?
Yeah, that's pretty major. Our coach is watching the live feed, and then we've got our meteorologist out there feeding us reports. So it's definitely helpful.
What are they telling you right now?
About 10 knots, flat water, probably perfect foiling conditions. So I'm definitely looking forward to that compared to day one of racing.
Cool. Well, I won't take up too much more of your time getting ready. Are you done with all of your stretching and all your hydrating?
Yeah, that happens like when I wake up. Okay. So yeah, now it's time to go. And we've got Frankie Valley in right now. So it was Eminem before, and now
Frankie Valley? Yeah. You mean like from the 50s and 60s?
Yeah.
Awesome. And who are your coaches here today? I guess I don't see them, but we'll go for a walk.
Yeah, we've got Coach Willie McBride. He's at the coach boat right now. We had Andrew over here earlier, who you met. Yeah, Kayard's here. Okay. I guess we've got a lot of coaches.
Does it put any pressure for you to have the team leader of the whole U.S. Olympic sailing team, or is this a perfect opportunity to be like, see, Coach, I told you this is what we need?
I mean, I love having him here. Paul's awesome, and I think that's probably a part of what we can rely on now is that this is our second time around, and so it's nice to have other people here, not as much pressure. So,
fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, good luck to you and Riley Gibbs.
Thank you.
Sounds like good conditions for you. You're happy about it?
Yeah, always ready to race, so ready.
Cool. And enjoy the Frankie Valley.
Awesome.
We've talked to a bunch of other coaches. I talked to Ben Rhodes, who's an Olympian from Great Britain, and he was talking about how there's a WhatsApp group for coaches, So the coaches from multiple nations, not just a national group of coaches, they share information about what's going on in the race course. And he was saying, just like Laura was saying, that one of the things that they don't know is they don't know when what they call the D flag goes up, when they're released from their spots and they can go down to the ramp and go. They don't know exactly when that's going to happen. So as an athlete, normal sports, you know exactly when the kickoff time is, or when your event starts. And here it's just a little bit more mobile than that. So to deal with that, everyone uses all their resources. Ben Rhodes said it's not a competitive advantage finding out when the FX racing is just about to finish up, because then they can plan the rest of their morning. So it's actually kind of cool to see that collaboration. These three fleets follow each other around the world. They become friends. Sometimes they get married to each other. So it's a very close-knit group. So for now, we'll send it back to the studio, and then we'll look for some more people to talk to. The Nacras are just slowly getting their act together and getting ready to go. Obviously, one FX race down, they've got more time, but if you can look around this park, people are getting their wetsuits on, and they don't want to stay in those for very long. So back to Andy and Lisa.
Chris, thank you very much, and some great insights into what's going on behind the scenes. And Lisa, it is great to hear that there is that kind of collaboration between rivals. You've got rival coaches all working together to share information. That's nice to hear.
Yeah, I mean, we have the same thing with our radial group of coaches, and I think most of the classes have that, where, you know, I mean, there's secrets and there's things that you're trying to figure out within the class and within your group, but then also you can only get better by working with people and sharing information. And so you know, some of the best performances at the Olympics are done with international training partners that have a real collaboration together. So those relationships are really important. And you know, the best training partners are the ones where, you know, if you can finish 1-2 at the Olympics and you're both winning medals, you know, that's the dream team. So, yeah.
Yeah, so working together is always more powerful than trying to get it all done by yourself, even as a relatively strong, larger nation, as maybe from where I'm from, GBR, or some of the others, like some of the other European nations.
Yeah,
New Zealand.
And you'll see there's a little bit of a different dynamic at a World Championships, where you can have the whole team here. So you'll see the Spanish and the Dutch and even the Canadians, where you have multiple boats from one nation. They can work together a little bit more as a team and be stronger than, say, a nation that only has one boat, and they're really relying on their international training partners. At the Olympics, you know, your international training partners become a lot more at play, because you can't bring your domestic training partners with you as you get ready to go for the games.
No, that's a very good point. We've only got about a couple of minutes until the next start. Let's just see if we can get the results up after that race that the Chinese won just then. So no change with the leader. It's still Van Aanholt and Dutz with a 9th place from that race, but still with a 5-point buffer on Bobek and Netzler, who are 5th in the race. Echegoyen and Bartholo, well, they're in 3rd place, but 13th, not so good for them. The Spanish, Suarez and Cantero, are 23, that they would prefer to forget and are currently discarding. Maloney and Hobbs up to 5th for New Zealand. Ali and Meach down to 7th. And in the New Zealand sandwich are Grail and Kunz, the reigning Olympic champions, with a 7th place from that race. And Melzaka and Jankowiak, their 2nd place, pulls them up to 8th overall. So a 1st and a 2nd in the last 2 races for the Polish. Black and Tidy in 9th from Great Britain. And Germani and Bertuzzi, a 3rd place, gets them up into 10th in the overall standings. We've got a bit less than a minute to go, and we are on board with, I think that's Joe Ali that we're looking at there, who is yanking the tiller around, just trying to keep the boat, stopping it from stalling, but trying to maintain position on the start line. And they've got about 30 seconds to the start now, so these are the critical moments. Can they hold their position? Quite a lot of line sag there. Quite surprised to see the fleet as far back as they are on the pin end of the line. It looks like they're a little bit more evenly spread down the line, with about just over
10 seconds here now. 9, 8, 7. So here they are. They are a ways back from the line, and this Croatian boat could cross a whole bunch of boats They've done a really good job of identifying that left shift that kept the boats off of the line, and they're going to cross, I think, the whole fleet if they want to. So it's just a matter of they're going to have to decide whether or not they think there's more left out there or whether or not they want to go all the way across to the right. But they did a really, really nice job of identifying a big sag and a pretty strong left shift.
So that's Maria and Mihaela Domicheli Vituri from Croatia, currently 3 places from the back in the overall standings.
Wow.
And they thought they'd take a punt on a port tack start, and that is the best feeling in the world, isn't it, Lisa, when you manage to pull that off? Look at the night and day between them and the rest of the fleet right now.
Yeah. You can see that they're nicely on top of the group that's tacked over to the right. So the group that started at the committee is generally doing the same thing that we saw last race, but this Croatian boat, a little bit different from last race, is almost bow even with the group that's over there on the right, and that's going to be a really nice position for them to be in.
And they've just tacked, so the Croatians who pulled off that incredible port tack start have tacked sort of a third of the way over to the right-hand side, so they're covering the fleet really nicely, and they must have at least 4 or 5 boat lengths advantage, if not more, on the boats around them that they've currently tacked ahead of.
Yeah. Now you can see that there is a little bit of a dark patch on the lower right, but it doesn't look like it extends all the way up. So it'll be interesting to see where the new pressure comes. And the Croatians actually do look like they're in a little bit of a right shift right now. So they've got a nice position coming across here in the middle of the race course. Now the key is you don't always want to be in the middle, especially as you approach the windward mark. So they're going to have to make some decisions here on what they do with this really nice position and lead.
Yes, and actually the boats that are tacked onto port are coming back at the leaders, the Croatians, a little bit more closely than I thought they would do. That's Croatia in the middle of the shot as we see them right now, and it gives you a sense of the lead that they have. They tack back onto port, so they want to protect the right-hand side, and I think that is the right move. Brazil look fairly deep on the right-hand side, but we've seen Brazil and the way they're able to come through, even when they're fairly deep in the pack. Croatia's still leading, but the boats on the left-hand side at the bottom of your screen right now, they actually look pretty strong.
So the leads just switched to the Italian boat that you can see just here on the bottom of the screen. So they are in a left shift. And again, you can see some pressure on the right, but we're in a left shift. A little bit similar to what we saw at the second beat of the last race. So it's just going to be a matter of, is this left shift going to hold enough for this group to close the distance on that other group that the Croatians tacked away from, way over there on the right-hand side, that look like they might be getting in a little bit more right pressure. You can see that there's a huge spacing difference between the boats that tacked early and headed out to the right, and the Croatians, who were the clear leaders off the start. The Polish, the Chinese, there's a lot of players out there on the right-hand side, hoping that right pressure is really going to last. Yeah.
And the leaderboard is jumping around all over the place, as it often does in these early stages of the race. And we're back with the live shots where we can see Passamonte and Fava, bottom left of screen at the moment, making good ground from the left-hand side of the race course, which looks like a pretty nice place to be. The boats on the far right-hand side at the top left of your screen, they look a little bit stranded right now. I think I would rather be one of these boats coming from the left-hand side of the race course at the moment.
Yeah. So we've got the Polish again, playing the right-hand side really hard. You can see the Polish and the British are way over there on the far right. But the shift is winding to the left more and more as they come across here. So the boats that started at the pin went a little bit and then got into that left are looking like they have a little bit of a stronger position in the middle of the race course here.
Now, we got a Canadian team nominally in the lead right now, Howell and Baird. What can you tell us about them? Do you know those guys?
Yeah, they're a very young team. They're in our development group, newly in our development group. They've just come out of the youth fleet, so they're 29er sailors. I'd have to check, but I think this might be their first senior worlds. with the FX ladies. So they will be, if they do round the windward mark in that top group, for them it's just going to be about keeping the nerves and trying to make good decisions and not getting too freaked out about their positioning.
Well, they are currently last overall in the competition, so this would be quite something if they were able to hold first place. But as you can see on the live leaderboard, things are jumping around considerably at the moment. So it's far from certain that the young Tate Howell and Adriana Baird are going to be leading around this windward mark. This is still right up for grabs between a number of teams, and it's interesting to see Steph Roble and Maggie Shea up there, the experienced USA team. Third in the world a couple of years ago. Been struggling more this week than I expected them to. I expect them to be fighting it out for the podium by the end of this week.
So you can see in this shot, the left is starting to fade a little bit, and we're getting a little bit more pressure. It's evening out again. I wouldn't say that we're all the way back to a righty, but the Germans, you can see at the bottom of the screen here, and the Italians, they're going to have a little bit of they might have a bit of a struggle. So it looks like as we come up towards the windward mark, I think we're going to have a little bit of a right and a left. It's going to be a lot more even on having, winning your side. I think is going to be more of a play for this race course. We've got the boats coming out of the right who've tacked off, got in pressure, and then they're trying to make their way back to the mark. And then we've got some boats who have been playing this left shift and pressure, and they're going to be in play as well. So it's going to be a very, very tight windward mark rounding, I think, in this one. Flat water, a lot of people are sailing very, very close in speed, and there's going to be a lot of traffic, and how they can manage that will be really key to their ability to move up the ranks.
Top right of screen, to me, the left-hand side as the sailors see it, it looks like they're a little bit parked up at the moment. It looks a bit flat and mirror calm over there.
Yeah, it's very shifty. There is a righty coming in here. You can see the boats on the right, but then again, there's another little tiny pressure line, but it doesn't seem like the left pressure up at the top of the race course is really getting all the way across. So it's going to be, I think it might be hard for those boats to link the pressure together and actually get back over to those right-hand boats. It just seems like the right pressure might be a little bit more consistent up at the top of the race course. So you can see everybody's making their way back to the mark now. And at the bottom of the screen, you can see that there is a little bit of hope and a prayer on the bottom left to try and get back into that right group.
Closing into the final couple of 100 meters of the first leg of race 8 in the 49er FX World Championships. We're on board with Joe Alley and Molly Meach, two Olympic medalists. They haven't won a medal together yet, but that's what they've recently teamed up to try and see if they can do. The experience of Joe Alley with her 2 medals from the 470, and Molly Meach, the 2016 Olympic silver medalist from Rio 2016.
So here you can see at the top of the screen, you can see the Polish are leading that group back over towards the mark. Actually, this is, I think, a group a little bit below. You can see the mark at the top of the screen there. So this is the Germans and the Canadians coming across, and they're trying to make a little bit of a play over to the left. The righty is now shifting again, and there's a lefty. So in this kind of condition, you want to try and leverage into the last shift. And it looks like it's getting quite a bit more unstable, and the shifts are happening a lot quicker. So this seems to be about pointing your bow at the mark.
Okay, and much easier said than done, but it looks like Melzaka and Jankowiak, they're on such a good run at the moment, a first and second in the last 2 races, and it looks like the Poles are about to go round in the lead.
The Chinese are back in. There's the Polish going around, and the Chinese have done a great job again of picking their way a little bit more in the middle of the race course, and they're in second place. They're having a great day.
Amazing. So in such tricky conditions, to see the Poles, the same Poles and the same Chinese in first and second, and around goes GBR 24, that's Freya Black and Saskia Tidy, with Grenier and Ryu from France going round in 4th place. But big gaps already in the fleet, and just look how far ahead the Chinese on the right-hand side are, and the Poles are on the left-hand side with that red Jenica.
Yeah, and then we've got the Chinese splitting away from the Poles, and the British following behind the Polish here, and you can see that they're actually sailing into quite a bit of pressure there on the bottom sailors' right of the race course. So it'll be interesting to see again how that split plays out as they approach the leeward mark. The Canadians are around, and we've also got the Norwegians and the Australians just in front of them. And they're also trying to play that right pressure coming across the in the first bit of this downwind.
And how are the Canadians doing? I see a Canadian flag in there. It looks like it's going a little bit better for the home nation.
Yeah. I think they both Lou and the Frances and Ali and Mariah are they're in 7th and 8th, and I think they did a good job of regrouping and resetting their strategy for this race.
So a lot of jibe setting going on. The Chinese look a little bit exposed on the right of our picture, top right. You see China 119 in second place, and they are doing it all by themselves over there. That's what's worked for them in the past. The Poles have sort of a replay of what we saw in the previous race the last time downwind, with the Chinese going on the straight set and the Polish going for the jibe set. But it looks like the Polish decision to jibe set is the stronger choice this time round. Yeah, we had Chinese going for the shift again and the Poles going for the pressure. And you can see the Poles just jibed in the bottom of your screen. Actually, that's the British. The British have jibed towards the Chinese, and the Poles are holding out for even more pressure over there on the right. And so it's going to be interesting to see what happens as the Polish come. They're sailing into a little bit of a shift, so they're going to be on the knock, which is what you want downwind on the way back. So the lead is shifting between the Polish and the Chinese, and but I think the Polish might be on the inside of that shift and have a little bit more pressure, so they may be in charge on the way back. And look at the gap, even with the top three. I mean, Black and Tidy in third place at 230 meters behind the Poles. But then it's another 100 meters back to fourth place, Grenier and Rioux from France. So the gaps at the moment are enormous. Yeah. The British team actually, I think, did a really nice job of jiving into the middle of the race course but staying in touch with that. You can see this big group of boats there on the hard right that all jibed right away. And the British kind of separated themselves a little bit from that, and I think they're in a really nice position to lead that group back, but not get caught fighting for position and fighting for lanes, that makes you sail slow and sometimes high and away from the mark. Yeah, having space around you in these kind of boats, even in a boat like the Laser Radial, it's one of the keys to going fast downwind, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, you really want to have freedom and mental freedom to be able to sail the way you want to sail. There is a big split in the fleet. There was a number of boats that chose to sail that left shift over to the course left downwind, and then about 50% of the fleet that all did that jibe set right off the mark. And look, it looks like things have really tightened up between China and Poland at the front. It was a huge lead at one stage for Melzacker and Jankowiak, but the Chinese decision to go down the far side of the track looks like it's beginning to come good for Hu and Yu, and they look like the faster and stronger boat, a little bit more stretched on the trapeze and closing down that gap. We're just about to see a lead change here as the Chinese, winners of the previous race, are going to move into the lead of this race and overtake the Poles. Let's see if that happens. They're right on the cusp of doing so. And there you see the Chinese jump into the lead as they approach the bottom gate for the first time round. Yeah, there's again, we get these little patches of pressure, and the Chinese are doing a really good job, I think, of picking their modes, and you want to be very careful that you're not sailing too high and away from the mark and just trying to sail too fast. But you're also not sailing too slow. This is a really tricky condition to be in. You can see the crews all the way in right now, and you've got to really balance your speed versus height
on a day like today. And there's got a lot of communication between the skippers and the crew. You can see Jo Alley here. She's got her head out of the boat. She's feeding information to Molly, and Molly's just really trying to make sure that the boat's balanced and that they're getting as low as they can. And she's talking to Jo the whole time about how much pressure she's got and how low she thinks they can go.
And meanwhile, Poland has regained the lead, and they're both on the same jibe, both on port jibe, and Poland just holding on to the lead with Hu and Yu from China breathing down their necks. So we got a real match race out at the front of this fleet with GBR 24, Freya Black and Saskia Tidy 150 meters back, threatening to turn that match race into a three-way battle. But right now, it's Melzaka and Jankowiak, first and second in the previous two races, looking like they are well placed to get another first or second in this race as they battle it out with China 119, Hu and Yu. And I don't know much about the Chinese FX squad. I think this is a really technically difficult class to race. I mean, any of the 10 disciplines in Olympic sailing are. I'm thinking this is not looking like a fluke, that race win of 30 minutes ago. When you're out in the front here again for the second time running in the day, the Chinese clearly know what they're doing in these conditions.
Clearly, yeah. I think they've got some good speed. They look really comfortable. Here they are rounding the mark. Polish are just ahead of the Chinese. They're both choosing to go to the right. You can see there's more pressure again on the right-hand side of the race course. So we'll see. The Chinese have done a wide rounding again. Looks like they might be rounding into a little bit of a right shift, and I think they might be trying to hold that lane and not have to tack to get out. Yeah, here they are. The Polish are. The Chinese have done an interesting job of trying to get their air clear below the Polish to try and leverage all the way out to the right.
Yeah, very aggressive bear away, wasn't it? It looked like they were giving away ground needlessly, but then when we saw them again, actually, it didn't look so bad.
Yeah. So I think they really wanted to not have to tack and take an extra hitch out to the left, and they wanted to get that lane and try and go to the right. It's an interesting move, so we'll see how that plays out for them. The British are rounding just now in third place, and right behind it, I think we've got the French, and they're choosing to go to the left. So again, I think we're rounding in a little bit of a righty. You can see the British and they're a little bit down. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
I quite like that breeze on the left-hand side. I think the French, who we just see on the edge of the left of screen, are sailing into pretty decent breeze, where the Brits on the right-hand side of our picture, they look pretty dead in the water right then and not going that fast. I'm wondering if the French made the better decision to go to the opposite mark.
Yeah, well, it also looks like, you know, they're on the shift early, because it does look like there's a little bit of a righty. We've got we've got a late jibe by the Canadians there to try they went quite beyond the ley line there. Two Canadian boats rounding together. That's Ali and Mariah and the Lewin LaFrances. There's a battle with the Canadians. They're interestingly, the Lewin LaFrances at one point were quite far behind on the run, but I think again they did a good job of leading into the last bit of pressure coming into the mark.
So now it's getting really busy as the middle of the fleet starts to go round the leeward gate. Mostly we're seeing favoured right-hand side gate roundings. I think there's only two boats that have gone round the left-hand side. The French Grenier and Ryu trying to make the best of the left-hand side.
Yeah.
Just to the right of the French on the left of your screen, we see some boats that have overstood and coming in pretty fast with good pressure just to the left of picture. But look at the gaggle of boats going round the right-hand gate mark, all dead in the water right now. You can see how much they hurt each other, taking each other's bad air.
Yeah, that's Maloney there in the New Zealand boat that's had a little bit of a wide rounding. Going to try and get some space and try and get out of that position, I would think. But yeah, you can see that boats are really, really close together right now in the middle of the fleet, and there's going to be a lot of passing lanes going on this windward mark with the variation in the pressure and the shifts. So heads out of the boat for the crews on this upwind to see if they can make some good decisions and put their boats in some nice places to pass some boats.
The British have tacked out. They're in the middle of the course right now. Poland's still keeping a loose cover on China, and we saw China sail below the Polish to try and get some clear air. Well, they've got clear air, but the trouble is the Polish seem to be on the inside of a lift. So China, who was just 5 or 10 meters behind Poland, are now about 30, 40 meters behind. So that was pretty expensive for the Chinese to round just behind the Polish. It just goes to show sometimes how the rich get richer in sailboat racing. And it's the French on the far side who are still waiting to see what they can get out of that. But this is our race leaders on the right, and China 119 in second place, closer to our picture. And you can see the different angles. This is good breeze for the Polish and the Chinese out here.
Yeah, it's the breeze has picked back up. We got down to 8 knots or just below, and now we're back up to 9.5, approaching 10. It looks currently like the French, well, the French are just trading back and forth with the Polish and the Chinese, but I think I'd like the position of the Polish and the Chinese a little bit better. They're a little bit closer to the mark, and they do look like they're in more pressure, and I think that's going to be a more commanding spot to come across when they're coming back to the mark. There are some left winders over with the French. That's why we can see them clicking up the leaderboard there. But the Polish and the Chinese are in consistently more breeze.
But I also think, as we were looking at them just then, the Polish hit a bad spot, and they're actually sailing quite a bit lower than the Chinese. It looks to me like China is on a slightly higher heading than Poland at the moment.
Yeah, and interestingly, this is the play out of that mark rounding that they made, where they went underneath and around. Now, there's quite a bit of leverage that's happened. So these boats haven't tacked yet, and you can see the distance between them. The Chinese have been trying to get a leg out, sail a little bit faster, a little bit lower, trying to get some leverage out to the right-hand side of the race course. And it looks like it's actually paying for them. And you can see the Polish are, again, coming down a little bit with a little bit of lighter pressure. And the Chinese are really hoping that they can get their nose in the pressure first, tack over, and then make the Polish make a decision of whether or not they're gonna have enough space to tack underneath and lee bow, or whether they're gonna have to follow them back in.
Yeah, it's looking stronger and stronger for China over here, who tack now, and now is the moment of truth. Looks like a slow tack.
Slow tack, yep. So we'll see the Polish, because of that, a little bit of boat handling error, we'll see the Polish, I think, will probably try and yep, throw in a lee bow. And so this is going to be all about lane holding coming into the mark.
Okay, so who would you rather be of these two right now, do you think, Lisa?
Well, I think the Polish, with that a little bit of a dicey tack by the Chinese, I think the Polish have a stronger position. So they can choose now whether they want to go bow down for speed, or whether they want to squeeze the Chinese a little bit. And that's all, again, all going to be dictated by whether or not they think there's any risk, which it doesn't look like it from the left-hand side. But it looks like it's a 1-2 race for these guys, and so I think they're going to try and make it a little tricky for the Chinese.
Right, so is this Poland's opportunity to get revenge on China for the previous race? It was China 119 who won the race 30 minutes ago, with Poland in second. At the moment, those places are switched around, but I just want to remind you again that these are really tricky conditions. You'd expect this to be a high-scoring day, and for the vast majority of 49er FX sailors, it will be a high-scoring day. Isn't it incredible that the two boats we're looking at now were first and second in the first race, and they're currently first and second in this race?
They're doing a great job, and they executed basically the same game plan. They stuck with it, and they, actually they tacked out, but they played the first beat a little bit differently, and they did a really good job. But they played the right-hand side of the race course, even though there was that left shift.
Bit of a teabag there from the Polish. They hit that lull. This is a chance for China to make up ground. The Chinese will have seen what just hit the Polish team. They've got back up and running there, but look, you can just see the tip of the Chinese mast. China has an opportunity to attack now. I thought Poland...
here they're coming. You can see how tricky the conditions are. It is shifty. and so that's just a matter of missing. That was sometimes you get these little quick knocks, and you've got to be, and you can see the Chinese are really upright. They're almost, again, that's the type of tea bag that we just saw with the Polish, and you've got to be almost anticipating what's going to hit your boat so that you don't make a mistake like that.
With all that said, I think I would still rather be in the Polish position. It's just they've given a little bit of ground away.
Yeah.
So really, really tight racing between Poland on the left and China on the right, trying to squeeze every last bit of pace out of their 49er FX skiffs. Now, the crew's pulling as hard as possible on the main sheet, try and close those leeches down, and the helms trying not to grip the tillers too tightly with the stress and the tension of this match race.
And these two boats have walked away from the rest of the fleet. They rounded the right-hand gate. They went all the way into the pressure. They got a little bit of a knock, and they both tacked. And they are sailing very fast. And it's clear that they've got a really good modes inside the boat. They're making it look, except for the Polish teabag there, they're making it look easy. But there's a lot of adjustment, communication, and to keep these boats as stable as they are and going fast. And they're doing a very good job. This is the World Championships, and they've just legged out on the rest of the fleet.
And look at how the boats are fully on the plane now, going upwind. I mean, this is the skiffs showing what they do best, which is making their own wind, high amounts of apparent wind, and in just 7 or 8 knots of actual wind, they are doing in excess of 10 knots of boat speed.
And then we've got the pack behind them. Again, the group that went around the right-hand gate and also legged out to the right, they've made some gains as well. So that's that's the Japanese team is right up there, as well as the Canadians, and
you can see them in the background.
Yep.
I mean, there's 2 different races going on here. So the Japanese, Yamazaki up into 3rd place, but 360 meters behind the action here as Poland go round and go straight into the jibe set. Don't they love that jibe set? But so this time, the China looking to jibe even better than the Polish, seeing if they can pounce on the Polish. But it's a good set with the red Jenica for Melzaka and Jankowiak, who managed to hold on to the lead with Hu and Yu in 2nd place with a clear 360 meters back to the Japanese in 3rd place. So the match race between Poland and China continues.
Yeah, so they've both chosen to play that pressure. There is a little bit of shift coming down the race course. There's some boats that have legged over onto the left, and they're actually making some gains. You can see that the British are actually approaching the mark from the left. So as these 2 boats come down, you can see the other boats approaching the mark, and we've got a little bit of a left shift. So it'll be interesting to see if the Polish and the Chinese decide to jibe into that left shift, because right now it looks to me like they're actually sailing on a lift away from the next mark. So if one of those 2 jibes, that might be a little bit of a move that we could see the Polish and the Chinese make. But you can see the French, the Canadians, and the British have made some late gains here, leveraging out to the left, and looks like they're going to get the last shift coming into the mark.
And big gaps have really opened up. So for the British in 3rd place, the French in 4th, and the Japanese in 5th. They look pretty secure at the moment, but of course we know on this racetrack here in St Margaret's Bay on a day like today, anything can still change. But can we really see anyone take away 1st and 2nd place from Poland and China right now? That's hard to imagine.
Yeah, I'd have to say that we'd have to see some masks in the water in order for that to happen for these guys. And you can see the Canadians over here on the left-hand side of your screen. They were actually, that's Ali and Mariah. They were doing quite well on the right-hand lay line, and then that left shift came in, and they've actually tacked over, and so they've had to go quite a bit further over to the right, trying to stay in phase and hope for something to come back from the right to take them back into the mark.
And we haven't even mentioned some of the big players like the Dutch or the Swedish or the Brazilians in this race. I mean, this is really going to shake up the order today, I think.
Yeah, the Brazilians are having a really tough race. They were they've made their way back to 17th, again having a good second beat, but they were in the mid to high 20s earlier in the race, so they've again struggled to struggled to make their way through the first beat. Really, that's where they're having some issues.
And when you see the race from our perspective, Lisa, it's so easy for us to be wise, but we're looking at the best sailors in the world, multiple Olympic medalists here on the racecourse, really struggling with making sense of what's happening on St. Margaret's Bay today.
Yeah, and especially when it's a game like this where you've got to be the first one to the pressure, and you've got to be able to play the shift and not and leverage into the next one. It makes a big difference, that execution off the start, which is huge. And we saw a big shift at the start, and so people who had a hard time getting on to port, which was that first shift, they're gonna have a lot of trouble in the race and in the first beat. So here's a good shot of the Polish and the Chinese. The Chinese did an early jibe, that we talked about. And so again, it's that pressure versus shift that they're playing on the downwind, and we'll see how it pays. The Polish are currently still leading.
And look at that beautiful scenery. Do you know any of those houses in the background, Lisa?
Well, it's hard to make out whose houses we've actually got because the shot's so long. But I do know quite a few people who live on the bay, and it's it's a spot like, very few places in the world where you can have your house. You're 20 minutes away from a city, and you can swim off your dock all summer. It's pretty nice.
Yeah. You can see why it's so appealing to live in this part of Nova Scotia. Meanwhile, in the match race, well, it looks like Poland have moved fairly significantly ahead of the Chinese.
Yeah. So I think staying in that pressure. The Polish are actually. The Chinese have just jibed. It is still a left shift, and so the Polish are actually doing a nice job of staying in that pressure, and are their bows pointing a little bit closer to the mark than the Chinese, who, now that they've gotten over to that side, have to sail a lift back towards the Polish.
And that both teams are twin trapezing. They're not fully stretched, but the breeze is pretty good. They've got both teams on the wire planing, and the Polish are going into a defensive jibe here, just consolidating the gain that they've made with about 100 meters lead over the Chinese.
Yeah, they did a nice job. Now it's 8 knots. It's so that they come out a little bit high on the jibe to make sure that their boat speed comes up, and then they generate some apparent wind and drag that back down. So you don't want to do that consolidation jibe that they did too close to the other boat, because it takes you a little bit of time to make sure that you get your boat speed all the way back up to 100%. But the Polish have a beautiful position here. They're just a little bit bow out, but they're directly between the Chinese and the finish. So there's the Chinese are going to have to really wait for the Polish to make a mistake to be able to pass them, because they're in the perfect spot.
There's only one jibe left for the Poland 888 team to execute, and then they're going to be safely across the finish line of race 8 in these 49er FX World Championships here in Hubbards, Nova Scotia. And it has been a match race all the way between Poland and China. And just think back to the port tax start, where we saw the Croatians at the beginning, and how short-lived that advantage was. Things really worked out very well for the Poles and the Chinese in the way they picked their way up the really tricky first beat. Final jibe executed for Poland 888, and they are just meters away from taking a race win in the 49er FX World Championships. This is a race 8 victory for Poland's Aleksandra Melzaka and Sandra Jankowiak, and what an amazing race for them. And a quick high five there between the Polish sailors, looking back at the Chinese, who they've just beaten in this thrilling match race, with Hu and Yu again finishing in the top 2. They were 14th overall coming into this race. The way that the Chinese are sailing, they could be climbing up into the top 10 of this 49er FX World Championship. And a phenomenal performance by a new team. And look at the gap back to Black and Tidy. 250 meters still to go to the finish, and with clear water between them and the French Grenier and Ryu in 4th place. So we're going to be a while yet, Lisa, calling the rest of this fleet across the finish line.
Yeah, there's quite a spread. The Chinese, they've done a really good job of been outside the top 2 in the last 4 races. So that's pretty impressive sailing.
That's right. I mean, they could well be moving up into the top 5 overall for Poland, and we will see how things play out in the leaderboard in a few minutes' time. But it could be that the Chinese are going to get up into the top 10 overall. For Black and Tidy, they came into this race in 9th overall. Looks like no one's going to take 3rd place away from them. Freya Black, she's pretty new in the class, and Saskia Tidy, she's been to the last 2 Olympic Games. She went to Rio 2016 for Ireland, and then she made a country switch to Great Britain and sailed with Charlotte Dobson in Tokyo and led for the first half of the regatta. Saskia Tidy, a really good strong wind sailor.
Yeah, so as they come into the line, just behind them, there's some switching going on in the middle of the race course. There's some pressure coming down the left-hand side, and so I think that we're going to see some switching. You can see that Sarah Steyert's moved up the ranks. She's coming in from the left-hand side. They did a straight set, and they've made some gains on the Canadians.
So we've got a French on the left-hand side, France 84, and we got France 9 on the far side. So we got a French battle from opposite sides of the racecourse. We got Japan in the middle. So things are beginning to get hot. And then, Lisa, we've also got a Canadian match race going on between Canada 25 and Canada 6. So we might look at that in a moment as well.
Yeah. And then we've got Maloney coming here. You can see that New Zealand boat coming across with the I believe that's the Japanese there.
That's right.
So, yeah.
Yamazaki just going into a jibe, and it's going to be a good finish for Yamazaki as things stand. This will be the highest, well, the best finish before now is 14th place. Most of their finishes coming in the late 20s. So a really good performance by the Japanese crew in this race. Japan 33 just coming across the line for 4th place in a moment.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not over till it's over. You can there's quite a few shifts all the way down here. You can see the puffs. So there's some big angle changes with these boats, getting into a puff and then trying to take that as far as you can towards the mark. You can see that they're touching down and see this huge over on the left-hand side of your screen. Those boats are sailing in significant more breeze than the boats coming back across the other the side. We just saw the Japanese finish there. We've got
big gust on the left-hand side, ragging spinnakers. Can you believe that?
Yeah, and that's and who was that just
could be New Zealand.
That's New Zealand and France. So the Canadian boat there, that's Ali and Mariah. They did a really good job of tucking into that pressure, and they solidified a nice spot there. All right, maybe that was Lewin La France.
Okay,
it's hard to tell.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, but there we see the gaggle of boats coming across the finish line. There's Roble and Shea, USA 8, with the Black Jenica just coming across the finish, just behind this pack.
Yeah, and that was the sisters there that finished, and so they did a good job of making it back into that puff. Yeah, and here comes the other Canadian boat. So again, you can see one little decision makes a huge difference in 4 or 5 places. All the way to the end of the race, and so we've got the Canadian boat just finishing now, and then we've got Maloney and Hobbs coming in just after them.
Yeah, and now we've got Canada's Ten Hove and Millen, and Nason Ronigan from Norway, Hoffman and Bartelheimer. Where are these big names that we're normally talking about? Grael and Kunz are the Olympic champions. We've yet to see them cross the finish line. Could that be them that we're looking at?
Right there in the purple spinnaker.
Yeah,
it looks
could
like
well
it.
be.
Yeah. So they've battled their way back to 14th from deep in the fleet. So they're saving their regatta, but they've really got to try and find. That was them just finishing there. So they've really got to try and find something in this next race to execute on that first beat.
In 31st place on the right-hand side of your screen towards the top is Netherlands 1, our current series leaders. But a 31st place, well, they'll be discarding that score. But this is not going well today for Adele van Aanholt and Annette Doets, who were running away with this regatta up until today. And we're going to see a lot of mixing up of the leaderboard by the end of today's racing.
Yeah, yeah, and it's you know, a race like this is just about finding the things that you can get into, and then making the best decision at the time, because nothing really, I don't think, is for sure. Because it looks like the puffs are getting bigger, the shifts are getting bigger, and it's getting a lot more unstable out there.
It sure is. So yeah, nothing is for sure, but all these sailors crossing the finish line now will be trying to work out what it is that Polish team, Milzaka and Jankowiak, know that the rest of them don't. What is it that the Polish and the Chinese understand about such an incomprehensible day as we're seeing today on St. Margaret's Bay? Because those are the only two teams in this FX fleet that are making sense of these really, really tricky conditions.
I see that they're really going for it. You know, they're making clear decisions. We can see from out here that they're like, you know, we're confident in what we see, and we're just going to sail to it. And I think there's a few other boats out there that you can see that they're second guessing, and they're taking themselves into the middle of the fleet. And again, we talked about lanes. We talked about, so you've just really got to have confidence in what you see.
Sweden 77, Vilma Bobeck and Rebecca Netzler second overall going into today. They've only just crossed the finish line, and we are still yet to see Netherlands 1 cross the finish. They must be coming in fairly soon if they haven't just already crossed in that group. But I think Netherlands 1 still yet to cross the finish line. I think they're just coming across now in about 29th place.
Yeah, and Joe Alley and Molly Meach had a tough one there as well. So they're going to try and regroup after that one and see if they can get their nose into some pressure.
And then Canada 514, Tate Howell and Adriana Baird, a brief moment of glory up the first beat. They're second last in this race, but that's no disgrace for them. They are a young 29er team, only recently switched to the 49er FX, so they're really putting themselves into the furnace, taking on a world championship at this stage of their career.
Yeah, and I mean that's the beauty of for the Canadians and even for some of the American teams, which you can see they're close behind the Canadians.
Yeah.
These young teams having a world championship that's so close to home. You know, there are young teams that probably don't have a couple of boats, and they can't have one in Europe all the time, and so this is a great opportunity for them to test themselves, see where their gaps are, and just, you know, get a sense of what it's going to be like for them for the next 4 to 8 years of trying to get into this fleet.
Yeah, can they cope with four or more 8 years like this, being at the back of the fleet, or can they see their way forwards to the kind of performances that we've seen from Poland and China, who I certainly wouldn't have picked them as race winners today, the Polish or the Chinese.
Yeah, and it's clear that they've got wheels in this condition as well. You know, like, I mean, again, that move around the leeward mark by the Chinese was very clear, and it was a great move. They really made the Polish work for their placement, and that was, you know, if they want to play the right, that's where they needed to be, and it was well executed.
It certainly was well executed. Let's look at how things are looking now. The lead is beginning to close up now. Van Aanholt and Dutz's advantage over the Swedes is down to 3 places, but actually there's a huge gap now. 20 points to Echegoyen and Barcelo from Spain, and Suarez and Cantero. So not as disastrous for the Dutch or the Swedes as you might think, although they'll both be hoping to discard those places. Maloney and Hobbs in 5th place. Milzaka and Jankowiak, their race win takes them up to 6th overall and just a few points out of 4th place overall, so going really strong. Black and Tidy up into 7th with that 3rd place. Greil and Kunz dropping down a place into 8th. Hu and Yu up into 9th, up into the top 10 for the first time ever, with a 2nd place to take out of that race, and they are just ahead of Ali and Meach, who are holding on to 10th place and just staying inside the top 10 with a 32nd place in that race, which they're currently discarding. So things really tightening up between 4th and 10th place, but actually the top 2 are on a bit of a breakaway, which surprises me to see, Lisa.
Well, it's you know, the Dutch right now are able to drop that last race. In the 9th place, they battled it back to 9th place quite well in that first race, And that's really saving their score line right now. So it's just a matter of, they can't afford to sail another 29 in this this third race of the day. And you could really see that there's, we're in and around that 7 to 9 to 10 knot range. And you can see that there's some of the boats in the top 10 that clearly from race 1 to 6 really like to have full double trap and pins down, and they're struggling a little bit with this lighter shifty condition, and so they're going to have to get a little bit more consistency if they want to keep their advantage going into the next couple days before the medal race.
While the teams are regrouping with their coaches, waiting for the third race of the afternoon to kick in, we are going to go down to the boat park to hear Chris speak with Trevor Parrick. So, Chris, if you're there, then we would love to get that interview with Trevor Parrick coming up very soon.
What do I do with my hands? We are ready to go. Yes. I'm still waiting to hear from them. I know.
Okay, Chris, seems like Chris can't hear us at the moment, so we're just trying to get the audio up on that. So we got a communications problem there. We're just trying to bring Chris in. Okay, so we'll come back. We'll come back to Chris in a moment. So it looks pretty light down there at the moment, Lisa. Do you think there's enough to get a race going?
Yeah, it seems like the gradient's going to hold for at least for the next race. We'll see what happens with the Nacras. We've been talking in the studio here about the clouds and watching the heating going on with the clouds, but. It looks like we may not get a sea breeze, which was the big debate of the day, and so hopefully this will hold for the Nacras as well. But it is definitely, as the heat's getting more unstable, and we are getting a little bit more, I would say, mixing going on, where you can see those big puffs touching down on the race course, and it's making it quite tricky, especially downwind. When you get that big pressure, the angles change so much that it could be the difference between crossing a big group and not crossing a big group. So it looks shiftier, I think, than it is on the downwinds because of the massive pressure changes.
Okay, let's see if we can get Chris back into. Okay, so no, we can't get Chris at the moment. Yeah, so I'm always impressed, Lisa, when you talk about the level of detail that you do about the wind and understanding where the engine is coming from for these black sails is a critical skill, and it's a bit of a dark art for most of us to understand. But clearly, it's something that the Polish and the Chinese are understanding extremely well today, and it's one of the key conversations to have with coaches in between races. And Brazil, we're looking at Brazil there. They've got Torben Grail, 5-time Olympic medalist, one of the greatest wind whisperers of all time. He sees stuff that other people don't see. So I'm wondering what it is that is not working for the Brazilians amongst some of the other series leaders at the moment.
And a day like today, it's if you've really got to race with what you see and what you can get to. Because if you start chasing things around the race course, it'll be gone by the time you get there. And so I think the Polish and the Chinese are doing a really good job of having confidence of what they see and sailing to it and having the patience to get to it before they make a move. And you can see that, if you start to get squirrely and you make moves before you're actually in the pressure, then you're sailing across a lull twice, and that's really slow. We've seen some teams do a really good job in this last race, especially of digging into what they see on the left and really making sure that they're in it before they tack back and take it back over to the group on the right. So we've seen teams play both sides and come up in the top 10, but you've really got to have patience and you've got to have conviction.
Um, you was. It sounds like we might be able to get Chris in for the interview now, so we'll hand over to Chris now.
Awesome. We are here with Trevor Parrick. It's been awesome watching the racing online, but in between we like to talk to a lot of people who are heavily involved with the class and really make this thing work for every boat from every country. So we have Trevor Parrick here. You are the North American class president and the North American dealer, right?
That is correct, yeah.
So, we'll get back into your history a little bit, but really quickly, after a big day like the first day where it's really windy, I mean, you basically have all the parts that save everyone, right?
Yeah, we have a big trailer of parts, hopefully at least one of everything, so that if any sailors have a breakdown, we can get them back on the water lickety-split. So within minutes or hours, yeah, for sure. So everything's in stock, and we support the fleet that way.
Awesome. Now for yourself, actually, really quick question. What's the number one part that everyone wants the most?
Oh, these days, I'd say it's probably gooseneck pins. Just a regular screw, yeah. Just lots of load going through those with the new masts, so they seem to need replacing quite often.
Awesome. Now, I'm assuming you're a sailor. You've been with the fleet for about 20 years. How'd you get into the fleet, and then why'd you stick with it all these years?
Good question. I mean, for me, it all started way back, I think, in 1999 when the 20-iron came out. It came out literally at my yacht club. It was, one of the guys who designed it with Julian was at my yacht club. So we were the first kids in, and then, just gradually moved into the 40-iron because that was still is the coolest boat out there, pretty much.
What club was that?
That was Royal St. Lawrence in Montreal, Canada. Yeah.
Awesome. And I know actually Canada has a big history of kind of skiffy type boats all the way to the Laser too. But we're going to get to a race really soon. Trevor, we'll catch up with you later. Just tell me really quick, Trevor Moore.
Yeah.
Former 49er sailor, passed away, unfortunately.
Yeah, he passed away June 25th, 2015. So it's been 7 years now since we lost Trevor. This logo here is the Trevor Moore Foundation.
Awesome. So look for the TM sign. Look for Trevor here in the boat park if you need anything, and we'll talk to him later. Let's go back to the racing.
Chris, thank you very much for that. And so we are less than two minutes away to the start of the next race. So really impressive turnaround by the race committee to get the next race sequence underway. And Lisa, which side of the race course start are you going to choose?
Well, it looks like the fleet really is liking the left this time. So again, we've seen that the left is coming in more and more as this day progresses, and that start from the Croatians in the last race. I think that the fleet's not going to want to have that happen again.
Right. Okay. That was a real moment of glory for the Croatian Michele Vetturi twins. Really, really great performance by them. Didn't manage to turn it into much of a performance by the finish line, but I do love those port tack start moments.
Yeah, so here you can see we're 30 seconds from the start. There's quite a few boats lined up for a port start. So, this is different than maybe some of the traditional racing where a lot of times, because the tacks are so costly, you want to actually start on port, duck a bunch of boats, and then try and find your lane across, so that you're on the shift right away as the race unfolds.
5 seconds to go.
You can see the Brazilians are right there on port, as close as you can be to the pin on port tack, and it does look like it's a big shift. Some of the boats are going to have trouble in their lanes on starboard, big, high, and slow. Because of that port.
I just see Netherlands 1 breaking out on port tack out of the middle of the race course. Really good start from Adele van Aanholt and Annette Doets. That's more what we expect. I wonder if this race is if the start is gonna stand. I don't see a recall flag or anything like that, so it looks like it's a clean start. So I think the Dutch have made an incredible start out into the middle of the course. And a very good start here for Italy 10 in the front of our shot. That's Jana Germani and Giorgia Bertuzzi. So Italy going very well. Look at that. Netherlands 1, absolutely out in the middle of the, out ahead of everybody in the middle of this race course right now.
Yeah, and you can see them. They just crossed the rum line, which is the center line of the race course. So they started all the way at the pin, and now they're on the truck over to the right. You can see the Chinese are heading over there as well. And I think if you're that French boat, you don't want to be held out to the left. That's the worry about starting at the pin. If you can't make that tack and cross, then you're stuck on the left with no choices. So yeah, so the Dutch, beautiful execution. That's what they wanted to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen the power of the right so many times on this race course, on the first legs particularly. So is it going to be a right-hand track again? As I look at it there, I think, oh, it looks like there's a better breeze on the left. But as Lisa has been emphasizing today, it's all very well seeing breeze over there in the distance, but you've got to work with what you can actually reach and what you can get to. Don't try and chase rainbows that you're never actually going to reach.
Yeah. So, I mean, right now, I think the big thing is that the boats that are going out to the left have been sailing probably what's going to be, an average downer for the race, because they were quite lifted on port as they started, which is why once the Van Olt and Duets got through the group, they looked like they were so nicely positioned on the rest of the boats. You can see now that there's a number of boats tacking over. They're coming across. You can see the Dutch there, and now there's a bunch of boats that are in a little bit of a righty, and so I think the Dutch may be going to be tacking underneath that group and try and lead them into something else. But we'll have to see if they can make the cross or not. It is quite close between the Dutch and this group that's coming out of the right.
And there's USA number 50, I think it is, one of the most furthest right-hand boats, using some of the older sails, some of the see-through sails that are now being replaced by the black north sails that are becoming the class standard.
Yeah, so you can see that pack just below in the middle of the screen, and the Dutch actually had to duck a couple of those boats. So the Dutch are trying to dig into what is right pressure. So again, this start was all about being in phase, getting your nose into the first bit of pressure, and then playing it. So we'll have to see whether digging into the right pressure is going to make a difference, or whether or not you want to be a little bit more in phase in this race. That's always the trick.
Joe Alley and Molly Meach in the lead for New Zealand, but things changing all the time. We're looking at USA 8. That was Steph Roble and Maggie Shea having a pretty good race up in the front few. And Grail and Kunza also in amongst the front few this time, which will be a bit of a relief for any Brazilian fans wondering when the Olympic champions are going to start making a recovery today. So
the British, Black and Tidy, they're doing a great job today of always being in the hunt. They're just below Joe Alley. They're at the top of your screen, and they've done a very good job of execution once again. The Brazilians are in the hunt. They're in 10th place, leading out, heading out to the right as well. So, we've still got some of the same players, but there's a few other seasoned teams that look like they might finally be hooking into what's happening today.
Roble and Shea looking very steady. Got good breeze there in the middle left of the race course and in amongst the top few contenders in the early stages of race 9 in the 49er FX World Championships. We're on St. Margaret's Bay in beautiful Nova Scotia, and it's the first day of September, the first day of autumn. But Lisa, it still feels like summer's around for the rest of this regatta.
Yeah, I mean, we always have September. We always say is the nicest time of year here. We think that maybe our summers should be from August until September instead of from July until August. The water's still warm and the sun's still shining, so it's a great time to be sailing here for sure. You can see here that the boats that are on starboard tack heading out to the left are bows down a little bit into like a little bit of a lefty. So again, this is quite shifty. This looks a little bit more like that second beat where you've just got to make sure that you've got that you're sailing your race, that you're not digging too far, because you could sail away from the next thing that's coming. You want to make sure that you're staying in phase here, I think.
Roble and Shea looking good on port tack, and just down a few boat lengths to lure to them, it's Freya Black and Saskia Tidy, third in the previous race for the Great British Crew, and they look like they're up in amongst the front few again. And also Poland 888, Melzaka and Jankowiak, winner of the previous race again up in the front few. So a really good, solid performance by the Polish team so far. Things still very early days in race 9, so let's see how things play out.
Yeah, you can see that there's some big shifts, big puffs rolling down. You can see Roble and Shea there on the top, coming across. They're getting a little bit of that left pressure earlier than the other boats. And it's definitely a left shift here as they approach the windward mark. So we'll probably see a lot of straight sets, and we'll probably see them, trying to play this pressure. And again, it's quite variable out there. So the downwind modes are going to be really important to make sure that you're maximizing your distance towards the leeward mark.
So now it's the moment of truth for Roble and Shea. Have they got enough in the bank as they tack on to starboard and are on their final ley line approach for the top mark, or will the port tackers coming in from the left-hand side manage to steal American Thunder? USA 8 looking nicely stretched, and it does look like they're going to go round in the lead, so this is a bit more like it from Roble and Shea. Third in the World Championships a couple of years ago in Geelong, Australia, as Maggie Shea runs in to get the Jennifer hoisted, and a pretty nice lead there for the Americans. We're about to see some of the port tackers come in from the left-hand ley line, and is it the Italians that are just going behind? I'm not sure if that's
the British and the Italians. Yeah, the Italians just came out of the left, and the British did a really good job of being a little bit more conservative and just staying a little bit in phase and limiting their risk there. That was a nicely sailed beat.
And I'm wondering what has happened to Netherlands 1. Such an amazing start. I thought they were going to be running away with this race.
Yeah, they dug into the right, and they, when that group was staying in phase and they took all those sterns, they just got out of phase, and now they're looking at people's sterns coming in, and they're deep. They're looking at their 23rd coming into the mark right now.
No way, I can't believe it.
Yeah, they're in this big. So that's just an indicator of how important it is to stay with it, stay in phase, and not try and chase and dig.
Crazy.
Yep.
So that's how badly wrong even the very best in the world can get it on such a tricky day, which speaks even more strongly for the solid performance of Poland 888 up in the front few of every single one of the 3 races today. Will they be able to hold on? Meanwhile, Roble and Shea with 100 meters lead over Freya Black and Saskia Tidy as some of the middle to back of the fleet come round. I don't know if we've seen Netherlands go round yet. It's hard to tell from this angle, but
no, they're not around yet. They're still working their way on the starboard ley line.
And this is going to be a real mental test for Netherlands 1. They're still leading this regatta overall. That's what they have to remind themselves. But Vilma Bobek, what are you seeing, Lisa?
Well, so I just so we had an early jibe by the Germans, and we were talking about that straight set in the lefty, but they must have felt a little bit of righty as they rounded, or some pressure, and they jibed early, and they made some big gains on the group coming across, and they actually look like they're doing quite well, and they're almost bow even with the Americans now.
Well, amazingly brave decision by Germany 369, Inga Marie Hoffmann and Katrin Bartelheimer. Let's see how that works out for them. This is we're looking at Freya Black and Saskia Tidy from Great Britain holding on to 3rd place in this race at the moment. They were 2nd around the windward mark, and they're both now on the trapeze and into some good breeze. But look at the breeze beyond them. It seems like the wind has kicked up a little bit. This is nice to see, Lisa.
Yeah, we're back up to almost 9 knots. So we're back up to over 9 knots. So yeah, it is variable, but we're seeing that that this gradient is holding, and it's giving the girls some nice pressure, and we're not getting into that 6-knot range, which we were worried about earlier today.
Yeah, it doesn't take a lot more wind for things to dramatically improve in a dynamic skiff like the 49er FX.
Germany's coming down with some really nice pressure and a nice angle to the mark, and they're coming in, and we're going to see Germany and
USA
and the USA, and they're just there on the right-hand side of your screen. Coming in almost bow even, and it looks like the USA might be taking their stern as they kind of split
Very, very
approaching the
close
mark.
between, USA back into the lead briefly for Robel and Shea. Hoffman and Bartelheimer, amazingly good gain on this run so far. And we saw a match race between Poland and China in the previous race. Is it going to be a match race between USA and Germany this time round?
Yeah, interesting that they didn't jibe ahead of them because they kind of gave Robel and Shea a little bit more of a control position as they come into the mark. And you know, it's maybe they wanted to lead to the left-hand mark and not the right. But if they wanted the right-hand mark, you know, I think they gave it away a little bit to the Americans there.
So you can see how the water has darkened up on St. Margaret's Bay. This is finally coming good for the 49er FXs just at the end of their 3-race session today.
Yeah, we're up to 12 knots now, so really, 12, 13 knots. Beautiful racing here.
Split tacks between the front two, Hoffman and Bartelheimer, and Robel and Shea, USA and Germany choosing different sides of the race course. Which side, looking at this from our privileged bird's eye view, do you prefer, Lisa?
Well, I mean, I think Robel and Shea are on the shift a little bit more than the other boats, but we'll have to see how it works out because again, it's gonna these ladies are gonna have to sail their side of the race course and make sure that they don't chase. You know, if the Germans are looking good, you know, there's such a big spread between Robel and Shea. You can see over there on the left that you know they've got to wait for their time to come back.
Yeah, and there's a lot of traffic before they can tack without getting onto port tack and having a bunch of boats coming downwind and taking their air. So Robel and Shea are going to have to bide their time and wait before they can take that consolidating port tack back across the fleet. A lot of traffic going around the leeward gate at the moment. We got Echegoyen and Barcelo from Spain going round in 4th, and the Lewin La France sisters going round in 5th. So really good for them. And Nathan Ronigan from Norway also in amongst the front few. Freya Black and Saskia Tidy also holding on in there in 4th place. So a bit of place changing, but Great Britain managing to hold on to a decent score right now. Brazil very far back in the pack, as are Netherlands 1, our series leaders. And I don't see Sweden anywhere close to the front either. So some of the usual front runners really struggling in today's conditions.
Yeah, so there's a big fleet split as we get into the middle part of this race, and you can see the puffs coming down here on the top of your screen. So that's on the right hand side of the race course. So we'll have to see how we do as USA and Germany come back together. The Germans have just tacked, and here we have.
This is Nathan Ronigan from Norway, one of the most experienced teams, 2nd in the World Championships last year, and they are going out to the right-hand side of the course.
Yeah, so they're the furthest most right boat right now. You can see the rest of the fleet there behind them, and they're currently on the lift though. So again, they're going to have to wait for their bow. They're waiting for their bow to go down before they tack, whereas the Germans. They kind of took a little bit of a consolidation tack before them.
Going round the leeward mark just now is Brazil, way back in the pack. So a really horrible day for Martina Grell and Kayena Kunz, doing an immediate tack on to starboard. So a lot of maneuvers in a short space of time, but there's something about the left-hand side that Brazil has decided they want to go for. But it looks like a really expensive move for Brazil right now.
Yeah, and you can see up on the top of the screen, way up there, you can see that that's the Germans going back across into the middle of the race course. And they're trying to limit the leverage. The Americans just went below the, and there's a shot of Norway who's tacked. And they actually do look like they waited for a good time to come across. And I think they made some gains on the Germans. They're in a little bit of pressure.
Not enough, I think. I'm just worried about Norwegians over this side of the race course. I feel like they're a little bit bent-legged. I think the reason why the Brazilians tacked where they did, it was such a clunky maneuver. I think they see more breeze on the left-hand side.
Oh, yeah. I think there's a lefty coming up, but I think once they were on the right, I think they only had one choice, and that was to wait for that right pressure. I think the Germans might have left a little bit too soon, but the Americans, you can see here in this shot, you know, I agree with you. I think the left is the place that you want it to be, but we'll see what happens as the boats come back together.
So Roble and Shea look really exposed on the left-hand side right now. They've really banged hard into the left-hand corner, and the left-hand corner hasn't really paid that much today.
They're almost on the ley line.
Right,
Yeah.
so that putting all their chips on the left-hand side, which has been the weaker of the two sides, I would suggest. But this is the strongest breeze we've seen today.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
maybe things are completely different now.
Yeah. And you know, it has been the right's been getting less consistent as the day has gone on, and they're bow up. They've been digging into this knock. They had a huge knock right before they tacked, and now they're bow up, and you can see the Germans are coming across here. The Germans just went bow down big, and now they're tacking underneath USA 8. Sorry, you can see the Americans just there. They just went off the screen. So these are the second place 1-2 there, and they're into that lefty, big lefty.
It's looking increasingly comfortable for Roble and Shea. They're managing to get across into the middle of the race course again, and there isn't really much in the way of a threat from them from the right-hand side now. So this is looking better and better for Roble and Shea at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it almost looks like they're over the ley line.
Oh, wow.
You know, so it's just a matter of whether or not this is the last shift or if something comes in. But the only people that can really touch anybody from the right are
These Germans, perhaps? The Germans, Hoffmann and Bartelheimer. And actually, the boat to windward, the boat at the top of our screen, looks a little bit slow in the water. I wonder if the breeze has collapsed a little bit in strength terms for USA.
Yeah, so it is coming down. We saw as much as 13 knots, and now we're back down into the 7-knot range. So again, getting more unstable, and so you want to have a little bit in the bank to be able to play. So you might not want to be. You want to make sure that you're first to the pressure, you're in the pressure, but you don't want to be over a ley line, because then you've really got no choice, and you can't tack on the shifts. Because you've leveraged it all out. The Germans are in a really nice spot. I think they did a good job of staying in pressure and staying in phase, but not going all the way to a corner.
Looks like smart sailing by Hoffmann and Bartelheimer. They took a gamble on the first run. It really paid off for them. That launched them up from I can't remember where on Mark 1 to up into the lead, or vying for the lead with USA. And it looks like the Germans have sailed a pretty smart conservative line up the second leg. The Americans have been a little bit more extreme. It looks like they might still get away with it, but Germany has closed the gap.
Yeah, and you can see their Norwegians there. They're the ones who played the right-hand side. But again, right and left, you know, if you've got a conviction and you're going with and you're not tacking until the wind tells you to tack, you can make it work.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the Americans were very committed to the left-hand side, and for all the threat of Hoffmann and Bartelheimer, it looks like America is still fairly safely in front, and it's a long way back to Black and Tidy from Great Britain in third place. So the Americans really can keep a close eye on Germany, and it's up to Roble and Shea to give this race away. It looks pretty straightforward for USA right now.
Yeah, again, it's the breeze has come up and down, and you've got to make sure that you're tacking on the shifts. The Germans, they've got a little bit of they just tacked over underneath to try and get a little bit closer to the left-hand side, because again, that left shift seems to be dominating this beat. So Roble and Shea, here they are tacking. They're basically now just solidifying their lead. So they're trying to stay between the Germans and the mark, not giving the Germans any leverage to the left. So they just crossed the Germans and then tacked basically bow even with them, so that the Germans aren't going to get any leverage over to that side that they're trying to protect.
So Germany on the right-hand side in the middle of your screen, that was Great Britain, but now we're looking at USA 8 leading this race. Roble and Shea, they've struggled with injury over the last year or so. That's really affected their game. And Maggie Shea, she had some surgery on her abs, so they're happy just to be back out racing, but to be leading a race as well, even better.
Yeah, you can just see how quickly the crew both Maggie and Steph moved into the boat. It is not stable out there at all. So again, they're making it look, but then Maggie's back out. Steph's not even trapping yet. So these are tricky conditions. So you kind of forget from the drone shots and when we get far away how hard it is to sail these boats well in this condition. It's not easy.
No, and the breeze behind them is really caving as well, which will at least be good news for USAA as they struggle to make up towards the final few meters towards the windward mark. They're slightly under ley line. They're going to have to do a double tack here, and just out of reach where those yachts are watching the spectator fleet. There's much better breeze up there, but it's not quite coming down to the race course. But that's one tack successfully completed. Just one more tack for Roble and Shea. They'll be then around the windward mark and still with a good lead over the chasing pack. The next boat back being the Germans Hoffmann and Bartelheimer.
Yeah, they've sailed a really nice last little bit of this beat. They did a good job of getting into that. There was a little bit of a right that actually led them into the mark, and that's when they crossed the Germans, got on top of them and stayed between them and the mark. But actually that's where they made quite a bit of gain on the Germans, because the Germans were looking a lot closer to them before the last little bit of that mark. So well done.
Yeah, they certainly were. So very smart sailing by Roble and Shea. Crouch leg, twin trapezing on starboard jibe. And it looks like that's a good making jibe with a bit of a header carrying them down nicely towards the finish line.
Yeah, they're on a good angle. They're on their what we would say their long angle to the mark. They're in a nice header right now. So we'll see if this left pressure dominates again for this downwind.
And the lead almost up to 300 meters. It's just gone over 300 meters back to the Germans. So it's just going up and up and up. Roble and Shea about 300 meters ahead, and a much and Hoffmann and Bartelheimer going around in second place. They've already gone round. That's Great Britain going round in third. Norway's Nason Ronigan going round in fourth. So they went to the right-hand side of that beat, and they've still managed to make that work. So both sides of the beat seem to be working if you make the best of them. Echegoyen and Barcelo, the double world champions from past years. For Spain, they're going round in fifth place.
And Joe Alley and Molly Meach are right behind them in sixth place. So they've had a solid race, this one.
So really big gaps in the top 10 and all the way back through the fleet now.
Yeah, and so you can see that there's nice pressure there on the left. You can see that some of the front boats have been able to take that pressure down with them. That's the other thing too, is that you're sailing with the wind, and then when it gets puffy like this, if you can stay in the pressure, you can actually extend your lead by quite a bit. So you just don't want to sail out of it. They've done a really nice job of jibing in that pressure there, and it looks like it's going to take them fairly close to the mark, the Americans.
Yeah, so these boats are fast enough to be able to carry a gust with them downwind. They make their own wind with apparent wind, and so once you get in a gust in a dynamic boat like the 49er FX, you can stay in that same strong breeze all the way down the race course.
Yeah, and in this downwind, we're not seeing the big split like we did in the last one. The Germans are actually just behind the Americans. Here you can see they've got a really nice plane, double trapezing. They're really comfortable. These girls are seasoned, so they'll be pretty happy and pretty comfortable to be in this spot for sure.
Yeah, they've been here plenty of times before. It's not been the best of regattas for them so far, but is this the beginning of the comeback for Steph Roble and Maggie Shea, lying in 13th place overall coming into this race? But maybe this will be enough to lift them into the top 10 overall. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I wouldn't count them out, that's for sure. They've had comebacks before, so they're ones that'll be sticking with the process and just focusing on what they need to do every race, and keeping their heads about them for sure.
200-meter lead for the Americans, and both on the trapeze. This is a wonderful feeling to be so far ahead of the rest of the pack.
Yeah, and they've got, the Germans haven't been able to make it very hard for them, so they've been able to, have a nice position coming down. The Norwegians behind them They were the only ones who really did an early jibe set, and they're playing that right again, just like they did on the upwind. And they actually look like they've made gains on the British team. So again, it's it's a matter of sailing with what you've got and having conviction. So, but the Americans are doing really well.
Yeah. There's almost 300 meters now back to the second place team of Hoffman and Bartelheimer. Nathan Runnigan in third, Black and Tidy from Great Britain in fourth, and Ali and Meach from New Zealand in fifth place, but 670 meters behind the leader, 0.6 of a kilometer behind Steph Roble and Maggie Shea, going into a jibe, getting that Black Jenica safely through. And how are they doing relative to the finish now, Lisa?
Yeah, they look like they're pretty well on the ley line for the finish. So I think this is pretty well it for them. They're going to be able to comfortably come right in for the last race of the day and win the race to the boat ramp.
Yeah, if you're going to win a race, win the last race of the day.
Yeah, that's the race to win, so that you can be first. And you don't have to wait in line for the hose or the boat ramp. Yeah. They'll be pretty happy about this for sure. I think this will give them confidence for the remainder of the regatta.
Yeah, they're such a solid team, but they've had their wobbles. They never doubt each other, but there's no reason for anything other than unbridled joy and satisfaction to win that race by more than 400 meters going back to the second place boat.
Yeah, and just behind them, the Norwegians have actually made a pass into second place. So they're basically the Germans. We'll see the Germans and the Norwegians come in here, and they're very close, 1-2. And they did a really good job of playing with the pressure that they had. But it's bow even for those two, and the Germans are on starboard advantage. So we'll see what happens when we have a pan out to them. But all happy for the American boat there after the finish.
So there's the battle that you're talking about, Lisa, and it's still extremely close between Germany and Norway in the race for second and third places. It's two blue kites. Who's who between the two? So
the Norwegians just actually took the German stern. So they passed the Germans by hooking into that right pressure and shift, and now then they split out, and now they split out again. So the Germans are going back over to the left. Course left, and the Norwegians back over the course right. So it'll be interesting to see. It looks a little bit like the port end of the line, so that's the left side looking upwind. Looks a little bit favored to me, so that might favor the Germans coming in here, but it is a close race between these two for sure.
So all these jibes are critical right now. How has Germany performed with that jibe? It looks like they've got good pressure coming out of the jibe, but they're now on port, and the Norwegians are on starboard.
Exactly. So, so I would say I'd have to give it to the Norwegians here. The Germans are going to have to plunk it right on top of the Norwegians. Here they they're
going to go behind?
They're going to go behind.
Surely that's a giveaway.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Surely that's
so maybe they think that the other side of the line. Now the Norwegians have gone for a dip to the line.
Not the best jibe. Oh well, I don't know.
I think they were
the Norwegians
trying to square to the line just to get there.
Looks like Norway's just got it.
That was a tight finish.
Yeah. So well done to Nathan Runnigan, number 2 on the sail and number 2 in that finish, just ahead of Hoffman and Bartelheimer. The Germany 369, who sailed a fantastic race to get third. Ali and Meach in fourth.
There's a little bit of a battle here too between the British and Joe and Molly, but I think the New Zealanders might have it where they're just off our screen, but they're going to be coming in towards the finish any minute now, and the British team is coming in with starboard tack advantage, but I think the New Zealanders are going to have the clear cross. Here we go with the pan over. There's the New Zealanders coming in. Yep, clear cross to the line. So that's a solid race for them. They'll be happy about that.
Yep, that's a very good score for Ali and Meach, who really are still in the learning phase of getting to know each other. Meach talking Joe Ali through how to get a 49er FX around the track.
And today it was not easy with all the communication that they would have had to have out there.
No. And the GBR 24, Freya Black and Saskia Tidy, they'll be disappointed to drop back to 5th place, but really in the scheme of things, they've had a very, very good day.
Yeah, still a keeper for them for sure, and they've been probably one of the,
one of the best
performers of the day. Yeah, we'll have to take a look at where the Chinese and the Polish have, but they've got, with a 5th, all of the races are inside the top 5. So that's
amazing.
That's amazing for a day like today, for sure.
Yeah, really, really good performance. And then ESP 23, that's Tamara Escher-Goyen and Paula Barceló, double world champions in this class. Just missed out on a medal in Tokyo 2020, but in London 2012, Tamara Escher-Goyen won that amazing match race final to get the gold medal. So really class act, those two Spaniards, and still real hot picks for winning a world championship this week, I would suggest.
Yeah, and that race again will keep them well inside the top 10, and they'll be happy with those keepers, especially seeing as where the rest of the top 10 is in the fleet. And here comes Maloney and Hobbs, and they're just about from New Zealand. They're just about to finish right in front of the Belgians. Yeah.
So that's good for them. So good finishes for the Kiwis, for both the Kiwi teams. And then the Belgians, some way back, that's Mainhout and Gertz. We haven't had much to say about them today, but a really top team, particularly good in the strong winds. But Belgium coming across in a few moments' time for 8th place across the finish line. Just have a look through the tracking for me, Lisa. I just want to know where our front runners are. Where are the Dutch? Where are the Swedes? Where are the Brazilians?
Yeah, I've got to scroll down a little ways. So we've got the Brazilians again in 16th. They're approaching. There's quite a few shifts coming in here. So the Canadians are making a move. You can see here on the screen in the orange kite. And I think they've gotten on the inside of a shift. So they're passing a boat with starboard advantage there. You can see the duck right there with the purple kite. So there's still some room for boats to pass them, to do some passing. So the Brazilians may be able to pass a boat or two because they're leading into that last shift, but they're sitting in 15th, 16th, and the Dutch are where?
They're not even listed.
No.
Where we can't find them.
Maybe we've lost them on the tracker. Oh, here they are. They're 27th.
27th.
So, yeah, Lord. They've really struggled with their...
You remember how good that start was?
Yeah, and I'm not sure. I mean, they're going to have to take a look at it, whether it's gear shifting, lane holding, all of these things make a huge difference on a day like today, being able to execute your plan and being able to stay in phase and stay in pressure. Here come the Brazilians with the purple kite. They're finishing now. And, that was a really tight finish with the Germans. So let's see if they were able to pass the Germans. Yes, they did. So again, seasoned professionals coming in and making those. Every boat's going to count in the end. So that's a good finish, last maneuver for them.
That certainly is. And look, I mean, they're more than a kilometre behind the leader. The gaps are just enormous, and we still haven't spoken about the Dutch crossing the finish line yet.
No, they've still got a ways to go down the race course.
If it's any consolation for them, it's that some of the other front runners like the Swedes really haven't had a great day today either. It's been a tough day for Grail and Kunz, the Brazilians that we were just talking about. Tamara Escher-Goyen and Paula Barceló, they had a good race just then. They were in 3rd overall going into today. I wonder if they are beginning to get a sniff of the overall race lead. Things are really going to shake up by the end of today. So we are going to go to Chris in the boat park. Chris has got an interview lined up for us. And then we will come back and review what we've just seen after 3 incredibly challenging races in the 49er FX World Championships.
Great. We are back with Trevor Parrick and North American class president.
That's right.
And Trevor, we were talking about Trevor Moore, the Trevor Moore Foundation, and we know that we just wanted to finish this talk and then talk a little bit more about some of the things you're working on with the class and with the boats. But with the Trevor Moore Foundation, it just proves that this class is such a close community. The class is over 20 years old now, and so when something happens to someone in the community, the whole community rallies around, just like any community of a neighborhood or something like that. So tell us a little bit more about who Trevor was and what the foundation tries to do.
Yeah, well, Trevor, he was a friend of mine, first of all, and a fellow competitor. Trevor was actually one of the fiercest competitors I ever met. He was dedicated, driven, really took his sport seriously. And he actually even was able to pass some of that on to some of the younger sailors after he went to the Olympics in 2012. So he was one of the friendliest guys, but also one of the fiercest competitors, which is really cool, a really cool attribute in a person and an athlete. Unfortunately, he passed about 7 years ago now.
Yeah, and some kind of accident on Biscayne Bay.
Yeah, he was actually never found, but they found his rib in Biscayne Bay. So Trevor's out there somewhere, we hope. But in any case, you mentioned community. Well, the year after the North American class, we rededicated our championship in Trevor's honor. And you'll sometimes see people still carry a Trevor Moore sticker on their boats, just like this. And so you'll see that on some of the American boats, certainly, and some of the Canadian boats as well. So Trevor definitely inspired a lot of the younger sailors, or the sailors who are actually sailing with us today. And so now the foundation, they actually do some pretty cool things. It's all in support of Trevor's mission, which was going to the Olympics in the 40-iron, or in sailing rather. So they've set up actually a really cool debrief room at the U.S. Sailing Center Miami, fully modern with computers and screens and all that stuff, so they can really get into the nuts and bolts of it. And I believe also Trevor's apartment in Coconut Grove is now athlete housing, which is also really cool. So that's just some of the things that the Trevor Moore Foundation is doing. So.
Awesome. And I remember Trevor too. I mean, what a driven dude, but super positive all the time, really just promoting everyone up through the Olympic classes, like you said, not just the 49er. And so let's get back to the boat. You were pretty funny, you're in your 30s now, and we were talking about the difference when the first boats came out, when I sailed the first 49ers when they first came out, even when they were trialing them for the Olympic classes. And you told me that those are much harder boats to sail than the ones are now, but the ones are now put a lot more load on the people. Since Tokyo 2020, there have been some big changes to the class. Is it an easier boat to sail, or what's the big difference over the last couple of years to the boat?
Yeah, the boat's definitely easier to sail now, in the sense that back in the day, 20 years ago, if you just looked at the mast wrong, it would break. That's not the case anymore. So we have fully carbon masts now, and they're actually quite robust. And that carbon mast, which came out about 12 years ago, actually made the boat a lot easier to sail, but also probably a little bit harder to master, to really fine tune and get it right, just because it was so forgiving. And then now since Tokyo, we lost our mast suppliers. We have a new mast supplier now, so we have new masts and now new sails as well. And you'll see probably out there's all kinds of different sail combinations out there right now because we're still in a transition period. But lots of new changes, and like you said, loads are gonna increase. The boats are just getting faster and faster, and the sailors are getting better and better.
And on the sail side, there's we can address that just briefly. Like you said, the class is going through a transition. They're trying to sort out, make sails that last longer, but they are stiffer, and so that should be sorted out within the next couple months or within a year maybe.
It should be, but the one thing I actually really like about the 40-iron class, as I'm a sailor in the class, I'm a class member, pay my dues. What I like is that the 40-iron always evolves. So even if we are set on a design, we're going to probably still make just some small tweaks just to make it even better, and again to improve that reliability, improve the consistency. And that's one of the reasons we went to a new sail design, is to make everything more consistent, so it's a fair competition. So definitely steps in the right direction, and as my good friend Julian Bethwaite likes to say, evolve or die. And so we do that, to stay current.
Awesome. And you and I had this conversation offline while that other race was going on about, I was saying I'm not too disappointed that the Olympics is going towards, younger and younger sailors. You were telling me that there were sailors in their 30s and 40s racing 49ers in the early days, and now it's like mid-20s. Eric Kyle and Thomas Plusel are 33 and 34. So that's
the senior gentleman, perhaps, in the fleet now. Yeah.
And even some, Charlene Picon. She's a mother, and she's one of the older sailors in the fleet, but she's super fit. But you really, it puts a lot more load on the body these days. You brought your harness.
I did.
Maybe you're not hoping for anyone to get injured, but do you think you can handle this new boat now?
I mean, I can handle it, but it's going to be. I would be very, very sore for a couple days afterwards. But the harness is in the trailer just in case someone needs me. I'll step in.
Do you have any clients from around Canada or North America who have a 49er, but they just use it to just go for a rip and hang out?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say that represents about 25% of my business. We have a lot of weekend warriors. So yeah, no, the 49er, like I said earlier, is still the coolest boat out there, pretty much. So we get a lot of people who buy boats and they just want to rip around the bay. They don't come and race or anything, because it really is a professional game, the racing. But they just go and rip around and they have a ton of fun. So
Is there what's the biggest competition for athletes into the class for the 49er? Where else are young, really competitive sailors going?
well, are you talking about just about the 49er or?
In terms of people coming to the 49er, are there people that are going to other classes instead of the 49er?
Well, I think we're seeing right now the trend of foiling. Foiling is just taking off. So, that's, I think, what I see is a lot of people heading that way,
even just recreationally?
Oh, yeah, totally. And, shameless plug, I sail a Wasp. It's even more fun than a 49er. So just to go in a straight line down the bay, it's amazing. So foiling is definitely taking off. And obviously, if we're just talking about the niche of sailing, it's kind of like some of these one design foilers are taking the customers away for sure.
Awesome. Now, in this regatta alone, you're a fan. You watch this when you're not around at the events. You watch it live. You watch all the interviews. I know you do. So right now at this regatta, who's impressing you? Who's kind of new in your that's coming into your frame of view?
Well, that's a very good question.
In both the FX and the 49.
Yeah. Well, the 49er, what I'd say is, well, right now the Dutch are impressing me, and it's not the world champions, right? No, sorry, it is the world champions. Forgive me. Yeah, their scoreline is like 2-1-1.
Lambrix and Vanderver.
Yeah, exactly. So, that's obviously impressive. The Chinese, there's in the men's fleet, there's someone in gold fleet right now, in gold fleet standing, I believe. So when I checked the results a few minutes ago, so that's impressive. Their program is big.
Yeah, we just had our women's Chinese team do a 1-2 in the first two races of today.
So, I mean, yeah, full of surprises there. So those are probably, in my mind, the big surprises. And again, Peter and Blair are gone. We're possibly past them. Who knows if they'll come back?
Yeah, the British, Dylan Fletcher and Stuart Bitt.
Yeah, my favorite gold medalist, Dylan. Yeah, he's no longer with us. But yeah, so the door. No, yeah, of course. Yeah, sorry, Dylan. Yeah, I saw you sailing Moss this morning, Dylan. Don't worry, all good, mate. I'm a big fan of Dylan, though, and was so chuffed when he won that gold medal. But the door's wide open. The door's wide open right now. So it's kind of like it's moving day in this quad. Someone can step up and assert their dominance, which is really cool in the men's side, and the women's side. What's also really cool is that I can't tell you who's going to win. I mean, Odil's killing it right now, obviously, but I think we saw Tamara just win a race. So there's no, you don't know who's going to win. Yeah.
Talk to me about Martina and Kahena, the Brazilians.
Yeah.
Of the World Championships that I've been really paying close attention to, which is the last three, or the last three major championships, the Brazilians seem to start out a little slow and just slowly climb until the last race. Is that a pattern? Am I crazy, no, is that a pattern?
You're not crazy. That is pretty much Martine's modus operandi. A little bit of a slow start sometimes. No offense, Martine. And then, yeah, watch out, everyone, because she's probably charging. She's coming for you.
What do you think it is about her? I mean, she hasn't won. She's only won one world championship, but she's won both gold medals in this class. And, the only gold medals that were on offer. Her dad's here as the overall Brazilian coach. I talked to him this morning. And, but, she's consistently there when it matters. And to win 2 gold medals, but not be winning absolutely everything in between. What does that say about a competitor like that team?
Well, what I see is Martine has, when she needs to be, she focuses and it's like hyper focus. It's not just.
And Kunz as well.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Sorry, kind of. Yeah. But Martine, when she wants something, then she goes and gets it, and you can see it. I see it in the boat park. in my interactions with her. We'd email each other sometimes or text or whatever, and you can just tell when a sailor knows exactly what they want and they know the path to get there. So, yeah, of course, the next, it was amazing to see her win that gold in Tokyo again, and of course Rio was incredible. But obviously she's a favorite for Paris 2024.
Cool. And you watch all these other competitions that are out there now, SailGP in particular. That's the one big pro series that we see a lot of in between the America's Cups. And so we have Amélie Rieu from the French team, one of the crews there. And then we have...
Fonzie.
Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then George Lafrance, Lewin Lafrance.
Georgia, yeah.
Georgia Lewin
Hometown
Lafrance.
girl, yeah.
Exactly. So a question for you on that. Obviously, you've been paying attention to all these other things. Do you think those women sailors and the men sailors who've been in SailGP, been in the America's Cup, been in other GC32s, other these high-speed classes, do you think they come back into these classes and they bring the level up a little bit, or do you think they come back in and find it just as hard as everyone else?
Oh, well, no, they definitely bring the level up. That's for sure. Of course, those commitments take time away from their training. So
yeah, I was just going to say.
That's difficult. Peter and Blair even showed it coming off of the Bermuda Cup. But of course, then, silver medal ain't bad. But no, definitely, I see the inside of SailGP and, the things that they're doing on that level, it's going to migrate down into the 40 iron class. And actually, if you look at season 1 of the SailGP, probably half the athletes were 40 iron sailors.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you that. Paul Caird's here, head of the Olympic sailing team. Obviously he had an awesome interview with Andy Rice, and it really seemed very heartening to see, at least as an American, that he was really paying attention, meaning here to more listen than say this is how you should do it. There's a lot of capital. You have a lot of capital when you do well in one of these 3 classes. And why do you think that is? Do you think just the landscape of professional sailing is driven towards either foiling or super high performance boats, or do you think it's just all what these boats do for your mind?
I mean, I think the inherent instability of the 40 iron on the water.
Meaning that it capsizes easily?
Yeah, that. And it, crashes big when it's windy and wavy. So the inherent instability of the boat, I think, demands that the sailor perform really high at a really high level. And then that's what these teams are looking for, these SailGP teams and Cup teams. They need someone who's operating on the next level, where boat handling and racing are a thing, not just tactics. So it's everything. And the 40 iron certainly. I'm obviously a little biased, having been in the class for 20 plus years, but it demands of the sailor that you are just all over every aspect of the boat. So, and of course, you have to be looking in the right spot for the puff, right? You have to be looking in front of you in these, foiling fast classes, right? So the 40 iron sort of gives you that.
Awesome. And so, last question, Trevor, you're from Montreal, right?
That's right.
It's kind of like on the leg of a river, right? Like it's not this big, awesome, well, this is a really awesome venue. Yeah. It's a different venue. Growing up in Canada, how does it work in the interior of Canada to kind of get inspired and get your way out? Who did you look up to? Did you have really strong influences in Montreal, or was it trips to Toronto or the coast?
Well, somehow I developed a love of sailing, at a really young age, and, I guess the internet was just becoming a thing. So, I was able to look up at actually, some of these people have been walking through the boat park, Charlie McKee, Iker and Zavi, some of these previous legends and medalists, world champions that I looked up to, so that's really what drove me. So, sure, the sailing in Canada is not huge, but it was looking up to these guys, these legends in the 40 iron class, and I could give you a laundry list of names, but we don't need to go there.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Trevor. I think the way this class has been really forward-thinking and progressive in covering these events, getting these awesome sponsors like Nova Scotia. I think it's allowed kids to see this on the internet and have something to look up to and watch and rewatch and learn. So we'll get back to the racing, and thanks for hitting us with the dinghy park. We're going to get the FX sailors when they come in.
Chris and Trevor, thank you very much for that. Some really good insights into the wider world of 49er racing. So, Lisa, we have just seen some incredibly difficult, challenging 49er FX racing, and there is the effect. We have a new series leader, Bobek and Netzler. I mean, 5:31.19 not exactly the best of days, but it's enough to get them into the lead of the competition. That's how mad today has been.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing that, they finish a race in 19th and then they move up into the lead. But what ends up happening is they end up dropping their 31 and they're counting a 7. And so that's good enough to bring them into the lead once the Dutch cross the finish line in 25th. So, they're going to definitely have to regroup for tomorrow and see if they can get that uber consistent race score line that they had leading into today.
Yes, I mean, look at Van Aanholten Duits now dropped out of the number 1 position. Their first 6 scores from the first 2 days of competition, never worse than 5th. And today, the best they could finish was 9th, followed by a 29th and a 25th. But still, they're the second overall. There's plenty of golf left in this hole. Echegoyen and Barceló from Spain, really good, solid, consistent day, moving them to within shouting distance of the lead. So a really close fight between the top 3. Maloney and Hobbs, we haven't had much to say about them, but quietly they've gone about their business with a 6th, 8th and 7th today. So one of the best scores out of the whole day. Black and Tidy, we've been talking quite a bit about them. The Brits have done very well there. We have to get straight into FX racing. We've got how long, Lisa, until the start?
We've got 3:30 left until the start. So the teams are, again, it's still really shifty and puffy out there for the Nacras. This is going to make very interesting racing for these boats. So they've taken their last looks upwind, and they're trying to decide, where they think the best pressure is and where they think the best the first shift is going to be. They're less maneuverable than the FXs that we just saw, so they're really looking far up the race course to try and figure out where they think they need to be, because we're not going to see as many tacks as we did for the FXs for sure.
Let's take a look at the overall standings after 6 races, and if you don't know already the story of the Nacra 17 World Championship so far, then look at the scoreline of Tita and Banti from Italy. 6 straight race wins so far. Will they be able to maintain that consistency today? If they do, I'll eat my hat. I'm going to have to see if I can find a hat made of hemp or something that is actually digestible. But surely they're not going to get 3 race wins today. Ugolini and Jubilee from Italy also up into second with quite a good gap back to Finland's Kurt Bay and Keskinen in third. Jason Waterhouse, Lisa Darmanin from Australia in fourth. Last year's Olympic silver medalists from Great Britain, Gimpson and Burnett. Also the reigning world champions in fifth. Vicero and Frascari, another Italian team in 6th overall. Former world champions from a couple of years ago. Jaruden Jonsson from Sweden in 7th. Wilkinson and Dawson from New Zealand in 8th. Van der Meer and Bauer from the Netherlands in 9th. And Francis Morniac and Berton Muir in 10th. But will anyone be able to make inroads on Tita and Banti's incredible lead in this series so far? 50 seconds to go. Lisa, this is a foiling catamaran. Where do you want to put your boat on the start line?
Oh, well, you've got to make sure you've got a good runway for this. I mean, I think, if you get shoved out of your lane right off the bat and you've got to do a costly tack, that's going to limit your options moving forward in the race. So we'll probably see a few port tack starters, especially if they want to go right. I think lanes are going to be paramount for these guys because it's really up and down. Here we go on the start.
14 seconds to go. As you predicted, there are going to be some port tack starters underneath the pack. But France 5-7-1 with 7 seconds to go. It's Billy Besson and Noah Ancillon from France that claim the pole position at this pin end of the line. Others looking to start on port tack behind them. Really good start by Besson and Ancillon, and it looks just up on their hip. I think it's New Zealand. That's Micah Wilkinson and Erica Dawson also with a good start off the pin end of the line. It looks a little bit slow starting on port tack for some of the other boats.
So getting up on your foils sooner than anybody else is going to be really important. The majority of the top 10 all started at the pin, and you could see there was a big line sag with some of the more junior boats in the middle of the line. and that's going to be costly for them as well. So.
Look at the speed gain of the Italians. We're not even talking about the best Italians, but this is Gianluigi Ugolini and Maria Jubilee, who have made good gains underneath the French already. Are these Italians, ITA 98, going to be able to get out from underneath Besson and Ancillon? No, the French say no, we are going to come back at you. And Besson, a 4-time world champion in the early days of the Nacra 17, is managing to keep the Italian charge at bay, with the New Zealanders just the other windward side of the French, also looking very good in these early stages. Further over to the right, Lisa, who do you pick as a good starter from the other end of the start line?
Well, yeah, you can see that there is some pressure over there on the right, just like there was for the Nacras, and we've got actually USA 50. Newbury and Lindbergh, they've tacked over, and also the Finnish, and they're looking quite nice on the right. And yeah, USA is actually just marked up on the leaderboard. So you can see them. We just panned away from them, but they're in that pressure, and they're going really nicely across the rest of the and solidifying. Because again, I'd be nervous about this top 10 group all legging it out to the left.
Yeah, okay. So we know that the left hasn't worked terribly well for the 49er FXs. It was looking a little bit stronger later in the afternoon, but let's see how these these pin end starters that we've been looking at closely, the Italians and the French, are they going to be able to get back across? That is the question for them. Yeah,
and you know, pressure is going to be really key for these boats, because we're in that range of foiling and not foiling, and so you can see the speed differences between the boats when they fall off the foils. So a boat like Italy, they're hammering down and they're staying on the foils, whereas some boats behind them are struggling to keep up on the foils.
Okay,
and here they go for the tack.
Yes. And how long will it be before they can get up onto the foils again? That's one of the key skills that everyone is trying to work out at the moment. But as our leaderboard says, top left so far, it is the French and the Italians who we've been watching off the pin end, followed by Wilkinson and Dawson from New Zealand, that are in the top 3. So the leaderboard says that the left-hand side is paying, but the leaderboard is not always the best judge. It's not a pure leaderboard. There are sometimes some anomalies in the system. So we will see. We won't really know until they get to the Wimbledon mark which side has paid.
Yeah, I mean, the Americans still look like, from this shot, you can see they still look like they're doing well coming back over from the right. But again, it's about sailing with what you've got, and especially for these boats, making sure that you're not losing your lane, and you're able to choose where you want to do your maneuver, and you do your maneuver in pressure so that you can get up on the foils right away. If you lose your lane in a lull and then you've got to do attack, it is going to be costly for you, and the front of this fleet is going to sail away from you. You're never going to see them again.
At the bottom of the screen is Billy Besson and Noah Ancillon from France, who are still making good ground from the left-hand side of the race course, but they will be wondering what is it like on the far side of the course, because we've seen, for example, the Austrians Laura Ferrezi and Matthäus Zockling doing well on the right-hand side, but it seems to be swinging from side to side. And now we see a Chinese team, Yang and Zhu, up into the lead.
Yeah, the Chinese have leveraged out to the left. They're quite far out there, so it's just a matter of whether or not the pressure that they're in is going to be able to take them back over across the majority of the race course. Our top 10 group in this fleet is right here in the middle of the race course. They're trying to play the pressure, that left middle pressure that they had off the start, and give themselves some options at the top of the race course too. You know, the Chinese are quite far out to the left, so you know, if it holds for them, it'll be great. But if you can see them down there, way over in the corner of the race course, so if it holds, then it's great. But if not, they're going to have a long slog back.
Zhu Yang and Zhao Hu in 21st place coming into this race, so really good performance by them if they can get up into the top few of this race. And we've already seen in the 49er FX earlier on today, to expect the unexpected, to see some of the usual nailed on favorites having a really tough day of it. Netherlands won the 49er FX of Adil van Aanholt and Annette Dutz, such a high-performing, experienced team, really struggling with today. How will Rigitita and Katerina Banti, winners of the first 6 races in the Nacra 17, how will they come out of today? Because we haven't had a lot to say about them so far.
Yeah, and interestingly, you know, the costliness of tax in this class, you can see the Americans who were all the way on the right after the start of this race. You know, they're the third leftmost boat here coming back over, and it looks like they've done a really nice job of picking their space to come back. Again, the Argentinians leveraged all the way out on the left, a little bit more risk, but the Americans are sailing a really nice conservative race, you know, where they're, you know, they've done a great job of hooking into the right, taking that over on top of the rest of the group, and then hooking back into the left.
And that is the real world image that we're seeing now. That's Billy Besson at the bottom of the screen, and look how much higher he is than the boats just to leeward of him. That's, I think, the Chinese boat down to leeward, and the British boat, Gimpson and Burnett, foiling, but going about 20 degrees lower than France, who we see at the bottom of our screen. So you'd hardly know they were in the same race. I mean, all kinds of different angles being sailed here, different modes. This is new territory for this, for the Nacra 17s, because this is the first World Championship they've done with the opportunity of full foiling upwind. Again, Besson, bottom left of screen, he's a completely different breeze compared with the boats just to leeward of him. Now it's finally in the same breeze as everybody else. He's done a sharp right-hand turn, about 15 degrees right-hand turn, and the French boat slows down a little bit. But that was
there. We just see there we just see the image of our race leaders. We've got the Argentinians who are just underneath the SAP sign, and behind them we've got USA there in the middle of the screen, and we've got Sweden behind them, and these are the boats that are leading all out from that left shift, and you can see there's some right pressure, but this lower left shift or mid left shift seems to be dominating, and the boats on the right just aren't able to get into what they've got early enough to get back at these boats that are on the left. Now it looks like the pressure's really died for the boats who are coming out from the left. You can see that they're not foiling anymore. Their hulls are in the water, and now they're displacement sailing up to the windward mark.
So the race leaders picked up a little gust there. They've just got moving again, and now we're looking at Sweden 14, Jarud and Jonsson, and they're in 4th place and on the left-hand side of the race course as well. And they're low riding. They're not hydrofoiling at the moment. I'm not sure if anyone on the race course is right now. It looks like the race leaders might be. This is Magdalani and Bosco. Looks like they've got the boat up and out of the water and hydrofoiling to a 100-meter lead over USA's Newbury and Liebenberg in 2nd. And now they're on a lift as well, a lifting gust. But just suddenly, as I say that, Magdalani and Bosco run back into the trampoline, so they're not trapezing. So things are changing all the time, and they're back into displacement mode. There's no foiling going on for the Argentinians as we speak.
Yeah, so just like we saw with the FX, it's going to be so tricky for these teams to sail this boat consistent with speed on a day like today. They're going to be foiling, not foiling, in, out, off. The communication between the skipper and the crew is going to be crucial here about what are we trying to do with the boat? Are we trying to get it up on the foil, or are we just trying to point the bow at the mark? And you know, if you choose wrong, then you're going to be sailing a lot of extra distance and maybe not really gaining much in speed. So it's going to be really, this is, you know, this racing is going to be something that I think these boats haven't seen yet out here, and it's definitely I mean, it's a matter of getting your nose into that pressure for sure.
And I think that, look at that weed. That's something that you really don't want to catch around these hydrofoils if you can possibly avoid it. Magdalani and Bosco just slightly altering direction to avoid the clump of weed as they go into their tack, and it's the yellow windward mark to the right of your screen that they're just about to go around with a big lead more than 100 meters back to the 2nd place boat in the middle of the picture. That's Newbury and Liebenberg from USA.
Yeah, I mean, gear shifting is going to be massively important, and keeping your head out of the boat. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still sailboat racing. So, you know, it's not a speed game, I think, like we saw a lot in these boats for the first 2 days of the racing.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, we're not seeing Teeter and Banty in the lead of this race right now, and you wonder, are they going to be able to get back into the lead? Already, Magdalani and Bosco have got the first bit of the Jenica out for a sort of a semi-pre-hoist, and now Bosco runs into the boat, gets the Jenica set up and running, and now they'll be up on the hydrofoils, and Argentina 29 will soon be extending that lead, and you'll see the numbers go up. It's 150 meters ahead of USA at the moment, and they're fully up and hydrofoiling.
Yeah, and so, you know, exits out of the mark is really important as well, because these boats are so fast on the foil. You know, you want to exit as quickly as possible and get away from groups and get away from other boats, and that's going to keep your you know, your best options. But you can see, even with how they're sailing downwind here, it's not stable, and you really want to make sure that you're following the pressure, you're not sailing out of it, and that you're driving to stay in the pressure, because it'll be really costly to fall off those foils on the downwinds.
You'd think it was windy looking at them going downwind, but you see the boats coming upwind, and they're still sitting in the boat. I mean, there's really not a lot of wind. It's just the fact that the Nacra 17 going downwind with the Jenica and the hydrofoils is such an efficient beast.
Yeah, so we see behind them, there's a lot of straight sets and not a lot of people doing much of a jibe set. Here's the line of boats doing straight sets. Or
So talk some boats round for us here. Who are we looking at? That looks like Italy going, one of the Italians going round there, or the French, I'm not sure.
Yeah, the French and then the Aussies. So we're in 7th, 8th, and 9th here. So that's the Australian boat. So that's the French and the Australians, and then the Austrians coming around here. So
and then 4 or 5 going round in close succession. Who have we got round next?
So we've got the Netherlands, the Brazilians, and the Italians and the Finnish are all coming around here, and that's 10, 11, 12, and 13.
And what about Italy 26? Are they one of the Italians that we've seen go around?
Italian, they're coming around the windward mark right now. So they're in this group here that's just around the yellow mark. So the Nacras have an offset. Because they're so fast, you want to keep the boats sailing upwind away from the boats sailing downwind, especially when they're on hydrofoil, or else you're going to have some massive accidents. So this pink mark here is their offset mark. Yeah,
is that them going around now?
That's the Italians going around right now. So that's our leaders right there. Yep.
Right, Jenica just going up. It looks like they got the Italian flag on their Jenica as well, ahead of Brazil and Danish team. And then there's Great Britain's John Gimpson and Anna Burnett just going around now.
Yeah, so the Italians are in 15th and the British there are in 18th.
Okay, so now the question is, will Teeter and Bounty be able to get anywhere close to the Argentinians leading this race? Because the Teeter and Bounty have speed on everyone, both upwind and downwind, but they have always been one of the fastest downwind. So now what can they do now that the Italians pop up on the foils? But meanwhile, Argentina's Magdalani and Bosco have a battle on with the Swedes.
Yeah, the Argentinians took that jibe that we saw earlier, and they were the only ones to jibe, and they took a step in, and they let the Swedes and the Chinese and the USA boat get a little bit of position on them and come over top of them in the pressure. Oh, you can see the Swedish there are really...
I think they're trying to get weed off. I think
they're trying to get
weed
weed
problem.
off. Yeah, they've got a weed problem. That's right. Good call. Yeah, so they must have felt slow, and here they are back up on the foils. Yeah. So they just lost a little bit on the Argentinians because of that weed issue. Yeah. So that was a nice bit of boat handling by them.
Yeah, it looked like they were out of control, but that was all very deliberate.
Yeah.
So going into the jibe, looks like they've just about managed to keep it on. No, not quite on the hydrofoils, but they're fully stretched on the trapeze again. And Jarudin Jonsson back up on the hydrofoils and in second place in this race. But Magdalani and Bosco, the Argentinians, back with a 100-meter lead over the Swedes.
Yeah, so we can see this. That's the Argentinians there. Have they jibed?
So that's the Swedes on the left.
That's the Swedes, yeah.
And
so,
yeah, the Argentinians are still leading. I think they're on starboard jibe at the moment. I'm not sure.
They're just jibing right now.
Okay.
Yeah. and they're coming in. They're coming in just to the. They've defended the left-hand side of the course left of the race course on the rest of the group there. You can see the only boat in our field of view on starboard tack going over to the middle of the screen is the Americans. They're now in 4th place, and they're just taking the stern of the Swedes there, and I think they're probably gonna go back to the Argentinian line. There's the Argentinians there.
Such a flat Jenica. These boats have always got so much apparent wind in front of the beam, and so really flat sails both upwind and downwind. They're just so powered up all the way around the race course.
Yeah, I mean you're going so fast on the downwind that you're basically never sailing downwind. So
Yeah.
you're dragging your apparent all the way forward, and you're just close reaching around the race course.
So now's the drop. Which side are they going to choose? The left-hand side. We never saw the leader of the 49er FX choose the left-hand mark, but that's what Magdalani and Bosco choose this time round.
Yeah, it looks like there's big pressure on the right, but we can't see what the sailors can see on the left-hand side. So they must be seeing something over there, because it looks like it's consistent that people want the left.
I actually think I prefer the left. I think you're going to get to that gust a little bit quicker. But who's this coming around? Newbury and
Oh, yeah, they made
Liebenberg.
some gains.
Really, really good tight mark rounding there by the Americans, just ahead of Yang and Hu from China.
Sarah made an aggressive move there to get her nose in there, and now she's going high, trying to get them off of her hips so that she's got some room to maneuver. And here you can see that that pressure line is all the way across the race course, and you're definitely you're sailing your long because the wind has gone left. It's they look like they're on a little bit of a lift here.
They're on a lift, but I think the best breeze is coming down more to the left. It's getting to the left-hand side of the course a little bit earlier, but there's a good seam of breeze here for people to hook into going up on the second upwind leg. Look how popular the left-hand side is. It's really gone out of fashion going around the right-hand side, but Finland looks like they're going to be the first boat to go round the far mark, and I think actually where they are in the fleet, that's not such a bad call.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a lift, but actually when I scroll out on our tracker here, it looks like it is a lefty. So they're sailing high and slow, trying to keep their lane. So I think the Finnish are just trying to get clear so that they can get their boat going and maybe get up on the foils before some of these other boats that are sailing in a lot of traffic.
That Kurtbay and Keskinen tack, or sort of round the opposite mark and then tack on the hip of everybody else that's gone around. I think that's a really smart move.
Yeah, and they've moved up to 9th place. So we'll have to see how, they're trying to get up on the foils. You can see them sailing quite a bit lower than the other boats that have rounded the other mark.
Yeah, I mean, they're almost giving away all the advantage that they've gained.
Yeah,
they're really gambling on being able to pop up onto the foils, and so far it's not working for the Finnish team.
Yeah, so, and this is going to be the experience of these crews and how they work through the quad to figure out all their modes, to figure out where everything needs to be in order to sail in this up and down condition.
Yeah, this moding. I was speaking to Sinem Kurtbay about it yesterday, and that's what she thinks that the Italians that have been leading this event are doing better than everyone else. They understand this new world of upwind foiling better than the rest of the fleet. But right now, Is it Newbury and Liebenberg that understand it better than anyone else?
Well, so they've gone for the high mode. They've gone for displacement mode here, and it actually seems like they're sailing into the pressure a little bit sooner than the boats that are going a little bit lower, because you can see the pressure is kind of filling down. And now I think if they get themselves into some pressure, then they can start to try to change the mode. And they're doing a really, really good job right now of dancing between going fast and going high.
Have they actually gone ahead of the Argentinians, or have the Argentinians dropped off the tracking for some reason?
No, they're below. They've been sailing quite a high mode, and I think they're in more pressure now. Because of it, and now they're quite a ways ahead of the Argentinians. The Argentinians and I think they just sailed out of the pressure a little bit, and
Right.
they're way over on the left, and now it doesn't look good because now you've got to make a maneuver in lighter air, which is really tough. So the Argentinians have just tacked. This is a nice shot of Sarah and Limburg, and they're in light pressure now as well. So they want to make sure that they don't sail too far out of the pressure. You can see that they're both in the boat. The crew's really far forward, trying to extend their water line. And there's the Argentinians right there.
Right. What a great game by the Americans.
Yeah.
And they're keelboat sailing at the moment, aren't they? They're not even thinking about this as being a foiling catamaran.
No.
And it's worked out really well for them.
Yeah, so they just went into low mode to get some speed to go into that tack, and now they're tacking back over and limiting the leverage that the Argentinians have on them. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm just
Look at them now. They're both on trapeze now, so they've really changed modes very quickly. They went into that tack onto port. They obviously think there's enough breeze now to have a punt at getting the boat really moving again. But that was really smart, high and slow sailing by the Americans to move into the lead.
Yeah, so we just saw the windward mark there. That was the drone footage was giving us a sense of where we are on the race course. So these boats are pretty close to the ley line on the left-hand side. Again, you don't want to be tacking too close to the boat to leeward of you, because you need a really wide lane to be able to pick your mode again, and not get shoved out and have to tack in a lull.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And so good boat placement by Newbury and Liebenberg, but maybe the Argentinians can come back at the Americans. It looks like it's between these two right now. It doesn't look like there's a threat from the right-hand side. We've got Sweden on the left-hand side of the racecourse, and on the far right-hand side at the top of your screen, it's Brazil 55, who are the biggest threat from the other side. That's João Simpson and Marina Arndt.
Yeah, so you can see Argentina and the Argentinians and USA, and they're just trading the lead back and forth right now, based on speed and who's in the most pressure. As they come back, we'll have to see if the lefty holds. You can see the USA is doing a good job on the Argentinians. Looks like they're in a little bit more pressure, and they've just overtaken the lead. They may actually be on the foils, because look at how much faster they're going than the Argentinians.
Oh yeah.
So look at them go.
Beautifully called.
Yeah, and look at the displacement mode of the Argentinians. They look like they're tied to the dock.
They're in different classes right now, aren't they?
And this is the difference between foiling and not foiling for these boats. And the better you are at being able to pick the time to go, you can make huge gains. The Americans have done such a good job of really picking when they're doing this displacement mode, like they did on the when they were just around the mark, and then trying to get on the foils.
But all the while, the Argentinians were doing what the Americans had been doing earlier, which was getting into that high and slow keelboat sailing mode. And I just wonder, it'll be interesting to see when we see both boats in shot again. Do the Argentinians, by hanging on to that higher mode, do they have an opportunity to hook into a lifting gust ahead of the Americans?
Yeah.
I wonder if the Americans got a bit greedy there for a moment.
Yeah, maybe. It depends on how much leverage they give it away to the left. Right now, it looks like they're almost exactly on the Argentinians' line, and I think the Argentinians were just really worried about the Swedish, and they wanted to get up and make sure that the Swedish and the Chinese didn't get more left pressure. And so that was a good move by the Argentinians to not tack, to just change modes to get up there, so that now they're gonna get the same pressure as everybody else on the left.
This foiling mode in these conditions, it's like chasing the X on a treasure map. You've heard that there's buried treasure, and if you just pop the boat down a few degrees, you might actually be able to get the boat out the water and foiling, but you could pay a high price for it.
Yeah, and you could sail at it, especially if it's when the pressure's coming down the race course and it's not even, you could sail away from the pressure trying to get on the foil, and somebody else can reap the benefits of that for sure.
Yeah, and I think, unlike the FXs, who are pretty much consolidating what they already know about the boat, I think every leg of these race courses for the Nacra 17 is a huge learning experience.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen what they've done, but I know that they haven't done a ton of. We haven't had a lot of light air on the circuit this year, so they need every challenging condition they can to learn as much as they can, for sure.
Give us an update on Italy 26, the unstoppable machine of Tita and Banti, the nailed-on winners of every single race of the World Championship.
They're currently in 15th, so they're around where they were when they rounded the windward mark. So they didn't make a huge gain on the downwind or on this first half of the upwind. Let's just see where they are in the race course itself. I think they're trying to make their way up the right-hand side. Oh no, that's the other Italians.
Well, anyway, they're not in the top 10. Look at the Americans again. They're back on the trapeze. They're in displacement mode. They're in old school sort of catamaran mode of getting the windward float out of the water.
Yeah, and they're in a really nice spot here where they're actually underneath the graphics. There they are. They're at what we call like the point of the arrow, and that's where you want to be. You want to be in front, almost directly in front of the boats behind you, with not many boats leveraging to the right or the left. So like you want to be at the pointy end of the arrow, which is exactly where they are. So they're going to be really happy with their spot right here.
Yes, and actually they've gained and extended on the Argentinians, and we've got new players coming into play further to the left. We've got Waterhouse and Darmanin from Australia, who have banged the left-hand side a little bit harder, and maybe they're gaining from that.
Yeah, so they look like they're up on the foils now. The Aussies, they're moving really fast. The Americans, you can see, I think they clued into what was going on over there on the left. They made a tack over, so they're trying to really limit the amount of leverage that anybody gets over there. And actually, it looks like they're close to the ley line, yeah.
Yeah, so, and already David Liebenberg getting the Nacra up straight away around the windward mark and getting the boat up on the foil quite quickly, and a really nice clean hoist by Sarah Newbury and David Liebenberg, leading down towards the finish of the first of 3 races today in the Nacra 17 World Championships. We're on day 3 of the competition. We've had 6 races in the Nacra 17 so far. All 6 of those races have been won by Ruggero Tita and Caterina Banti, last year's dominant Olympic champions, absolutely running away with this World Championship so far, but running away with this race right now as they hit a gust and turn 15 degrees to the left. It's Newbury and Liebenberg from the USA.
Yeah, so here you can see the Argentinians who were making a play at the Americans earlier on in the race, just rounding, and the Australians behind them. So just to give you, the Americans are sitting in 18th place overall, so they're going to be pretty happy about taking probably a race win and adding that to their scores to get them a little bit closer to that top 10.
And their team leader, Paul Kayard, the America's Cup veteran, America's Cup skipper, former star sailor, in the Olympics in 2004, same games as you went to, Lisa.
Yep.
In Athens. He's here observing the competition. He will be greatly encouraged by what he's seeing here from Sarah Newbury and David Liebenberg. And Sarah, one of the minorities in terms of the fact that we still, after 8 years or 10 years of Nacra 17 racing, we don't see a lot of female skippers.
Yeah, I was just about to mention the same thing. It's good. I think that strength to weight ratio and all of that, it might be a benefit to have the female in the driving position, and especially on a day like this when you want to have that weight placement. A lot of the males in the boats are a little bit bigger, so it'll be interesting to see if that plays a factor in these like up and down conditions.
Very true. Now we've got a battle on between Argentina and Australia for second and third. Looks like at the moment Magdalani and Bosco have got the better of Waterhouse and Darmanin, but it's pretty close between them. And then back, it's another 200 or 300 meters back to Kurt and Kestinen from Finland.
Yeah, and the Finnish actually did a little bit of an early jibe there, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out with the Chinese and the Swedes who have straight set. Yeah. Oh no, they haven't early jibe. They're just in a little bit more pressure. Again, this is like the angle difference on if you can drive that boat a little bit further downwind.
Look at these boats coming upwind. These boats have barely come out of the leeward gate, and the Americans are on their way down to the finish. So they're probably 3/4 of a lap ahead of some of the other boats in this race.
Yeah, and that's one of the things with the Nacra is there's a huge experience gap between the front of the fleet and the back of the fleet. The back of the fleet has a lot of junior sailors who are just coming out of either skiff sailing or Nacra 15 sailing, and then the front of the fleet are Olympic veterans who have won multiple medals in various classes, and so there's going to be a huge spread in these boats.
And in terms of that experience range, I'd say Sarah Newbury and David Liebenberg are somewhere in the middle. I mean, they're not complete rookies, but you don't expect to see them winning races either. So this is great news for this American team.
Yeah, they'll be very happy with this, and you can see here. Just they look like they're sailing really well, but it's still really unstable, and the pressure is up and down. And again, they've done a very, very good job of picking their modes and picking their placement. Remember, in the first beat, they sailed across and got that. Oh, they overstood the ley line just a little bit there, so they had to come up to make the mark, but they've put it in the bag, so that's a nice one for them.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic performance by USA. That's Sarah Newbury and David Liebenberg winning the first of 3 races scheduled for day 3 of the Nacra 17 World Championship. So this is the first race that has been won by somebody other than Ruggero Tita and Caterina Banti, the Olympic champions from Italy. So they are mortal after all, because people were beginning to wonder.
Yeah. I mean, they'll be dropping this one no matter what it is, and right now it's still a 15. But we'll see what it is at the finish. And but again, if they want to stay in the dominant position that they're in, they can't afford to have many more of these races that they're currently having.
No. But what they will be hoping is that there'll be enough mix in the rest of the fleet that it won't be America winning every single race from here on. And the chances are it won't be. We're probably going to see different race winners today.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, the Americans that are. The rich always get richer sometimes, especially in conditions like this when you can pick your modes, and just seeing the spread. I mean, the Argentinians aren't even on their ley line to the finish, and the Americans are already having their bananas and sport drink.
It's quite amazing, isn't it? More than half a kilometre back to the next boat, to Argentina, who at the moment seem to have eked out a 200-metre advantage on Waterhouse and Darmanin from Australia, who briefly moved up into second place. So it looks like Argentina, who were leading this race earlier, are going to hold on to second place.
Yeah, the breeze has really died. The Argentinians are currently going 3.6 knots. So that's a real indicator of how you can, especially when you're going as fast or faster than the breeze, if you can get into pressure, and here you see the pressure. If you can get into pressure, you can sail with it all the way down and follow it down. And now the Argentinians are in trouble here with these boats coming across kind of middle of the race course right now.
If there's any consolation for them, it's that gust doesn't seem to be coming down with the boats. The boats seem to be using that gust to catch them up. But then they sail out the front of the gust because they're so fast.
Yeah, like you could see the angle change was huge between the boats coming across on port trying to get into that pressure. And the pressure doesn't seem to be moving very fast. It's not falling down the race course as fast as sometimes we say that gusts are stationary, and sometimes they're moving, and these gusts seem to be a little bit more stationary, so you can really sail out of it.
And especially with boats like the Nacra 17 that often sail faster than the wind anyway. And it looks like the steps are collapsing Indiana Jones style behind the fleet, and the Argentinians are staying just ahead of the collapsing steps. As I say that, the commentator's curse puts them into a terrible slow jibe, and nothing is certain until they cross this finish line.
So here we are with that's the New Zealanders there in that pressure with the red kite coming, and they're definitely making some moves on the Argentinians, and I think they've gotten past. So they're on port, but I don't think the Argentinians are going to be able to get at them. And no, so and we'll see what happens with this next jibe, because now the Argentinians have 2 boats kind of between them and the finish line, and so this is really tricky downwind sailing for these boats that haven't finished yet. Wow.
This is all over the place. And Wilkinson and Dawson from New Zealand, if they manage to get second across this finish line, I think even they will accept that there was quite a lot of luck involved in that. They've ridden their luck really well, but things are really shaken up on this final downwind leg. And it looks like the Kiwis are indeed going to take second place across the finish line. But even then, until they cross that line, they won't be certain of anything. But what an amazing comeback right at the end.
The Argentinians are just behind them, but they weren't quite able to solidify second place. But there was just so much leverage between them because the Argentinians were in almost a different race.
Yeah.
And sometimes, you know, in a race like this, that's just the way it happens. So
now we got about 10 boats coming across the line all at the same time, and I'm going to get you, Lisa, to try and identify who's who. Just look at this. It's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, so we've got the Australians coming. We've got the Finnish there are the White Kite, and the Australian number 5 is jibed in right in front of them. So I think the Finnish might take this one. Wow, that was a tight race. The Australians, I think, got it. The Australian 5 got it next. And whoa, look at that. I mean, I can't even call that. This was, I mean, that is an incredibly tight finish for how up and down that race was.
And it's that gust that carried the back markers back to the boats further in front of them, and then it just plonked everyone in the same position.
Yeah.
And it meant that everyone pretty much finished at the same time. But were the Italians, Tita and Banti, in that gaggle of boats that have just finished? I see there's an Italian flag bottom left.
No, the Italians are quite a ways still up the race course. They're currently in 21st, and they're still racing. They're just behind. They're the leftmost boat that you can see. There they are, Italy 24. So they're just behind the Australians and the British. And the British, again, you know, they're not going to be happy with this race either. There's some work to do with the strategy and tactics with those two boats for sure. Yeah.
Well, is anyone actually going to be able to keep all their scores in the top 10 today, I'm wondering? I mean, a few managed that in the FX. Maybe there were 2 or 3 teams out of the whole FX fleet.
I think there was only one.
Maybe only
that
one.
Was in, yeah. But maybe there was 2. Yeah, there was one that had a 10th. But yeah, the New Zealanders had all single digits. But yeah, I mean, this is, especially when you saw 10 boats all finishing at the same time. This is going to be a very up and down day for this fleet for sure.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah.
And we still got to see Tita and Banti crossing the finish line. We've seen Gimpson and Burnett, the silver medalists. They've crossed in 18th. So nothing to write home about for Great Britain there. And the last of the Italian boats in this race, here they are, Tita and Banti, the Olympic champions, finishing probably a kilometre and a half behind the leaders, Newbury and Liebenberg from the USA. So finally, that sheen of invincibility has been shattered. After 6 race wins, they crossed this finish line in, I think, 21st place, was it?
Yeah, I think it was, let's see.
Something around
20th.
There. 20th, okay. Yeah. Followed by China, 541, who in the early stages of that race were actually vying for the lead. So seen all kinds of funny stuff going on there.
Yeah, so that last shot that we saw there, you could really see that the difference in the pressure and the puffs, and it's going to be really key for the sailors, I think, to be really watching which direction the puffs are moving, and trying to limit the amount that they're sailing out of them. And I think they're going to have to, especially with the downwinds, you know, because the puffs are so important. Angle to the mark doesn't really, unless you're in the puff, the angle to the mark isn't going to matter. It's going to be about the angle to the next puff.
Yes. And good bit of breeze up for USA 9 as they cross the finish line. That's Riley Gibbs and Lara Dahlman-Weiss. And they were actually ahead in the overall standings of USA 50, Sarah Newbury and David Liebenberg. But that's going to change after this race, after Newbury and Liebenberg's race win. And we're seeing quite a few first-time World Championship race winners today. It's that kind of day, isn't it, Lisa?
Yeah, it is. It is for sure. And it's you know, it's a matter of who can stay in the moment and really, you know, sail with what they've got and not try and force it and make things happen. Here's the Chinese. It looks like they might have been a little bit over the lay line, trying to come up at the finish line. There they go. They're across the line, and again, there's a big difference between the front of the fleet and the back of the fleet. And some of the back of the fleet, in this fleet especially, are going to be really trying to make sure that they don't score letter scores and DNFs, because the timing is so different between, and there's a time limit on how far behind you can be to
that's true, isn't it?
To the first place finish. The Canadian boats are really new, and the back of the American fleet, again, North American-based World Championships. You're going to get those new boats that wouldn't have made the trek to a European or an Asian World Championships, but with Worlds in your back door, you're going to make sure that you're there. But it's going to be a little bit of a stretch for your experience level for sure.
Absolutely glorious sailing conditions right now, and it always looks fun sailing a Nacra 17 downwind. And for this Japanese team, they are firing along incredible speeds. It's easy to take for granted after a while, but these boats always sailing consistently faster than the wind speed going downwind. That was Shibuki Itsuka and Kapilia Nashida. They're just about to cross the finish line now.
So just to clarify, for the Nacra 17, if the winds average less than 10 knots, which I believe we probably had for that race, the finish window is increased to 20 minutes. These boats should finish well inside the finish window.
Okay, so meanwhile, Chris is out in the boat park, and he's going to grab some interviews from us for us. So let's see who Chris has got for us now. Volume.
Oh,
can we have?
We're.
Okay, sorry, we're not getting the audio at the moment. We'll just see if we can get that in. Chris isn't aware of that, so we'll come back to that when we got the audio working. And we still got back markers finishing. Here's Australia 464. We're just trying to get that audio fixed on that interview. Okay, we'll go back to Chris, see if we can get the interview again.
We are back in the boat park with Lena and Nadine, Germany 224, after races 7, 8, and 9, right? Now, we've talked to a couple sailors already, and that was really up and down all around the course today. So, I mean, did you have the same experience as everyone else?
Yeah, pretty much. We started the races usually well, like ended up pretty well at the top mark, and then did some good performance on the downwinds, tried to catch every gust you can whilst avoiding the weed, you know. And then sometimes just ended up in a lull, and then yeah, it's very frustrating, but you just have to keep chipping away.
Now, Nadine, you're part of a really strong German squad. You actually retired some sailors. I think Susan Buca, who retired from Olympic sailing pretty recently. Where do you guys stand with that group? Do you guys all train together, and how are you acting at this World Championships together?
So actually we are not in this German squad. We're not, well, I've been sailing the 470 for quite a long time, and Lena and I, we just teamed up 1 year ago. So we're pretty new in the boat, and we're just like getting to know the boat, getting to know everything, getting together as a team, and yeah, that's...
Now, you're not new to World Championships, correct, in terms of 470?
No, I'm not new to World Championships. I've done a couple of them in the 470, but this is like, yeah, it's completely different. This boat is all about going fast.
But there's a lot to be learned. Just to do a World Championship, it seems, together as a team is a big step and probably a big learning curve. Have you done any World Championships before? And so far, what have been your big takeaways from this championship?
Well, I've done a few in the youth, yeah, in the junior and youth scene, but this is my first senior World Championship, and it's actually a lot different. Like, everyone's like way more prepared, everyone's like way more on the edge, and like everyone really goes out there and gets everything that they want to do. And I'm super happy to have Nadi by my side, because she has all the experience from like 8 years of 470 senior sailing. And what are my big takeaways? Well, it's basically in the 49er, it's just like keep going, and like if like something little happens, just keep going, because like everyone else also has some little incidents sometimes, and so just the teams that keep it together and yeah, keep going, they're ending up at the top at the end, and then yeah, just that we both need a little bit more time in the boat, because yeah, it's like 15 months maybe together, and we did learn an awful lot in those 15 months, but we just still need a little more confidence in the big breeze, and yeah. But the third takeaway would be that we are standing pretty well. With a little bit more time, I think we can be in a pretty good position for Paris 2024.
Awesome. And I liked what you said about, in this class, people really work hard all the way around the race course. A lot of classes it's like that, but it's somehow it seems like hyper-focused in these high-performance classes. And I know we just talked to Vilma and Rebecca from Sweden about their, they had a 31 today, they had a mid-fleet finish, but the mid-fleet finish was they were almost in last, and they're working their way through the fleet. So, I mean, is there almost as much to learn about, about the day through those races as it is for one that you just finished in the top 10?
Well, probably it's even more to learn from, because yeah, you've done a lot of not mistakes, but you've made some wrong decisions, and if you analyze them, you just know what you don't want to do the next time, and yeah, you just go for what didn't go that well, look at it, but from a neutral perspective, and then keep on going.
Awesome. And Lena, just tell me a little bit about yourself. I mean, maybe there's a little bit of an age difference between you two, but what were you doing before this, and what part of Germany did you start training in when you were first into sailing?
So we're actually both from like both ends of Germany. So I'm from the north, she's from the south, and I started sailing in the Opti and did a lot of time in the laser, and then it was too slow for me, too much work for not enough speed. So I tried the 49er FX with one of the other German crews here actually in 2018. And that didn't really work out, because she had it was just jumping in for someone else. And then I tried the Nacra for a while. That didn't really work out. Went back to the laser for a while. And then a guy who's from the big boats, he asked me if I wanted to do the mixed offshore. And that was actually really, really fun. So I did like 1.5 years of that, whilst that was like still considered for the Olympics. And it really opened up my sailing horizon. I'm now a navigator in the Clubs 150 as well through this time. And it really gives me a lot of insights from just other parts of the sport that I can bring to this campaign, and it's really cool.
Yeah, that's awesome to see that brief window opened up a lot of doors for opportunities for competitive offshore sailing. Like we said with Susan, she's in the Figaro fleet. And Nadine, have you been doing any of the offshore sailing too?
No, I've just been sailing Olympic classes.
You're not brave enough to go out in the ocean like Lena is?
No.
Someday.
Someday I will go with her, yeah. But for now, I'll stay with the smaller boats.
Awesome. Well, it's great to see you both. And Lena, I just want to call you out. You thought I was coming to speak to some of the other German sailors. But we learned so much from each other and from the fleet. And there are times where you're in the top of the fleet and other teammates are in the top of the fleet. And I think the one thing that we saw today was a lot of the top group, when they were in the back of the fleet, they were back there with people that were sitting in the top 5 with them. So the fleet was really mixed up today, but it was cool to see. Thanks so much for speaking with us, and we'll keep walking around the boat park. So sending it back to the studio.
So thanks very much, Chris. And so Germany, they've got a silver medal from last year in the FX, but that team retired after a really long Olympic campaign, and they got some young, fresh talent coming through. What's Canada's strategy? Who do you look to? Where does a Canadian sailor look to for their inspiration right now? I'm thinking maybe Sarah Douglas and what she's achieving in the radial, for example, in so-called ILCA 6 fleet now, doing really well.
Yeah, I mean, Sarah's, since the last game, she's gained a lot of confidence. She's sailing with a lot of confidence. And it really, her coming out in the first World Cup this year, I guess it was the first European World Cup this year, and dominating in the breeze was a big game changer for her. And it also, tells the other Canadians that type of performance is quite capable of, the Canadian programs, which is great. And that belief system, I think, flows all the way into the into the FX with the two Canadian women's teams in the FX doing really well. And they're showing, again, they're not as consistent as Sarah is, and they're still, a little bit more junior and have a little bit less experience, but they're showing that they too have the capability of putting those numbers together as well.
They at least have a sort of a legacy, or Canada has a legacy and a background of sailing. The country that's impressing me today, for example, is China, winning a race in the 49er FX and showing signs of being able to perform at the front of the Nacra 17 fleet. Really technical classes. And China, we've seen them win in some of the simpler boats like the laser radial or on the boards and on the RSX. But to be making ground in these classes as well, that's really impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, since 2008, they've been putting a lot of effort and money into their programs, and they've been putting a lot of money and effort into their programs, and I think it's starting to show over time that they are making inroads in the more technical classes, and and they've had sailors in the pipeline, who have been doing really well in the youth fleets, and those sailors are now starting to make those inroads in the senior fleets as well.
Yeah. I think Chris might have another interview for us out in the boat park, so let's just see if we can get Chris back out there again.
All right, we are with Steph and Maggie from Team USA. Just finished race 7, 8, 9 and day 3. I don't see anyone else around, so I asked you before, you're in early, and there's only 2 reasons to come in early, so is it a good reason?
Yeah, it was a good reason. The breeze got really fluky and weird, and it actually did like a 180 from the last couple days. Came off the shore and was just inconsistent and random and crazy, so it's actually kind of easy to get separation in that once you're ahead and away from the noise and the mess. You can kind of stay ahead, but it was tough racing. It was really tricky.
A couple top 10s today. What was that last race?
Last race we won, which we were really excited about. It's been a pretty tough week for us so far, so today we are just trying to charge and have 3 top 10s, so a race win's definitely the icing on the cake.
Cool, and then let's talk about your relationship. On a day like today, you said it was kind of crazy all over the place. All 3 races. Yeah. So was it just kind of a combination of both of you taking the lead in a given stage of the race, or did one person be the wind whisperer today?
Yeah, totally separate. Like, there were times I didn't even know where we were on the race course. Like, Steph's head is just on a swivel the whole time, and I'm zoned in on the boat speed, and I think one person just has to own the strategy and tactics, and Steph did that, and find the pressure and connect the dots, and that's what she did, and I just zoned in on the boat, and each one of us bossed each other around in our respective departments, and that seemed to work quite well today.
Cool. And I know you two have been sailing together for quite some time now, and it just seems like your experience is just starting to slowly, that consistency is starting to slowly show up. So it was today really important for you to just start to feel that rhythm again?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really long championship, and we knew that coming into this. And like I said, we had a couple tough days already, some tough scores, but we just are fighting for every inch out there and every place, so we're just one race at a time, one beat at a time.
Cool. And I know your secret weapon is here, your mother, so I just want to give a little shout out.
Shout out to Mom.
I got a good hug from your mom this morning.
Yeah, she gave some good hugs, yeah.
That was the mojo.
And she left us some treats in our toolbox yesterday, so well, maybe there's some treats in there today.
Oh, God. Well, you definitely earned it. So thanks so much, and we'll keep walking around the boat park.
Treats in the toolbox. I'd love to know what they were.
Yeah.
When are we going to get treats in our toolbox, Lisa?
Yeah.
We've got another 2 races of Nacra 17 racing to go. But anyway, in the meantime, Chris, I think he has another 49er FX sailor for us to talk to. So let's see who Chris has got out there.
Welcome back to the 2022 49er FX and Nacra 17 Worlds here in Hubbards, Nova Scotia in Canada. And we are with Bart Lambrix and Floris van der Werken from the Netherlands. You guys are the current world champions, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Awesome. Yeah.
Right, sorry about that. That was an interview from a couple of days ago. I think Chris is out there in the boat park now. So let's see if we can get Chris. Okay, yeah, we're trying.
Awesome. Okay, we are live. I am with Saskia Tidy and Freya Black, and you guys had an awesome day on the water today for, a lot of people had really inconsistent days today with big, deep finishes and a couple of top tens. But let's start with your good luck charm today. Yesterday, I thought you had a good luck charm by having a good last race. You had lost your grandmother's necklace, or your mom's necklace, and how'd you find that?
Some lovely man handed it in today, and it's normally something I hang on to for good luck, and we didn't have it yesterday, but we had it today, so yeah, it was good.
Right, well, faith in humanity is restored. The necklace is back. So let's get back to the racing. Freya, we talked about the development with you two as a new team, but you do have a lot of faith in each other. Today was a very different day than the last couple of days. We had a sea breeze yesterday, big booming frontal breeze the day before, but today was the day you chose to put together a really great string of races. So tell me what worked today.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really shifty conditions out there. Gust to lob ratio was huge, and it was mentally draining, that's for sure. And we somehow managed to keep fighting and race the course, and that was the key for today.
Now, Saskia, I've seen you come in from races, where you've been so focused that even off the water, it takes you a while to settle down.
Yeah.
Like to even know where you are, you've just been fighting the whole time. Do you get into a kind of zone on a day like today where things are going crazy and you kind of have to put the blinders on?
Yeah, I mean, days like today, it's really easy to get caught in a really high tempo and get kind of swept away with the rhythm of the day, and I think that's probably where we just did so well today as a team. We just kind of kept each other grounded and really tried to play to that strength of keep calm when it all feels a bit difficult. So yeah, normally it is pretty intense and you're trying to keep in that performance mindset, but Freya's a great person in the boat for that. I think we really play in each other's strengths there. So
cool. And you spent a lot of years with Charlotte Dobson sailing, and I know when you have a different helm, Charlotte's probably a little bit taller, maybe even a little bit heavier than you are, Freya, and you probably had all this muscle memory from her.
Yeah.
Especially like you would go into a day like this, you know exactly where your feet would go. Yeah. You would know exactly like where that balance point is when she's out on the wire and when she's not. How much does that change when you sail with such a different size helm?
Yeah, well, I've been really lucky to sail with Charlotte for the last 5 years. I've learned so much with her, and I think the accuracy in which we sailed has really benefited me going forward into this campaign with Freya, and I can help pass down some of that learning so we can fast track our team together. For sure, riding moments always a gain, but I just have to stay on my tiptoes a little bit longer than normal, and Freya's making some pretty smart decisions, so we're both making each other look pretty good around the race course.
And I like that term accuracy in steering and body positioning. And Freya, for you in these boats, I mean, you haven't been sailing 49ers for that long. You got the call up to sail with Saskia. How was it in terms of your focus today when one of you has to be looking around all the time? It's hard to keep the boat in balance. But what's the focus on the accuracy of kind of the angle of heel and steering of the boat today?
Yeah, so today we were just trying to find an average speed upwind and downwind, so that I could get my head out and have a look around. Yeah, I mean, when we were happy with where we were on the course and there was no further decisions, it would be all into speed and we'd be working together to know what was important at that moment.
Does that equate to sometimes, Saskia, you talking to her about a little bit of up, down, press a little bit more, we're getting a little too thin, those kind of conversations?
Yeah, I think it's really important on a day like today for me not to bring Freya's head into the boat too much and very much keep the boat trucking and moving. And then just finding the moments where I think we were both needed in the boat to make it go quickly. So it's it definitely takes two to make this, work today, and it's just an awesome day for teamwork, really.
Awesome. Well, it's really great to see you guys working well together. Last question: what does Kate mean on the boom? We have 10 seconds to tell me.
This is all. The name of the boat is Kate. Well, Catherine. Kate,
yeah,
for sure.
We were really lucky to inherit this boat from Dylan and Stu, so it's it's a special boat.
Awesome, yeah, and a special team. So great. Well, keep climbing. I'm so glad you got your necklace back.
Yes.
That's so good, and you carried on, and no matter what. So we're gonna keep walking around the boat park, but we're gonna send it back to the studio.
Chris, thank you very much for that. And that was Freya Black and Saskia Tidy from Great Britain. So one of the best days, sessions of the day in the 49er FX. Lisa, I think maybe they were the best of the day. I'm trying to remember. They were certainly within a point or two.
They were within a point of. They were one of the boats that had all top 10 finishes.
And the Poles who got a first, a second, and a 14th. They were the top performers of the day.
Yeah. So, there was 2 boats that were all in the top 10, and then the Polish with the 14, but a 1-2 is gonna make their finishes pretty strong. So.
Right, so a bit of an insight there with some of Chris's great interviews with the 49er FX fleet, but now we've got to get our head back into the game of Nacra 17 racing, foiling catamarans that don't foil all the time in the kind of conditions that we've got today, and picking your moments to mode between displacement mode and foiling mode. That was one of the key decision points throughout the first race of the afternoon in the foiling catamarans, and it's something that Sarah Newberry and David Liebenberg did better than anybody else, winning the race by more than 500 meters ahead of the next boats behind them. So we saw some high scores from some unexpected corners, not at least a 20th place by the reigning Olympic champions, runaway leaders of this regatta so far. That is Ruggero Tita and Caterina Banti, who have really struggled in the first race today. So will we see more surprises in just over a minute's time when we get into the start of the second race of the afternoon? It's race 8 in the Nacra 17 World Championships in Nova Scotia. Lisa, which end of the line do you fancy?
Well, I think it looks like everybody's kind of in agreement on the right-hand side of the race course and the right-hand side of the line. Let's see what happens here, but it does look like there's a little bit more pressure over there now, and it might be a little bit of a right line as well. So we'll see as we go into the start here. We've got a minute left to go, and the boats are all jockeying for position, and there's some port tackers coming across. Again, if you want to get to the right, you've got to get over onto port really fast in these boats.
24 seconds to go. China looking like they want to book the pin end of the line down here, but it looks like the most popular end of the start line is up near the committee boat. One of the Canadian teams looking to come in at this end of the line. But China 541 looking like they want it more than anybody else right now.
Might
1
be
second.
Yeah, it might have been a little early. Let's wait and see if we've got any over earlies, but it looks like it was a little bit more of an even line with a lot of people starting up at the boat, but then less sag in the line than there was in the previous race. Still a little bit in the middle, but a little bit more of an even start for the majority of these boats.
And a very good start for one of the American teams who are up onto the hydrofoils as they blast out to the left-hand side of the racetrack.
Riley Gibbs heading out to that side there.
Riley Gibbs and Lara Dahlman-Weiss. We saw an interview with Lara earlier in the day with Chris in the boat park, and they've got a really sweet start out to the left-hand side.
So you can see the boat that's in the apex of this arrow out to the left, and that is Sarah Newberry. So she had a nice start out to the left. The boat just on her hip there, that's legging out, is the Italian team of Tita and Banti, and they've just shifted gears to a little bit of a high mode, and now they're in the lead of this race.
So is that them furthest left of screen?
Yep.
And they're going about 10 degrees higher than the American boat to leeward of them.
Yep. Yeah, so they've just... Yeah, so you can see these pressure lines coming down, and it makes such a big difference with the angle of the boat and the apparent wind. And Tita and Bandy are really hammering down right now, and they're just extending away from everybody. But Sarah Newberry is having another fantastic race. They're both up on the foils, and they're walking away from the people who are up on their hip. And there's a few other boats down to leeward of them. The other Italian team and the Brazilians who are also up on the foils out in this left bit of pressure.
So we got a beautiful shot here of the winners of the last race, and we got the overall leaders to windward of them, and I'm wondering what we can see, what would a Nacra 17 coach be looking at for those differences to see what could possibly be the performance difference between those two boats? Because the big question everyone is asking in the Nacra 17 fleet right now is what makes Tita and Banty so fast in this new era of full foiling upwind?
Yeah, well, I mean, you can see right now that they're all about sailing the same speed, but Tita and Banty are just sailing plain old higher than everybody else. You know, and so they're able to take that apparent win and just squeeze it up higher and higher. And here they go into attack. Then they're going to be clean across, you know, the majority of everybody out on the right, and they're very close to the ley line. So this is now that they're up on the foils, this is a shorter race than the previous one.
And the difference for the Italians and the Americans have also tacked is the Americans might have to duck a boat, whereas the Italians are clean ahead. So just underneath the graphic, there's a bit of a close port starboard. It looks like the Americans. Right, that was a very close call by the Americans. I don't know if the Argentinians waved them across, but the Argentinians have just tacked in that position. So that was a very close call between USA and Argentina.
Yeah. So Riley Gibbs there, you can see just below the Italians. You know, he's done well with his start, tacking a little bit underneath that left group, but good consolidation position. Still coming out of the left-hand side of the race course. The Swedes really are the only ones. Where are the Swedes? The Swedes are, you know, still even a little bit in the center of the race course. And then there's a few boats that are even further over there. The Japanese, you can see, they're the boat that is actually on the right-hand side of the rum line, which is that center point of the line of the race course.
Now, we're not seeing the same benefit of the right-hand side of the race course, and as we did with the 49er FX. Is that because of where we are in the day, or because Nacra 17s are different beasts and different animals to the FX?
It might be a little bit of both, but I think, you know, we did see the left-hand side of the race course become a little bit more consistent as the racing went on for the FXs. So I think, you know, it might be a little bit more that, but also these boats, they have less tacks. So again, you know, sometimes it's just the faster boats are the ones who can hold their lanes, and they end up generally on the left-hand side because they can hold their lanes off the starts, and it's more costly to tack right. So it's a little bit hard to tell at this point until we look at the numbers where we're going with that.
Just look at the setup of the boat. They've got a slight bit of windward heel. They're actually using the windward rudder elevator to pull the windward float back down towards the water. And speaking to Rogero Tita a few months ago, in the very early days of the new era of foiling upwind, he predicted that the crew weights were going to come down because they don't need the crew weight for righting moment. They've got so much downforce at their control with the rudder elevators, which they can use for downforce as well as lift now.
Ooh,
as they go through
weeds.
a lot of weed. And look how much they're steering to get through that weed. Because weed is an absolute foiling killer. So that's a bad clump of weed that's not far off the windward mark, and they're going to have to go around that windward mark whether there's weed or not. But it's a clear lead through the weed for Italy 26, who are just about to tack on to starboard. But that was a really interesting insight, that drone shot into the setup of the boat. There's a slight bit of windward heel in there.
Yeah, windward heel, and I think you probably want to try and set up so that you've got nose down a little bit, like the F50s.
The
F50s, yeah. So it's a matter of like balancing your lift versus that downward pressure that you were talking about, and really trying to get everything balanced.
So what kind of hoist are they going to go for? Caterina Banti gets 2 armfuls of Jenica out, and now she steps into the boat. The boat is low riding at the moment. There's no foiling going on at the moment. The Italian flag comes out. That's the flat Jenica that doubles the sail area of the boat, but they're in a real light patch now.
Yeah, you could see her just looking around there and using the time that she's actually standing up to get a good view of the pressure, and you could see that she was pointing over her shoulder, and she's just, I think they've decided that they can see more pressure coming down on the left, so that's where they're going to hold and stay and try and play that down the run.
Gradually getting up to speed, both on the trapeze, letting the boat lean over, but now they're fully hydrofoiling.
There they go.
They've got a 88-meter lead, building up to a 100-meter lead over Sarah Newbury and David Liebenberg. First in the previous race, and the Americans in second in this race in the early stages. But look at Tita and Banty. Banty looking over her shoulder again, seeing where the next puff is coming from, or if it's going to be a lull. Got to keep your heads out the boat all day today. You can't take anything for granted.
Yeah, you could see the huge changes in their their angle towards the mark as they get pressure and they get lift on the foils. They can drag that down very, very close to the mark, and then as soon as it gets sketchy and light, they've got to come back up or to not fall off the foils. So,
yeah, a lot of steering going on, isn't there?
Yeah, yeah, and then you've got the crew weight moving forward and back, really trying to balance the foils, making sure that you're not coming up too high because you definitely don't want to jump out.
So now it's Bissero and Frescari up into second, so it's an Italian 1-2 right now. We're back at the windward markers. Brazil going round the windward mark. Maybe you can update us as to where Brazil are in the overall standings. Are they around 6th or 7th?
Yeah, Brazil's actually in 13th. They had a 7th.
Sorry, I meant in the race, actually.
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
Yeah, sorry. My mistake.
They're in 7th place.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah, there are already huge gaps out there. Tita and Banty looks like they've jibed onto port. But look at the boat in front of us, front of screen. I'm thinking maybe that's the Swedes, I'm not sure. But they're on a really nice line of pressure at the moment.
Yeah, that looks like the Argentinians with the blue kite there. The Swedes and the Argentinians are coming down, and they're just behind the Americans and the Italians who are just here. They were just behind the Tita and Banty, who we can see coming across. They've picked a nice line, I think. You can see the pressure line that's just to the bottom, and you can see it's kind of dying a little bit more at the top. So you want to stay in that and not sail out of it.
The Italians are looking a little bit vulnerable at the moment, actually.
A little bit light,
and suddenly they turn right by 15 degrees. But this is a really good game by Magellani and Bosco on the left-hand side. And we can't see the Americans or the other Italians, Bissero, Frescari, but I wonder if the Argentinians are making good ground here.
You can see a big line of pressure coming down the middle of the race course right now. And I think the Italians are just, they're jiving away. They're jiving away because the Americans and the other Italian boat are, and I wonder if they've jived too soon away from that.
I agree. I'd rather no,
no.
The Argentinians have jived as well. What have they seen that we haven't seen?
Don't know.
I think you should stay on port jibe.
So this is the Brazilian boat here with a big Brazilian flag that's just going to fly down into this pressure. And but the Italians were worried about the Americans and the other Italians, which they've lost. But I think that might have been a little bit of moving too soon and jibing in the lull instead of waiting for the pressure to come down to you.
Maybe. Yeah. I was waiting to see the Brazilians move into the lead, but they've really not done very well at all by holding. So
no,
I wonder if it didn't look right at the time, but I wonder if Tita and Banty jibing when they did, along with the Argentinians, was the best of a bunch of bad moves.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing with this racing here. It's the breeze is so variable that that you've really got to stick to your guns. And they made a definitive move. They thought that this was our risk over here, and so we're going to go back and eliminate that risk as best we can.
So now it's a match race between two Italians. When I say that, I mean it's so close between the front few. This is anybody's race right now. So the advantage that Tita and Banty had is down to nothing. They're in second, about 10 meters behind Bissero and Frescari, the 2019 world champions. So we've got the two contenders for the Italian selection for Tokyo 2020 neck and neck right now. The old rivals, Bissero Frescari against the reigning Olympic champions Tita and Banty. And it's Tita and Banty who move into the lead ahead of Bissero Frescari again. It's the Italian flag on the right-hand side that is in the lead in this race.
And look at the angle changes. I mean, these are the very, very best people in the world at sailing this boat, and you can see that they're struggling to keep the boat balanced and really driving. It's not easy out there at all.
No, and every boat that you can see in picture right now has a chance of winning this race, that's for sure.
Yeah, and we've got, just to talk about that blue spinnaker up there, that's the other Italian team. The blue spinnaker up on the top of your screen is Unagoli and Guberleli. No?
Ugolini and Jubilee.
Oh, yeah. So they've just jived back over, but they've done a good job of catching up and getting hooked into a little bit of this pressure.
Really nice jibe drop there by the leaders, Tita and Banti, choosing to go out to the left-hand side, followed by Bisero and Frascari, also from Italy. And Brazil back up in the mix again, as around the far side, it's an Italian 1-2-3 right now. It's a full Italian job. Tita, Banti, Bisero, Frascari, Ugolini, Jubilee holding the top three. Surely an Italian is going to win this race.
Yeah, they've got the odds are for sure. And we just saw the Americans round the right-hand gate, and the Brazilians and the Swedes round the left-hand gate. Now the Brazilians, it looked a little bit like they weren't going to make gains, but they did a really good job of playing that puff and moving back into fourth place, rounding that leeward mark. Yeah, you've really just got to stick with what you've got.
And the leaders on the left, just underneath the leaderboard graphic, that is Tita and Banti in a very high slow mode, what I called referred to as keelboat sailing mode earlier. They're not looking to get the boat foiling. They're looking to protect their position tactically by sailing high and slow. The foiling is not on the agenda right now. As the middle of the fleet comes around, and Gibson and Burnett, the Olympic silver medalists from Great Britain, are amongst that pack. They're going out to the right-hand side. And yeah, this is the busy part of the race course right now.
Yeah, so regardless of whether people rounded the right-hand gate or the left-hand gate, that was almost a decision on how much of a lane you wanted to have. Everybody's tacked over, and they're all on starboard tack trying to get out into the left pressure. And you can see the left pressure up there closer to shore, and they're trying to make their way over there. It looks like the Italian trio that rounded the left-hand gate just have a little bit of a leg out, and they're getting in that pressure first, and they're starting to walk away from the boats behind them. So it'll be interesting to see. It's the Italians and the Brazilians who are down all the way to the left, and we can't see we can only see the top Italian team there that's coming across, but this is definitely a long trek out to the left.
Well, Ugolini and Jubilee are listed as leading this race right now. They were the Italian team that went round the right-hand gate mark and did attack soon afterwards in a clear lane out to the left. And I'm wondering if being the first boat to go around the right-hand gate mark and take that alternative approach to the gate is the key move that got them there. But actually, you look at it here, and it looks to me like Tita and Banti are actually the leaders.
Yeah, so I mean, it's tough to it's going back and forth, but again, they're sailing different modes. The Italians on the inside and to the right are sailing a little bit of a higher and slower mode again, whereas Tito and Banti, they look like they're fully on foils right now, and they're trucking out. So they're sailing lower, but they're sailing a lot faster. So I think by the time they tack, and they should be able to cross the other Italians.
Italy 71, that's Bisero and Frascari.
Yeah.
They are actually the third of 3 Italian boats in the top 4. And then to windward, to the left of them, you can see our race leaders, that Tita and Banti in that high mode, leading this race with Newbury and Lieberberg, the American boats, in between those 2 Italians.
Yeah, and Sarah's doing a really good job again of switching her modes. She's doing a great job with the Italians, holding her lane, not losing a lot. And she's in a tough position there because she's kind of sandwiched between the 2 groups. And so it's not a comfortable place to be in, but it's clear that this is where she's got to go. So you've just got to be, really patient and just make it work.
Yeah, well, they showed great ability in race 1, the one they won, to be able to choose their modes at the right time in the right place. And is it Ugolini and Jubilee that have moved into the lead?
They have. So this is Tito and Banti. You can see them on port tack coming across, and they're actually behind those the Italians. And they yep. Italy 98 has tacked, and they've done a really nice job of tacking directly on top of their teammates and sending them back out. So that's 2 tacks for them. That's costly.
Wow, 2 tacks in a foiling multi-hull. You must really want your clear air to do that. So that was a hard move on their teammates that Ugolini and Jubilee played there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you can see they're just crossing ahead of Sarah Newbury now, and this is you can see the Brazilians here in our screen, and the other Italians. And the boats look a little bit more stable now. I think they might be in like some pressure, and they're not bouncing up and down like they were at the top of the beat last beat. So we'll see. We're back up to 9.3 knots, and so it'll be interesting to see if that holds for the rest of this race.
Now the Chinese are featuring as being in amongst the front few as well. We'll have to see if the leaderboard settles down and if that's a true representation of things or if that's a glitch, but could be that Mei and Chen from China are moving up to threaten the Italian dominance in this race right now.
Yeah, they've gone all the way out to the left, so they're the leftmost boat, and that extra hitch actually by Tito and Banti has taken them back up into trading the lead back with Sarah Newbury. So it looks like things are going a little bit left at this point, but again, nothing has been staying for the long haul, and they're quite far over close to the mark. So any right is gonna pay for the boats that took a little bit of an earlier step out. And you can see here there's a little bit of right pressure, so it'll be interesting to see when the boats get their nose into that, whether that favors the old leaders of the race.
So you can see how patchy it still is here from the drone shot. Much better breeze over on the far right hand side, but that's not where the race course is. You've got to sail with what you've got, and look at the horrible angles between port and starboard. It looks like whoever's on starboard in the middle of our picture right now is paying a high price in angle terms to sail the lower angle that they're doing.
Yeah, so I believe, that's the Brazilians and the Italians the Brazilians are on top here, just at the very extreme left of the screen, and the Italians just tacked over. They were our previous race leaders. And the Americans and the other Italians have tacked in front of them, and they're consolidating the left.
Okay, so Charlie flag, that means a change of course, does it?
Yes.
Yeah, so I understand there could be a change of course, maybe a new windward mark position for the fleet.
Probably leeward mark if it's
Okay, no, of course there would be.
No, new windward mark.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. So they're sailing up to a new windward mark. I think they've made it longer, from what I can see.
So they're aiming for a 30-minute target time for the race winner. And in the previous race, such was the distance between the front and the back. There's a 15-minute time limit once the leader crosses the finish line. And was it?
15. It depends on the average knots. So if the average knots is less than 10 knots, then it will be a 20-minute.
Okay.
So we're just in and around that range. So we can't tell from the studio whether or not they've determined that it's average 10 knots or more or less.
Half the race is above 10 knots and half the race is well below.
Exactly.
But look how close this race is between the front three right now. Wilkinson and Dawson, we haven't mentioned that name for a while. So the Kiwis, are they up into the front three now?
Yeah, they'll be happy about getting back into this race. So
well, they had a great recovery in the previous race to finish second across the line behind the Americans in the previous race. So can Wilkinson and Dawson pull another cat out of the bag this time? Yeah,
it's interesting. You know, we talk about this fleet not being so tactical, but the whole fleet right now is tacking up the middle of the race course. It seems like they're in a band of pressure and they're all just trying to stay in it, not sail out of it from the right to the left. And it seems like it winds a little bit left, but I think you can sail out of it if you stay too long. So there's, you know, you can see here that the race leaders are in quite a tight pack, doing multiple tacks up the middle of the race course.
The top 10 are so tightly bunched right now, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah. So you know, they're really trying to keep their lanes clear, and they're you know, trying to stay in the pressure and not sail out of it too far. But again, it's shifting, and there's, as soon as it gets light enough that they fall off, there's some big moding changes. And the Americans again are doing a great job of managing their modes and managing their lanes. They're just tacking there towards the Italians again, and you know, they're sailing a very, very nice race.
Yeah, they tend to stick more to the middle of the course, and yeah, picking their moment to tack across towards the Italians, but it doesn't look like they're going to be on equal terms.
Oh, that's Gibbs. Yeah.
So USA 50 is, I thought that was...
no, it is. It's Sarah, yeah. But Riley Gibbs is up there as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at bottom of the screen, it is the Kiwis, Wilkinson and Dawson, also in the hunt right now. And Gibson and Burnett, they were way back. They were so far behind. Now we find them in contention for the lead.
So I think they did they legged it out to the left pretty far, and they did a good job of hooking into the pressure early on, and then they've taken a really long port tack, and they've gotten back in touch with the leaders.
Incredible, because they must have been more than 500 meters behind the lead at one point when the Italians 26 were charging down the first run and foiling. I remember seeing the Union Jack going upwind very, very slowly.
Yeah, yeah.
So incredible recovery by them, but it does look like the marginal advantage still goes to Italy 26. It looks like Tita and Banti somehow have climbed out of this melee and are still leading, but look at the Americans coming in fast from the right-hand side of your screen.
Yeah, so they took another hitch out to try and get into that left pressure again. The Italians are definitely sailing well, and they're back on form, I would say, sailing fast. But the Americans are putting the push to them, and they're putting their boat in a good positions, and they're not letting up.
No, there's a really good battle on between Italy and USA right now, with a 150-meter gap back to the next boat, which is another Italian, Ugolini and Jubilee. But we're looking at Tita and Banti coming in on the starboard ley line. I think they're going to be leading, and yes, they are. There's actually still a bit of a gap back to Newbury and Lieberberg going into attack on the left of screen. Banti stands up to do the hoist, gets that red Jenica up in the air. There's the Italian flag up and flying and pulling. Bit of a small cartwheel there before they get the boat under control. And now the bows go down, and they are sailing level and fast and towards the finish line. Will anyone be able to take this race win away from Tita and Banti?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. It seems like the breeze is up a little bit, but as you can see from this shot, it's definitely still variable. So there's still a lot to be done out here on the race course, and I think, especially when you have a little bit of space, you've got to really be careful about that leverage from one side to the other. And if you fall off the foils and another group hooks into a pressure line and they get up, you could be in big trouble trying to consolidate.
Yeah, that's very true. Look how close it is between this pack that have just gone round. That's the Swedes, the bottom of your screen, chasing Gibson and Burnett on an amazing recovery after a terrible start to this race, and Wilkinson and Dawson in third place. Yes, but actually, yeah, Gibson and Burnett getting on a slightly lower line, and now the Swedes chasing to get on an even lower line than Great Britain. Wilkinson and Dawson looks like they're having to push the boat up high to keep it on the foils, and they're running out of breeze here a little bit. The third, fourth and fifth place boats, whilst in second, Newbury and Lieberberg, the boat leans over. It looks like, oh no, they're back up and running for the Kiwis, bottom left of screen, with the red Jenica, so they're okay again. Nothing is certain for more than 5 seconds.
Yeah, and you can see the Americans there just beside the wake of the media boat. They were having a little bit of trouble getting settled in this pressure. So I mean, that makes the stability of relative stability of what we see with the Italians look even that much more impressive, because you can just see how much direction change they need to make in order to keep the, all the pressures on the foils consistent so that they can stay foiling and stay level. I mean, it's, whoa, here we go into a jibe. They just popped up a little bit there, but saved it.
Pretty much on the foils all the way through, actually. So, yeah, pretty much a full foiling to full foiling jibe, and then they stuff it afterwards.
Commentator's curse.
Yes, well, if we need to hold it back any boat for the sake of neutral competition, it's that one. Italy 26.
So. Yeah. And you can see they're just hooking into the back side of this puff that's going down, and that's really helping them stay extended away from the pack, which is you could see behind
the light winds,
where they were really struggling to stay up on the foils and keep their line. And
that's the thing that most of us most of us sailors won't appreciate, because we don't sail boats that are capable of catching up the wind in front of us when we're going downwind. But these boats are so fast they can sail into the back of a gust and then get onto a different conveyor belt to the boats behind them.
Yeah, so the Americans here, they actually made some gains on the Italians on this downwind. They were able to, maybe they had a little bit more pressure, but they were able to sail a little bit of a closer line towards the mark, a little bit lower and close to the same speed, and they've closed in just a little bit on the Italians in the last little bit. So, but the Italians look like, now that they're all in the same breeze, they've got a speed advantage again.
It looks like it. It looks like it. But Newbury and Liebenberg, what an amazing day they're sailing so far, winning the first race and then lying second in this race. But just as you predicted just 5 seconds ago, Lisa, the Italians are just stretching away, and the meter count is just going up, and any chance the Americans have of overtaking the Italians seems to be disappearing.
Yeah. I mean, you can see that there's this nice pressure line that's going all the way across the race course, and the Italians look very comfortable right now. And that comfort is translating into a lot of speed.
Yeah, and they're going a little bit lower and a little bit faster than the USA boat. But look at the gap back from USA back to the rest. It's the Red Jenica of Wilkinson and Dawson, more than 500 meters behind the leaders. So that's how quickly things can change. You remember, the top 10 looked so closely bunched just 5 minutes ago as they were going towards the top of the final beat, and now look how things change.
Yeah, and you can see the red kite of Wilkinson and Dawson, and they're actually pointing almost directly at the finish line, and the other kites are really struggling to stay up on the foils. They've actually sailed higher and away, and now they're jibing back behind them, and they were all bow even going around this mark almost. So, if you just miss the pressure line and you get out of it, you're, and the New Zealanders back there are just walking away from the competition. But the Italians are happy in first, and I wouldn't say that they're going to make any mistakes before they cross the line.
And they crossed the line to take their 7th win from 8 races. So Tita and Banti, they had that wobble in the previous race. They had a bit of a wobble just through that jibe then. But the Italian flag on that Jenica is coming down now, but that is the flag that continuously flies at the front of this fleet. And it's the Americans, Newbury and Liebenberg, following up a race win with an amazing second place, 500 meters ahead of the rest of the pack, currently being led by New Zealand's Wilkinson and Dawson.
Yeah, I think the Americans there, Newbury and Liebenberg, have really shown that last race was not a fluke. They're dialed into what's going on out here. They've got the gear shifting that they need, and they need to be reckoned with, I think, in this condition.
Yes, completely, and really encouraging for them. And we thought at one point, well, we saw an Italian 1, 2, 3, but actually Ugolini and Jubilee are next best of the Italians. They're in 4th at the moment, and a little bit further back for Bissero and Frescari. But look at the gap for Wilkinson and Dawson, who were not that far ahead of their rivals, ahead of Great Britain and Sweden around the top mark. But they've sailed a really good final downwind leg, and the Kiwis are in 3rd in this race, and it looks like they're going to move into 3rd overall in the standings, the way things are going at the moment.
Yeah, so the New Zealanders, you can see they're driving in to the finish line here on their lay line. Out of the screen, there's a few boats coming over from the course left. that we'll see in a minute. That's the British team and the Italians, and the New Zealanders have done a really good job. There was a big change moment there at the beginning of the run where they were able to leg away from the rest of the group and stay on their foils when everybody else really struggled.
Getting the red Jenica down on the New Zealand boat, and really solid performances by that Kiwi team.
Yeah, so here's a little battle with the Italians and the British, and they took the jibe out early. The Brazilians and the Argentinians, when everybody fell off the foils behind the New Zealanders up at the beginning of the run, you know, a couple of the boats did the jibe, and that looked like that was the right call for sure to get back in that pressure.
Super close here between Italy and Great Britain, and it's the blue Jenica of Italy just diving down towards the finish. Have they jibed a little bit too soon? I wonder. It looks like Gimpson and Burnett might have just clinched that right at the end.
Yep.
And I think that was a mistake by Italy. I think they jibed a little bit too soon, and they opened the door for Gimpson and Burnett to overtake them. But that was a photo finish, so I can't absolutely confirm it, but it looks like the tracking suggests that Great Britain clinched that little match race ahead of Italy in the battle for fourth and
here's
fifth.
another match race. The Brazilians look like they might have the Swedes. Yeah, they had the Swedes hooked, but did they take them too far, and did the Argentinians end up passing both of them?
Oh dear,
yeah.
The red mist.
So that's what you don't want to have happen when you get into a match race duel.
And the Swedes must be so cross about that. Brazil got caught up in that match race with Sweden, and then they let the Argentinians through.
Yeah, and then the finish, and the third of the Italians just behind the finish, finishing off there.
Okay, so a bit of a drop for Bissero and Frascari, who were in the top three of that race for a while.
Yeah, and then the American team, Riley Gibbs, he comes across the line. They fell back a little bit in the second half of that race as well. And here comes the Swedish.
That's another Swedish team. Yeah, that's Svensson and Dackhammer coming across the line now. So the fleet a little bit more tightly bunched than they were in the previous race. Most of the back markers going to finish in the next couple of minutes. I don't know if we've got Chris lined up to do any interviews, but that would be ideal if we can get Chris going for some boat park interviews coming up fairly soon.
Yeah, so you can see how close the fleet is now. If everybody can stay up on the foils, you know, there's a lot less variation in the in the speeds of even, you know, the back of the fleet here. But as soon as it gets variable, the moding becomes incredibly important, and the experience of the boats that are able to choose the right modes make a massive difference.
Yeah,
as we saw in the first race.
Every moment is a learning moment in this fleet that's been around for 10 years but has been through so much technical change, and the big change this year was the ability to adjust the rudder elevators while you're sailing along upwind. It wasn't an expensive change, just the addition of a few control lines to the 2020 version of the boat for Tokyo, but it's absolutely transformed the performance of the boat upwind with this possibility of hydrofoiling.
Yeah, and you know, it makes the sailing a lot more technical, and you know, it's really interesting sailing. Now, some of these younger boats, like the Canadians and the Americans, they're going to be pretty happy about being that close to that senior group. They just finished right behind them, so that's a great finish for those boats.
Great. Let's throw to Chris out in the boat park, see who he's got for an interview.
Awesome. We're here with Emily Rioux and Lara Granier from France, and we wanted to talk to you about races 7, 8, and 9. But the one thing I wanted to mention, I got to take this out of my ear. The one thing that I wanted to mention was that of everyone we talked to today, most people had a really deep finish, a top 10, and in a so-so race. So how did your race go today, Lara?
I think it was pretty much the same thing for us. We had a fourth, a really bad one, and an okay one, but we were out of the line, so not a great day in the end.
Meaning like a over early kind of?
Yeah.
Okay.
UFD.
Yeah. UFT. Now, on a day like today, I mean, I'm really curious to see how everyone took this. Some people were just like, you know, pounding the fist on the deck, kind of frustrated, and other people would be really deep and figure out a way at least to get to mid-fleet. Emily, what was your head like today in terms of when you were trying to work your way through the fleet?
Yeah, it was not really easy today. There was a lot of shifts, so it was a really tricky condition. But we tried to stay together with Lara. It was not really easy all the time, but we push in this direction. And yeah, we try to stay focused like all the time about the pressure, of course.
Now, both of you are in this for the long haul. Have you been sailing in Marseille for 2024 this summer?
Yeah, we sailed the whole summer in Marseille, and we're gonna sail after Worlds. We'll be in Marseille sailing too.
And how about other commitments? I know that Emily, you'd been sailing with SailGP, and for both of you, is there any other sailing right now besides the FX?
No, just CLGP for me, and it's enough because it's not easy to combine CLGP and my Olympic comeback, so it's enough with 2 projects for me.
And Laura, how about you? I mean, what are you doing? Emily's away doing SailGP.
I'm usually sailing either in the FX with other crews or sailing, wing foiling, other activities.
Awesome. Well, at least she's having fun while you're sailing SailGP. So while I have you both here, I just wanted to ask you about Marseille. Now, I've heard a little bit about the venue. It seems like an excellent venue, and you've been sailing there at and close to the time that the Olympics would be.
Yeah.
But what's the infrastructure? Give us an update. What's the infrastructure like there, if you know what I mean by that, as far as the sailing facility?
For the moment, the sailing facility is being constructed, so we're basically almost camping while the facility is being constructed. I think it's a very beautiful project and with a lot of space, and it's going to be really awesome, but for the moment it's in construction.
Cool. And Emily, I know when we were in Oman, when we first met, we were talking about some of the attention that starts to come to you from being an Olympic host, an Olympic venue, and you being Olympic sailors. Has that been growing, the amount of attention that's being brought to the Olympic team overall?
For now we are just like 2 in the French elite team, so it's not a big squad, but yeah, we are happy to host the Olympic Games, and for now the work is a bit late, but I think it's as well the same problem with the Olympic venue. But for the events, we will be okay and ready.
Awesome. And after this World Championship, I mean, I know you've been aiming for this for a while. You have moments of brilliance, and like I said, everyone's had these tough races. Now the weather is changing here in St. Margaret's Bay. But what's after this World Championship?
Winter training. The season is going to be quite long because the Worlds and the Europeans are quite late in the season. So training.
Now for both of you, is there going to be any kind of breaks? I know that you're into winging. I know you're into foiling totally. Do you get to do any breaks and have some fun?
My plan directly after the end of the championship is to go to Saint-Tropez for the CLGP events, and after maybe we will take a break like 2 weeks and we sail again.
Cool. And we all look up to CLGP. Even though it's high stress and high competition, is it still an awesome thing to do? It's not as stressful?
Yeah, really happy to be a member of this team, and I'm really lucky, and I really appreciate to sail with these guys.
Awesome. Well, it's great to have you here, both of you. And I know it seems like you've been, trying to find your groove. It's been tough for everyone. Sorry to hear about your UFD, but the rest of the week, we're halfway through the regatta right now. So good luck for the rest of the regatta.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thanks for listening. We'll keep walking around the boat park and back to the studio.
Chris, thank you very much for that. So we are waiting for the final race of the afternoon for the Nacra 17s, and we wait and see if we get a third different race winner this afternoon. One of the teams that's making a bit of a move today, Lisa, that's the Kiwis, Wilkinson and Dawson. Impressive to see them sail so well, but obviously the absolute standout performers of the day are the Americans, Newbury and Liebenberg. What do you think they're doing so well?
Well, it looks like they're just keeping their head out of the boat, and they're making, consistent and not necessarily risky calls, but just and they're also moding, I think, really well. I think they've been choosing when to go high mode and just point the bow at the mark, and then they've been doing a really good job of putting the bow down and getting up on the foils when they know they can.
It doesn't look like Teacher and Bantia run away faster than everybody else. It looked like they sailed the boat really well there. So I'm not convinced there was a huge boat speed advantage for Italy, but maybe we'll find out more in the last race.
Yeah, I mean, on a day like today, the boat speed is really all about the pressure. So, I think it's more about your decision making and your execution of your moding. So I think that other boats are doing a very good job of picking the times to do the various modes, but it does look like when everybody's in the same amount of pressure, they still do have a speed advantage.
Right.
So, so I think lane holding and their ability to execute when all things being equal, they've got a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, okay. Well, Wilkinson and Dawson, they've really made some moves today. So let's find out a little bit more about them in an interview we did earlier this week. So it's been a windy day for day one of the Nacra Worlds, but for Kiwis, it's never too windy, is it? We've got Erica and Micah here. Erica, you had a really good day today.
Yeah, I guess we're pretty consistent. We had no shockers, so that was kind of our aim of the day, just to get a few good races under our belt.
No shockers includes the second in the last race, Micah. Talk us through that one.
Yeah, Breeze came on for their last one. A bit of fruit and nut. But we port started and just sent it for all we're worth and managed to keep it upright, which it was pretty windy at one point. Had a bit of fun, but happy to finish off with a second.
Send it for all you're worth. Is there never any backing off in a Nacra? Because normally, in most boats, there's backing off. Is that the wrong thing to do in a Nacra?
Yeah, most of the time we're trying to push it 100%. Yeah, I guess at times at the upper end of today, we're trying to just manage our top speed, so we never went too hard and crashed too hard. So, yeah, a bit of management, but mostly just sending it.
It's been a pretty hard first day, hasn't it, Mike? We've just seen the 49ers come back in. We don't know yet, but it looks like maybe they've been sent in without any racing. So just how big was it out there?
Yeah, by the end of our last one, we were probably seeing close to 20 knots and some decent wave state, which I think was the big issue. It was quite sharp chop. So we certainly had some big nosedives, and I'm sure the Niners had a few head over biscuits.
Erica, you've been learning a lot. Nothing ever stays the same in the Nacra, and whoever was good enough last year, they have to keep on improving, don't they? What is the fleet getting better at now, would you say?
I guess with the new rudder systems, everyone's kind of just on a massive learning phase at the moment, so it's kind of about who's learning the quickest. It's quite cool though now. I feel like the fleet's starting to get a bit closer together as we're all kind of getting a handle of it.
Except there are those Italians at the front of the fleet. So Micah, how did they do today? What are you going to do to reel them in? You were second in the last race. Tell us, what's the gap between you and Italy?
We got close to them in the last one, but the first two races they were just launched. They've just got so much upwind boat speed. They sail really well. They're clean, they're tidy, they don't have any big crashes. So that's all we've got to do is just keep putting ours in, and eventually, hopefully, we can reel them in.
Well, let's see how you go. Really good first day for New Zealand. Well done, Erica. Well done, Micah.
Thanks, Andy.
Great. So that was a little bit earlier in the week. I did that interview with the Kiwi and Nacra sailors. Meanwhile, we haven't been following them today in the live, but we've got some 49er sailors that have just come ashore, and Chris is, I think, going to speak to the top Spanish team who've had a really good day today. So let's go over to Chris.
We're live with Florian and Diego from Spain. Just got off the water from the 49er. And I thought you stayed out of the weeds today, but you seemed a little bit exasperated by the day. How'd it go?
It was an amazingly tricky day today, to be honest. But yeah, we somehow managed to save it. We got one shocker, but yeah, obviously many teams have bad results, and our goal today was to really stay out of trouble. We didn't really manage, but we really managed to stay at least in 3 of the 4 races in the top 10, which is absolutely a good one.
Awesome. And Diego, when everything's going crazy around you, how do you keep it steady? Were there any moments where you kind of were pretty deep and then you had to really dig out, and what happened there?
Yeah, just try to stay thinking forward, all the time. And yeah, obviously everyone has super bad times in days like today, and yeah, like in the downwinds, all the gas were coming from behind, so the guys rounding the marks behind had little advantage sometimes, and that was I think we did well the last meters of the last downwind, and that gave us a lot of points. And yeah, it was a hectic day, super hectic.
Now, Florian, this is an Olympic campaign. You're also a professional sailor. Is the stress any different when you're in a day like today, when you're on a team that everyone's getting paid to sail, versus in a fleet with Olympic campaigners?
Yeah, it is. It does feel different, but at the end of the day, well, all projects we commit to, we really feel for, and we want to be performing the best we can, and they do also add up, no? And I think the SailGP stuff we do is good for the Olympic campaign and vice versa as well. So we're really excited with what is happening with our professional lifestyle right now, and also looking forward to some rest every now and then back home with the family.
Cool. And it sounds like both of you're pretty relieved to get off the water today, but are there some days where you just get off and you just want to go watch a movie, or every day you just try to have your routine the same?
Yeah, we try to keep the routine the same, but obviously we try to leave space for those moments, no, of watching a movie and try to disconnect and stuff. So yeah, during a regatta we stick to the routines, but inside those routines there are those moments to disconnect.
Cool. I think the first World Championship I watched you sail at was in Geelong. And there were times where I watched you and you were having so much fun and so much faster than everyone. Did you feel that way at some points today? Did you feel like, a lot of confidence and that you had big wheels today, or not today?
It wasn't about the wheels today. It was about positioning the boat well, no, and getting off. Yeah, I mean, we struggled a lot on the starts. I think, Flo did a really nice trigger pull on the last start, and that made us have a more relaxed race, let's say. But the first 3 ones were all about finding the lanes inside the fleet and positioning the boat.
And Florian, just tell me about the last 30 seconds leading up to that start.
Well, it was all over the place, the breeze, and it's the key there is to really try to identify what wind, breeze and direction you will be having just at the moment of the gun. And trying to foresee that and positioning yourself towards that is the key, and it's the trickiest part, I guess. And we managed to pull the trigger well and started enjoying the first race of the day, which was the last one.
That's awesome. You were probably like, thanks so much, dude. Let's go. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Diego.
Thank you.
Thank you, Florian. All right, we're going to go back to the studio to watch the last race of the day for the Nacra 17. Thanks so much, guys.
Chris, thank you very much for that. We got just over 3 minutes to the start of the next race. And let's have a look at the 49er leaderboard, because I think the Spanish might be pleasantly surprised. It sounded a bit downbeat about their day, but they are actually up to second. Okay, they didn't start the day well with a 23rd, but then a 9.82 lifts them to within 5 points of the lead, still being held by the Dutch, Bart Lambriax and Floris van der Werken. So we still got the same leaders, and we've got the Dutch actually leading the 49er men and the 49er FX fleets, but the gaps have been squeezed to the front. So we've got the final Nacra 17 race now to focus on. And, well, who do you think is going to come out top boat of the day in this fleet, Lisa? Do you think it's going to be the Americans, Newbury and Liebenberg?
Well, I mean, we've got to see how they execute in this race, but it does seem to be, and we can see by the boats piling up at the race committee here with 2 minutes to go. There does seem to be a little bit of pressure over there on the right. So I think, again, you're probably going to want to be starting and being able to hold your lane for part of this, for the early part of this race. So, if the Americans can again execute that first part of the race really well and choose that moding, because it does look a little bit lighter. Oh no, the race committee says it's 12 knots. So we'll see how they go.
1 minute 40 to the start, and well, let's see where the leaders come out of this line. We saw the Italians do pretty well out of the pin end of the start of the previous race, and if you've got the speed to do it and tack and cross, then great. Otherwise, there is something to be said for starting near the committee boat and having the option to tack off earlier, especially when the breeze is as variable as it is. You need the ability to be able to tack if you believe that the gust is over your shoulder, the next gust or the next shift is over your shoulder.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. It does look like there might be a little bit of variability in the breeze across the line on this one. So if there is more breeze at the committee boat, those boats at the committee may be able to get across the boats on the left before they leg out like they did in the last race. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. We have a lot of the leader group kind of mid of the line to closer to the end. Our race leaders are right at the committee boat. So we'll see how this plays out. We've got 33 seconds to go before the race, and there seems to be quite a bit of the line sag as well. So hopefully people will be able to pull the trigger and get their bows close to the line.
Yeah, it's still pretty competitive line up here. They're not giving themselves that much of a runway, so it's that age-old problem of time on distance with 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds to go. They pull the trigger now. The Dutch a little bit late to pull the trigger at the pin end. And it looks like one of the Canadian teams has got a pretty good start off this end of the line. And they're across the line. And New Zealand also doing pretty well off this end of the start line. Who in these early stages do you think got a good start out of there, Lisa?
Yeah, well, you can see New Zealand's hooked into a little bit of pressure, and they've got freedom to choose their mode again, and they're up on their foil, and they're legging out. There did seem to be a little bit of pressure in the middle of the line. You could see that bulge, and so anybody in there who again can play their lane and get up on the foil. The thing is, you've got to get your bow down in order to do it. So it's a little bit of a trick when you're starting in traffic. But you can see the boats poking out from the middle of the line, and I think that's where I'd want to be. It's a nice conservative position where you can make a choice of where you want to go, but they're still sailing fast up there. But the New Zealanders, they've got a good mode down there on the left as well.
Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like the Dutch have really dropped off the pace at the bottom of the screen, and they're in a completely different mode, and not a good one compared with New Zealand, who are just moving further and further ahead right now. So New Zealand have got their big wheels on, as Chris Museler would put it, and Wilkinson and Dawson, well, they're really good in the breeze, but they're increasingly showing they're pretty smart in this light stuff too.
Yeah, so we can see the finish had a nice start, and again, they started a little further up, but again, they were able to get their bow down and get their boat going. Same with the French and the Italians. The Americans that we've been talking a lot about, they're actually a little bit bow back. You can see them just above the Australians, and they're having a little bit of a tricky time with the Australians holding their lane, but they're sticking with it for now, so we'll see how it pays out for them.
Michael Wilkinson, Erica Dawson, bottom left of your screen. Look at the gap that they pulled on the boats around them. They look like they could tack and cross the fleet if they wanted to, but maybe they still see more gain to be had on the left. The bulk of the fleet all on starboard tack at the moment, so that is playing into the hands of Wilkinson and Dawson, who surely must be thinking about attack fairly soon.
Yeah, I mean the race course is longer than the first beat of the last race. So there's a little bit more to be played out here, but it looks like they're almost winding a tiny little bit over there on the right. But the Kiwis are really stretching out, and yeah, if you've got that much leverage, you might want to bank some of it just to give yourself a little bit more less risk.
You would think so, but of course on such a variable day where the gusts and the lulls are so localized, maybe you sort of have to sail your own race a little bit more. But look at them now. I mean, they're going higher and faster than anybody else around them. It seems like as they dig further into the left, it just gets better and better for them.
Yeah, and maybe that's what they're seeing. Oh, they just put their bow down a little bit, so they might be waiting for a little bit more of a knock in order to go. And you can see that there are some boats flipping over onto port tack over on their hip. So you might expect them to start flipping over sometime soon. It does look like, but I think it might be the angle of the shot there that it looked like there's a little bit of pressure on the right, but it certainly doesn't play that way out with the speed of the boats. So here's their tack over onto port, and we'll see what their angle is when they're coming across the rest of the group. Because there is a tiny little bit of a wind with that middle group, like the Italians and the Argentinians. So we'll see how the New Zealanders' angle comes as they approach this middle group here.
They're gradually winding that boat a little bit higher, but it was almost sailing back on themselves for a while when they tacked. It looked pretty painful taking that tack, and for all the gain that it looked like the Kiwis have made, it doesn't look so great now that they're on port tack.
Yeah, and they may have been waiting because again, you want your bow to come down before you tack, but it does look like the right pressure is staying a little bit.
Well, actually, and now the Kiwis have tacked back again, so they obviously didn't like what they were experiencing on port tack, and they've done 2 expensive tacks and not had much to show for it. So I fear that the New Zealanders have maybe missed out a little bit there. It's the Australians, I think, we're looking at on the bottom left of screen now.
Yeah, so the Australians are down on the bottom left, and I think that might be, is that the Kiwis?
Might be Little and Copeland, is it? I don't know if they're listed. They're in the top 2, but actually, if you look at the boat's top of screen, they look like they're on a much higher heading than the boats on left of picture right now.
Yeah, you can see it just seems like we're sailing in right-hand pressure, and that tack back over to port just looks a little painful for the boats, and they're sailing back into the middle of the fleet. So it'll be interesting to see if people who were flushed out at the start, like the Swedish, they tacked early. How they come across, because they're actually a little bit further on the right-hand side of the race course. And there's a Chinese boat who's way out on the right, and they're actually looking like they're not doing so badly based on the tracker. But you can see them way over there at the top of the screen. There's some big spread here with the fleet.
Yeah, and it looks like the right-hand side is generally the better place to be as things stand at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, some of the boats here that started closer to the committee boat and just stayed on starboard, they look like they're doing okay. If it comes back left, like the Italian team, the British team, they're here at the top of the screen. They basically haven't tacked, and now they're tacking. And I think if it comes back left at all, they've basically sailed a lift to a lift, which would put them in pretty good stead, especially coming back at the boats that are on the extreme right. So we'll see. It looks like they're in a little bit of a neutral number right now. So they're the port tack isn't looking quite as bad as it was earlier on when the New Zealanders did their initial tack. So now these boats that really stuck it out and sailed that starboard all the way over to this next shift are actually looking pretty good. Who's that just tacked? That's
Chinese?
No, it's Gimson and Burnett. So they're just up here. They were the last ones to tack. They're the furthest to the left of the screen that you can see. And they're right now tracking as they're the leaders of the race. But they've got a little bit of leverage that they've given up to the boats on the right. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out as they approach the mark.
Okay, so quite extreme by the British team on the far left. They're about middle of our picture as we look at them.
Yeah, and they've got a long port track into the mark. So everybody stayed, because it was a righty, everybody stayed going, and they didn't want to tack, obviously, onto the knock. And so it took the whole fleet quite far over to the left. So now there's a long track over to the right. So anybody who's closer to the middle of the race course, they're free to play another shift or two. Whereas the British team and all these boats that we're looking at right now, they basically have no room to tack.
No, they're just clutching and hoping and praying at the moment. The left is going to stay good for them.
Exactly. So, so now you can see how far they are. And it does look like there's a little bit more pressure there. You can see the mark now. It's like the British team is basically on the ley line, if not over. And it looks like the right boats are sailing into a little bit more pressure. So we'll see if that actually hits the race course. And if it does, that's really going to pay for the French, for the 2 Swedish teams, and interestingly, the American team is over in that right group, and they were the ones who had a really good start at the pin. So they were able to make their way out of the left early.
And what kind of breeze have we got right now?
We're at 12 knots, so it's a nice steady breeze, fairly flat for the amount of breeze that we've got. So easy sailing as far as the chop's concerned.
People don't seem to be going for the foiling option at the moment. It seems like people are mostly going for the low riding option.
Yeah, so the Italian team that's ahead here, Tita and Banti. You can see they're in the middle of the screen there. They're the first Italian team. They just put their bow down, so I think they're going for the foils. And right now they're sailing at about 8.6 knots. So yeah, they're not fully foiled yet. So it'll be interesting to see if they can get there before they reach the Swedes.
Yeah.
Their bows down pretty hard right now.
Okay. I'm wondering if it's almost worth it when you've got such a short time before you're tacking again for the ley line. But it looks like Sweden's Svensson and Dackhammer are going to be leading at the Windward Mark. This is really good sailing by Sweden 61. We haven't seen them up there so far today. An 18th and an 18th in the previous two races, so very different performance by them so far.
Yeah. So these teams were able to basically it was a right-hand shift almost the whole way around. So they took the hit early, got over right, and we were talking about the Chinese team that were the rightmost team, and they're just in this line of right boats that you can see on the ley line there. Yeah, you can see they're in their fourth place, and so they made quite a few gains on the rest of the fleet who had to sail that knock over late in the beat.
Right, so good rounding there by Svensson and Dackhammer from Sweden, followed by France's Besson and Ancillon. And then around come our series leaders, Tita and Banti in third, followed by another Italian crew, Bissero and Frascari, and the Chinese Yang and Hu in fifth.
Yeah, so the Italians did a really good job, both Italian teams, I think, of picking their way through the middle and being a little bit conservative there, because it could have really gone either way. And so this group that's coming over here from the left, this is kind of the leaders out of the extreme left. We've got Waterhouse and Darminin, and we've got the Brazilian team, and they're all coming into the Windward Mark. Yeah, there they are. You can see them on the screen now.
And no sign of USA 50, Newbury and Liebenberg, who've had such a good day so far.
No, they've really struggled with their lanes the whole time. They struggled with their lane in that right shift all the way out to the left, and then I think they might have just overcommitted to the left, and now they're struggling with their lane all the way back. They're really in the mix with some boats sailing a little bit slower in a really tight group.
Denmark going around with Brazil at the top of the course. So now we're in the thick of it, but this is how things stand for the Swedish leading this race right now. That's Ida Svensson and Marcus Dackhammer with a pretty healthy lead over France's Billy Besson and Noah Ancillon. Closely followed by Tita and Banti, the Italians who are leading this World Championship after 3 days.
Yeah, so two Chinese teams in the top 10 right now. So that's interesting. It'd be interesting to look back at the start and see where they started. And sometimes you get when you have a right fill, it's the boats that get flushed out of the start that end up being thankful for that nice righty that came in. So
yes, that's true.
We'll see.
Oh, big stuff by one of the Chinese there. They were going so well, and then suddenly nosedived. And goes to show you don't see the Italians 26 do that very often.
Yeah, and they're tricky boats to sail, and if you're a little bit late on the helm, you're going to have some problems with too much lift and then not enough.
Yeah, and small. I mean, this class probably more than any other double-handed class demands such coordination between the two teammates, doesn't it?
Yeah, and coordination with everything. With the foot placement and the pressure of the crew and driving the hulls down and everything's just got to be spot on, or else it can be disastrous.
Yeah. And there's been a lot of injuries in the early days of the Nacra 17, and They make it look a lot easier than they were making it look a few years back.
Yeah, I mean, I remember Bora, losing some fingers with there's some serious injuries that can happen in these boats with these speeds, and there's a reason why they're all wearing helmets.
Yeah, that's Bora Galari, the former Moth World champion. Not sailing the Nacra 17 anymore, but still a very prolific sailor in the USA.
Yeah. So yeah, here we are. The Swedes are again. There's some right pressure. I'm actually surprised that there wasn't an earlier jibe coming back down this race course. But the Swedes are trying to make up a little bit of distance towards the French because they've lost a little bit of distance to the French. The French have done a good job of jibing away from that group a little bit early and making some moves on the Italians.
And will the Italians be able to make some moves to move to the front of this fleet? Because on previous days, before we did the live stream, they were just making mincemeat of the fleet. But now it's up to Svensson and Dakhammer and Besson to Ancillon to prove that Tita and Banti can be beaten.
Yeah, so we can see here the pressure differences. There's still a lot of room to make mistakes and to make gains on this race course. You can see there's pressure flowing down. It looks a little bit in the middle and to the right of the race course. And the Brazilians and the Aussies, Waterhouse, are making some good gains there on the outside of this run, jibing earlier than the rest of the pack. So we'll see how they go as we start to approach the mark.
Ida, Svensson, Marcus Dakhammer still leading this race coming down towards the bottom gate. And now the next decision point for them is which of the gate marks are they going to choose. That's a critical moment in the race.
I mean, based on the pressure that I see, it might be a nice time to make an early truck out to the right and get a little bit of leverage that way, because it does look like there's quite a bit of pressure out there.
Out on the right-hand side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And we certainly saw the power of that on the first beat. They just lifted up there a little bit. Looks like there's been a bit of a pressure change or a direction change, but no, they're back onto course again. It looks like they're going to go around the left-hand gate mark. It's going to be a jibe drop, and they are safely round. They've got the kite down. France, Besson, Ancillon going to go around the opposite mark, and then there's Tita and Banti coming in. They're going to go for the jibe drop. Let's see how they execute that. Katerina Banti doing the hard work at the front of the boat. Not got that Jenica away that neatly. I'm not sure if that's gone away properly. No, they're still trying to get it in. So I wonder if there was a problem with the retrieval line, but they're back up and running now. And Besson and Ancillon, the French, have immediately tacked onto starboard. So they all want to go the left-hand side of the race course, but that means bad traffic for the French with the Jenicas coming downwind that they've got to contend with.
Yeah, and you can see they're really up and down, trying to avoid the traffic. So that's a little bit of a slow lane for them.
Yeah, I wonder if they should have just held on another 20 seconds for a bit of a clearer lane.
Yeah, and it still looks like there's some pressure kind of in the middle of the race course there, so it might have done them some good because they're really
they look parked up, don't they?
Yeah. And the Swedes are really legging out on the French right now. Going out there, you can see a better shot of that now, how much the leverage the Swedes had, because they were rounding pretty close timing-wise on that mark.
I agree. I wonder if Italy 71 on the right-hand side have done a better job than Billy Besson, Noah Ancillon for just holding on a little bit longer before they tack onto starboard.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I think it looks like a lot of teams are trying to get up on their foils, or we're in a big knock, because a lot of the teams are going bow down. So this pressure might have brought some left shift, and so that may favor all those boats that rounded that left-hand gate looking upwind. So here they are. We're up on the foils completely now.
Yeah, full foiling upwind for Ida Svensson and Marcus Dakhammer from Sweden. Looking good. Are they good enough to be able to keep the attention of Italy 26 from overtaking them? Because that is what everyone expects in these conditions, for the Italians to be that click faster. But can the Swedes keep the Italians at bay?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. There's the Italians coming into view, and they do look like, again, they're sailing a little bit faster than the Swedes. And what we've seen is they've been able to sail as fast and maybe a little bit higher. A little bit harder to do from the position that they're in right now, but they're making gains. So if this beat lasts too long in this condition, the Swedes may have some trouble with the Italians.
Yeah, yeah. But the Swedes aren't making it that easy for the Italians, who actually drop off the foils there. Yeah. So that was a bit of a mistake, or something happened for Tita and Banti, and they just lose 10 meters of distance there. So that makes life a little bit easier for the Swedish again.
Now there is a split in the race course that we can't see in this shot, but there's a number of boats that rounded the other mark. Here we go, and the Aussies. And the Chinese again, and went all the way out to the right-hand side. So it'll be interesting to see, again, where they come in on as they approach the mark. But the Swedes and the Italians are definitely in a good mode with respect to all the boats on the left-hand side. They're moving right now.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So we'll see how things come together when they get to the top of the race course. The Italians have moved back forwards on Svensson and Dackhammer, so now we see the Italians starting to exert that advantage. Look how bowed down they are compared with the Swedes. The boat is just in another mode, and they're just firing forwards.
Yeah,
so,
they're just about to take the lead from the Swedes. Yep, they've really got it dialed in. That windward heel, like really pulling on the foils and getting lift. No, they've just got a little bit of a light patch, but they're going a lot faster.
And it does look like the attitude of their boat is different. You talked about that sort of F50 Sail GP bows down attitude. There's a little bit of that going on. There's a bit of windward heel going on. Mm-hmm. Looks like they're using more downforce on the rudder elevators. But now they've tacked. They won't be crossing ahead of the Swedes, but the Swedes have got to still put that equivalent tack in.
Yeah, and they're very close to the ley line right here. It's hard to see the mark, but I think they just wanted to have a clear lane below, so they didn't get caught sailing high and slow on the Swedes' hip. So for them, a duck is probably a pass at this point. So
Well, let's see. I mean, it looks like the Italians have sailed clean through the lee of the Swedes, who are now up on the foils themselves. Yeah. But it looks like it's only a matter of time before Tita and Banti move back into the lead. But there's a course change as well. There's a Charlie flag flying for a change of windward mark. So the course layers here in Hubbard's, Nova Scotia are really active on trying to keep this course as balanced as possible in these changing breeze conditions.
Yeah, so the first two legs were, I think, a little bit longer than they wanted to see, so they've shortened up the course. So that's why these boats are now pretty well on the ley line. And you can see off in the distance there, that is the Australians and the Italians. Which Italians are those? Bisserone and Fiscari. And they're coming in off the right-hand lane. And so these boats are going to be close. I think that the Swedes and Tito and Banti have the other boats, but the right-hand boats have definitely made some gains on the leaders for sure.
Okay, so let's see if anyone else can take the fight to Italy and Sweden, who we have in shot at the moment, and a foiling fight going on between these two high-speed teams. There's the red windward mark, so tactically it looks like Tita and Banti are in the better position. So Tita and Banti are going to move into the lead once they tack around this mark. But if Svensson and Dackhammer can hold it together and do a good mark rounding, they can still put pressure on the Italians on the final run down to the finish.
Yeah, and based on the speeds I see, these are the only two boats that were foiling into the mark. You can see all the rest of them are sailing mostly displacement mode, and maybe this boat coming up here, which is the Danish, they may have hooked into that enough pressure to foil. But definitely the boats over on the right are still sailing keelboat style, as you call it, and high and slow.
Well, if there's any doubt about what Tita and Banti do better, one thing we saw them do a lot better at there was a much slicker mark rounding and a hoist than the Swedes. That's nothing to do with boat speed. That's all to do with boat handling, and that was just really slick handling. And Svensson and Dackhammer just looked a little bit wobbly around that mark. They sailed higher out of the windward mark. They didn't get the boat borne away as quickly. And look at the distance that the Italians have pulled because of that. That's about a 4 or 5 boat length gain that the Italians have made in no time at all.
Yeah, and they've also made gains to leeward as well, so they're closer to the mark and further ahead. So that's gonna pay a lot when they go for the jibe.
Yeah, but at least Svensson and Dackhammer can console themselves with the fact that they have about a 300-meter gap back to the third place boat, which looks like it's the Danes, and then the Brazilians some way back behind them. So the gaps are big. The Italians look like they have just dropped out of the best of the breeze. I wonder if the Swedes can close the gap a little bit. But as I say, that big left-hand turn, oh no, it's a jibe. It's a jibe for the Italians. So the Italians jibing to stay in the pressure and still looking comfortably ahead of the Swedes, who are now going into a jibe and pretty much following the Italian line down towards the finish.
Yeah, and they're pretty much just doing a one jibe. They were in some nice pressure that was taking them. You know, the faster these boats go, the further downwind the flatter their angles can get. So they're not sailing big angles downwind anymore. And the bigger the breeze, you know, the less their tactics end up being with the big angles. So they're just firing it into the finish line at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, so not really any passing lanes left for Sweden to be able to attack Italy. But Italy not looking that fast at the moment. And I wonder if the Swedes are...
Yeah, they look like they're sailing. I mean, it looks like there is a little bit more pressure coming out of the right. They're probably going to have to head up a little bit, try and get in that pressure, and then come back down to the... But yeah, they're sailing out of the breeze again. The breeze isn't moving that fast on this race course. There's big puffs, but they're not rolling down super fast. So there's definitely, and now you can see the Swedes are starting to sail out of it as well. So yeah, it's not easy out there. You can see the rooster tails going off because they're doing big angle changes to try and keep up on the foils and keep going.
Yeah, quite a lot of weight coming off the back of the Italian boat. I wonder if they've got a bit of weed or something. It doesn't look quite right, but we're not seeing a massive loss of distance to the Swedes. So I don't think there's anything too much for Italian fans to worry about. But yeah, the Swedes not letting the Italians off the hook all the way through to the finish.
Yeah, and the breeze didn't change too much, so they were still on the ley line, and they haven't lost the ley line, which is key. So there's no more maneuvers for them to do. They're just coming right into the finish right now, and they're already across.
Right, so 2 out of 3 race wins for Teacher and Banty, and it looks like they are going to be highest performing boat of the day, despite that 20th place in the first race of the session today. And well done to Svensson and Dackhammer, second place in that race, leaders for much of the race, but they just couldn't quite keep Teacher and Banty at bay. And then huge gap back to the next boat, which is the Danes, and they are being closely followed by the Brazilians. So the Danes looking to just hold on to third place ahead of Brazil, with Australia looking like they're in 5th. And that's the Danes now. That's Natasha Sauma Pedersen and Matthias Brun Boriskov.
Good race for them.
Yes, absolutely.
They've had a good day. They've had an 8 and a 3, and you know, now they're this is their 3rd. Yeah. That's a good day for them.
Good day for them.
Yeah, and then again, Waterhouse is just behind them. Albrecht and then Waterhouse, and again they've had a fairly decent day. They had a 21, but 2 5s again. So you know, that's you know, on a day like today, that's some solid take homes for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So Waterhouse and Darmanin, they are not far off bronze medal position at the moment. It's pretty close between them, New Zealand and Finland. And then coming across the line, who have we got coming in after Waterhouse and Darmanin?
We've got the
Dutch.
Yeah, the Dutch and the Italians. So, so we've got Bissaro and I'm not going to be able to say that name. Foscari, and then the Dutch.
And it's pretty
Vandermeer.
close. Let's talk that through between the Italians doing a double jibe, really slow double jibe.
And I think that the Dutch are going to end up taking that one, yeah.
Yeah, that was a bit of a giveaway by the Italians there, although I'm not sure else what they could have done. But that was a really nice finish for Vandermeer and Bauer, just scraping across the line in front of Viscera and Foscari.
Yeah, you can see the British here on the last shot. You could see that they're just on the nose of that pressure line coming down, and they're doing a good job of following the pressure line, but not eating up too much and going too high into the right. And they've made some gains, and now they have a comfortable lead coming into the finish there with it. And so that's a good patience move by them coming into the finish, and that'll be a solid keeper for them as well.
Yeah, so they're sailing pretty solidly, but they expect better. They are the reigning world champions from 2021. They're the Olympic silver medalists, and Gibson and Burnett, they're here with their coach Ian Percy, the double gold medalist from the Finn and the Star. So they've got an excellent program, but they'll be scratching their heads as to how they can make that next click of performance, the kind of performance that Tita and Banti are showing at the moment.
Yeah, the Italians are making a lot of very, very good sailors scratch their heads, that's for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then another finish across the line with the boat leaning over. Trying to work out who that was with the blue Jenica.
That's a very young American team, Carson Crane. So they will be very happy with that race, and that's will be one for them to take forward. This is his new partner, and this is actually their first regatta ever sailing together. So
well, that's really impressive in that case.
So they'll be definitely very happy with that.
And Besson and Ancillon, they were up in the top 3 at times in that race, but they're back in 14th across the line. That's how quickly things can change. And Wilkinson and Dawson, if you remember, they had such a good start in this race, and Wilkinson and Dawson are now back in about 15th or 17th or 18th, 19th place.
18th, yeah.
Still ahead of Ugolini and Jubilee, who were second going into today. They might still just hold on to second, but that's going to be a race that the young Italians will choose to forget. So tough day, or tough afternoon anyway, for some of the front runners in the racing. So despite that wobble of that 20th place for Tita and Banti, they can discard the 20th. Tita and Banti are counting nothing but first places.
Yep.
So they have a total of 8 points in their event so far, and that's 1 point per race.
Yeah.
Of the 8 races yet sailed, or the 9 races sailed, and 1 discarded.
Yeah, so just about to finish here is Sarah Newbury, and she's got a 19, it looks like, scoring in this race, but she still moves up to 11th spot. So, not the greatest race, and she kind of slogged through that whole race there, but still in the hunt for that top 10 group. So they'll be happy with that today.
So if we can get an updated leaderboard to show you, we will do. I don't know if that's possible. But if we can, we will. But it's been a very, very difficult and challenging day. I think some of the sailors, like the Spanish 49er sailors that Chris spoke to half an hour ago, they came ashore a little bit downbeat, and yet they're second overall in the 49er.
Yeah, it's one of those days where it just doesn't feel good, even if you're doing well, because it's a slog. Your head's out of the boat all the time. So you're in constant communication with your skipper, your crew. It's not easy. You've got to keep your head out of the boat all the time, and you're making mistakes all over the race course. And it's just, and everybody is. We saw Tita and Banti, they're making mistakes. They're up and down, and even the very, very best are making mistakes. So it's just a matter of keeping those mistakes small, so it doesn't feel good, even if you're doing well.
Okay, let's take a look at the leaderboard of the Nacra 17 after the race just completed. That was race 9. So Tita and Banti on 8 points, still looking unstoppable. Ugolini and Jubilee, they dropped that 17th that they've just finished just now. So they just hang on to second place, a few points ahead of Kurt Bay and Keskinen, who had a pretty good day today. to hold on to third overall. Wilkinson and Dawson, they've had a really good start to the day with a 2 and 3 and a more forgettable 18th just now to hold fourth overall ahead of Waterhouse and Darmanin from Australia. Gibson and Burnett now in 6th place. Bissero and Frascari from Italy in 7th. Jeroen Jonsson, Sweden in 8th. Vandermeer and Bauer finishing 6th in that race just then puts them in 9th. Magdalani and Bosco a 3 and a 6, and then a less impressive 25th in that last race, but that means the Argentinians bring up the end of the top 10, and that's them in 10th place. So Tita and Banti, they are still very much the ones to watch, but today I think we have to credit them with smart sailing. It's not just about raw boat speed, is it?
No. I mean, they used their boat speed when they could, but other than the glitch in the first race, they did a good job of putting their boat in good positions and minimizing the risk. They sailed, I think, more conservatively than some of the other boats that I think had a little bit more of an up and down scorecard.
Well, it's been a really interesting day to watch. We're seeing different kinds of conditions every day here in Hubbards, Nova Scotia. I've been Andy Rice. I will be tomorrow with Lisa Ross. We're going to come back to you for some more racing. We're going to see the 49er men competing tomorrow, and I'm not sure who the other fleet's going to be, but just join us for the live show for tomorrow and also for Sunday and the final day on Monday, when we will bring the medal races in these 3 Olympic classes, the 49er, the 49er FX and Nacra 17. We've got the World Championships happening here in Nova Scotia. It's been a pleasure to talk about the racing today. We will see you tomorrow.